Also, don't forget to tell me where you are from and what time you watched this video. Let's jump straight into the story. Story 1. The Vaughn Family Case. What happened on a deserted road? On June 14, 2007, on a highway near Bluff Road, police found a car parked on the side of the road with the breathless bodies of a 34-year-old woman named Kimberly Vaughn and her 3 children, 12-year-old Abigail, 11-year-old Cassandra, and 8-year-old Blake. All of them died from gunshot wounds fired at almost point-blank range. The only survivor, the head of the family named Christopher Vaughn, was only lightly wounded. He claimed that he was shot by his wife, who, in his opinion, took the lives of their children and settled the score. However, Christopher could not say anything concrete because he allegedly had a sudden memory lapse. The case was investigated for 5 years before the final verdict was handed down. But some people to this day doubt the justice of the verdict. The story is still a hot topic on popular television talk shows, raising a lot of questions, and we'll try to get to the bottom of it all from the beginning. Kimberly Phillips and Christopher Vaughn. The couple lived together for more than a decade, raised 3 children, and their family seemed happy and friendly from the outside. Kimberly Vaughn, maiden name Phillips, was born in a small town of St. Charles, Missouri, December 1972. She grew up in a fairly well-to-do family, where in addition to her were 2 daughters, Jennifer and Elizabeth. By the way, Jennifer was the twin sister of our heroine. The Phillipses did not save on education and all-round development of their daughters. Kimberly, along with her sisters, attended a prestigious school and actively engaged in sports. She had many friends who spoke about the girl as an open, responsive, and very sociable person. Christopher Vaughn was born in the same state of Missouri, but in the neighboring city of St. Louis in September 1974. He was one of 3 sons in a rather modest, but very friendly family. In his school years, the young man was seriously engaged in soccer, loved hiking, camping, and family trips out of town. The couple met in the early 90s, and almost immediately a romantic relationship began between them. Kimberly's parents from the very beginning opposed this union because the chosen one of their daughter was a few years younger than her, did not yet have a stable job, in addition, as already mentioned, grew up in a modest, if not to say poor, family. But the young people were so in love with each other that they did not want to listen to anyone. Soon, Kimberly became pregnant, and in the summer of 1994, the couple married. At the time of the wedding, the groom was not yet 20 years old, and the bride was only a couple of years older than him. However, they both seemed quite ready for family life. Their daughter Abigail was born 4 months after the wedding, in October of the same year. Just a year later, the couple had a second daughter, whom they named Cassandra, and another 3 years later, their youngest son Blake was born. The first years of family life of the spouses were harmonious and happy. Young people were in love, made great plans for the future, raised their children, and arranged their household. All their children were talented, drew well, actively engaged in various sports, were fond of music, and played in the school drama theater. Kimberly was a homemaker and was busy raising her heirs. She was the head of the PTA in her school class, and the young woman was also the leader of the scout troop, which included all of her children. The head of the family, meanwhile, was a young woman, founded and grew his own small cybersecurity company. A few years after the wedding, the family moved to Washington State, and in early 2000, they settled in a small town in Illinois where they could afford to buy their own spacious house. Then, Kimberly decided to get a law degree and enrolled in one of the local universities. She received her diploma just a month before the tragedy. At first glance, this family seemed happy and strong, but few people knew that soon after the move, the relationship of the spouses became strained. Christopher often traveled to another state for work, where he began an affair with a woman named Jill. This relationship lasted for about 1 year, and one day Kimberly became aware of it. A serious scandal broke out in the family. The husband and wife distanced themselves from each other, and it was going to divorce. But having weighed all the pros and cons, the couple decided to keep the marriage for the sake of their children. Husband and wife tried their best to pretend that everything was fine, but the tension between them gradually increased. Kim no longer trusted her chosen one, jealous of him, and constantly suspected of cheating, as it would later turn out not unreasonably. On the nervous ground, the young woman began to have health problems. She suffered from anxiety, migraines, insomnia, and problems with blood pressure, and was prescribed several types of medications to alleviate her condition. She took them continuously for about a year, and also went to sessions with a psychologist. to whom she told about the problems in her family. But despite this, Kimberly remained sociable, friendly, and active. Her husband, however, was described by others as a withdrawn introvert who never expressed much emotion. A fateful trip in June 2007, on the eve of their 13th wedding anniversary, the couple decided to organize a family trip to an amusement park in Springfield, Illinois. Christopher chose the place, and the rest of the family members supported his idea. So, in the early morning hours of June 14th, the whole family, after settling into their SUV, hit the road. A few hours later, the bloodied head of the Vaughn family was picked up by a passing car while wandering along the highway. Christopher was wounded in the leg. He calmly reported that he was shot by his wife. Could not add anything else, because he allegedly had a sudden lapse in memory. According to the victim, he and his family were driving to an amusement park, but his wife got carsick in the car and asked him to stop. He pulled over to the side of the road and got out of the passenger compartment to check the roof rack. Then he heard a gunshot, and after that everything happened like a horror movie. Christopher realized that his wife had fired, saw blood running down his leg, and ran away, comatose and oblivious to the children in the cabin until he was picked up by a random car. Christopher was unable to pinpoint where his SUV had been left, but police tracked it down almost immediately. They found 4 bodies in the car with gunshot wounds. Each had been shot twice, except Kimberly, who had been killed with a single shot to the head. Christopher admitted that he had a gun at home, which had probably been loaded and carried by his wife. In Christopher's opinion, she was the one who took the lives of their children, shot him, and afterwards settled the score with her life. While telling this, he did not show much emotion, and even when the police showed him the pictures of the bodies of the dead family members during the interrogation at the station, Vaughn behaved surprisingly calm, which could not but arouse suspicion. Kimberly's parents learned of their daughter and grandchildren's tragedy from a tactless, and began asking about their son-in-law and whether he might have harmed their loved ones. In the initial interrogations, everyone claimed that Christopher could not have massacred his own family, and there was probably someone else on the road who committed the crime. However, the police officers who saw the crime scene had a different opinion on the matter from the beginning. They stated that the crime was purely domestic in nature, so no one other than family members were suspected of being involved in the case. At the same time, no specific names of suspects were initially given either. During subsequent interrogations, the surviving head of the family did not recall any new details, but already confidently stated that his wife could have done it all, killed the children, wounded him, and then shot herself. Christopher believed that the pills she had been taking for the past year were to blame, as well as the crisis in the relationship because of his infidelity, which they could not overcome. Vaughn wrote off the loss of memory as shock, and for the same reason he did not immediately call the police or the emergency services, but just rushed away, not noticing the pain in his wounded leg. His words sounded unconvincing, but that wasn't enough to take Christopher into custody. The family's home was searched, and the couple's laptops were seized for inspection. While the preliminary investigation was underway, Christopher remained at large and was busy organizing the funeral of his wife and children. The funeral ceremony was scheduled for June 23rd and was held in one of the city's funeral homes. A large number of people came to pay their last respects, and almost all of them noticed the tension between the Vaughn and Phillips family. Soon a police car pulled up to the building, and just before the funeral service began, Christopher was arrested on charges of murdering his family. He himself behaved calmly and went silently with the police, but his parents were quite outraged at what was happening. They lamented the fact that their son was not even allowed to say goodbye to his wife and children, while his guilt had not yet been proven. As this difficult case had already received a lot of press coverage, members of the Vaughn family suggested that Christopher's arrest at the funeral was done in order to attract even more public attention. The Phillips family was quite happy about this turn of events. Kimberly's mother said in an interview that she was glad that her daughter was cleared of suspicion of a crime against her own children. From the very beginning, the investigation doubted the veracity of Christopher's words, but he stubbornly wrote off everything on a sudden lapse in memory and claimed that he could not reconstruct the chronology of events. But he was sure that it was his wife who committed this terrible crime. He was just lucky, because the bullet hit only the soft tissues of the thigh without hitting the large vessels. During the investigation, it was found that Christopher had an insurance policy of his wife under which he, in the event of her death, could receive a payment of $1 million. And the more the police deepened in this case, the more convinced that it is the husband who is the main culprit in this terrible tragedy. The investigation itself lasted more than 5 years, and all this time Christopher remained in custody. Despite his constant attempts to prove his innocence, a number of serious charges were brought against him, and in case they were proved, Vaughn faced the death penalty. Therefore, under state law, he was provided with attorneys who were paid from a special fund that provided protection for people facing capital punishment. Christopher's defense attorneys were thorough and tried to shift the blame for what happened to his late wife. They gathered evidence that Kimberly suffered from a number of mental disorders, which she developed against the background of the crisis in the marriage, associated with the infidelity of her husband and the resulting health problems, and the drugs she was taking allegedly made her condition worse rather than better. Lawyers almost succeeded in proving that it was the wife who took a loaded gun from home on a family trip, massacred the children, wounded her husband, and then shot herself in the head. The evidence and materials provided seemed to support this version. The case was left to be solved. But at this time, the state passed reforms that abolished the death penalty, and therefore Chris lost his lawyers, whose work was paid for by the foundation. They asked for $250,000 to complete the case. But Vaughn did not have that kind of money. Christopher was appointed a public defender who had to deal with the case from the beginning and to build a new line of defense. Attempts to exonerate the defendant looked far less credible. The defendant's personal laptop, which was seized during a search of his home, revealed a rather curious and lengthy correspondence with a Canadian resident named Steve Weilet. The two had met on a social networking site about 10 months before the tragedy and began corresponding almost daily. Christopher complained to his new friend that he was deeply unhappy in his marriage and family life had long bored him. The men discussed the charms of life in the wilderness, away from civilization, talking about hiking in the wilderness, camping and survival skills in the forests, deserts and mountains. At one point, Vaughn began to persuade his new acquaintance to help him fake his own death so that he could escape from his family. However, Steve did not like this idea, and he refused to participate in it. Then Chris said that he would still leave his family, work, city life, and run away to the Canadian province, where no one can find him. About a month before the tragedy, the accused began to write about a certain Maya, a girl whom he planned to take with him and with whom he was allegedly in love. The police easily managed to find and bring Maya as a witness. She turned out to be a dancer at a local strip club, which Christopher regularly visited. They dated for several months, and all this time Christopher complained about his unhappy family life. At one point, he offered her to run away together. But this plan seemed to Maya a foolish venture, and she refused. It also turned out that Vaughn had an affair with another young dancer, to whom he lied that he was single and had no children. Wanting to impress the girl, he spent a large sum of money on her in a short period of time, and also offered to go to another country with him. The two girls and the pen pal were called as witnesses at the trial. Their testimony showed that the defendant did not seek to save his marriage at all, but was going to run away, taking one of his mistresses with him. The trial of Christopher Vaughn began in the fall of 2012 and was widely covered by the media. Evidence was presented that he had purchased a gun shortly before the tragedy and had visited shooting ranges several times where he practiced using the weapon. Notably, the last time he shot at targets was the evening before that very family trip. Experts also found that the shot in Christopher's thigh was made almost at point-blank range, while he himself claimed that his wife shot him when he got out of the car, while Kimberly remained inside the car. In addition, the bullet holes on Christopher's jacket raised many questions. According to the prosecutors, such a trace could have been left by a single bullet if the gun was fired while wrapped in his jacket. But this assumption could not be proven. But one of the most important pieces of evidence was Kimberly's blood stains on her husband's clothes. If Christopher, as he claimed, left the car while his family was still alive, how did the blood of his wife, who he said had shot herself already after he ran for help, get on his clothes and shoes? In addition, Kimberly's own blood was not on the murder weapon or on her hand, which would be impossible if she had actually shot herself in the head with the gun to her chin. But there was a drop of her husband's blood on the thumb of her hand. On top of that, there were several searches on Christopher's work computer for detailed staging of the crime scene. Kimberly's physician also testified at the trial, stating that the young woman suffered from insomnia, headaches, and high blood pressure, for which she was prescribed a number of medications, but that she had no bad thoughts or desire to harm herself or others. The defendant was found guilty on each of the counts charged. For such a horrific crime, Christopher was sentenced to 4 life sentences, one for each family member, with no possibility of ever being released. Shortly after such a harsh sentence was handed down, Vaughn unexpectedly stated that he remembered in great detail the events of that day and had not lost his memory at all. According to him, shots rang out after he left the car, but he did not immediately realize what was happening. Then he saw the bodies of the children, and at that moment his wife shot him in the leg. She shouted that it was all his fault, and then put a bullet in his head. The new testimony of the convict had no effect on the verdict, because it sounded more than ridiculous. However, Christopher's parents had been actively trying to justify their son in the eyes of the public. For several years, they regularly take part in all sorts of talk shows, give interviews in blogs and social networks, where they talk about how unhappy in marriage was there. They also systematically blame all the troubles on the Phillips family, whose members, according to them, from the very beginning did not accept their son-in-law and did everything to turn his life into a nightmare. Several petitions for clemency have been filed by the Vaughn family to have Chris acquitted or at least have his sentence commuted. Several such petitions were addressed to the governor of the state, but he, having familiarized himself with the case file, stated that he had no reason to doubt the fairness of the court's verdict. He called the murder of an entire family, moreover his own, the most horrible crime a person can commit, and no leniency or justification in this case is out of the question. Story 2. Even the most enigmatic disappearances of people, which leave no trace, eventually find their explanations over time. Those missing either make contact themselves, or the police manage to dig deep enough to uncover the truth and solve the case. Unfortunately, unsolved crimes involving abductions and serious crimes do occur, though they are much rarer. However, sometimes the investigation is just one step away from a breakthrough, but for some reason, the full picture remains elusive. The case of a young Canadian woman named Alicia Ross, who vanished without a trace in the middle of the night from her own bedroom, would likely have remained unsolved. The police were unable to find either a body or any significant evidence, and as a result, the investigation merely stagnated, attempting to stitch together a case against an innocent person who was suspected from the start. It might have ended up that way had the criminal not turned himself in to the police. It's hard to determine whether a sudden onset of conscience or a mental disorder was the cause, though it was probably a combination of both. But let's start from the beginning and dissect this complex story with an unexpected twist. Who is Alicia Ross? Alicia Ross was born on February 8, 1980, in the Canadian city of Markham, in the province of Ontario. There is no information about her biological parents. It is only known that they relinquished their rights to the child, and she was adopted at a few months old by a couple named Marvin and Sharon Ross. Her adoptive parents surrounded her with love and care. They did everything to ensure that their daughter wanted for nothing and could fully develop her talent. When Alicia started school, her adoptive parents decided to divorce, but they maintained a friendly relationship and continued to participate together in their daughter's life. Soon Sharon remarried, and her new husband named Julius Forrest treated the child as if she were his own daughter. The girl did well in school, excelled in drawing, and also had a passion for photography and loved discovering new cities and countries. After finishing school, she spent a year in Australia, where she traveled and enjoyed life before returning home and enrolling in university. In the summer of 2005, the 25-year-old Alicia went on a hiking trip in the mountains with her friends. She loved spending time in nature, away from the hustle and bustle of city life. There, she met a young man named Sean Hine, with whom she began a romantic relationship in early July. He was 4 years her senior. He was already 29 at the time, but the slight age difference did not bother the couple. At that time, Ross still lived in her adoptive parents' home, where she occupied the basement with a separate entrance, thus having her own space and living independently from her parents. On August 16th, the young woman, together with her adoptive mother and their dogs, went for a walk in the park, and shared that she was expecting a promotion at work to the position of senior sales manager in the coming days. She was very proud, as she had been working hard for a long time, and her efforts were finally about to pay off. Additionally, the young woman talked to her mother about her boyfriend Sean, whom she had been dating for just over a month, but seemed deeply in love. Alicia hoped that this romance could develop into something, and expressed a desire to introduce her beau to her adoptive parents by arranging a family dinner. After the walk in the park, the mother headed home, and her daughter went on a date with her beloved. Promising not to stay out late, because she needed to get up early for work the next day, where her promotion was to be decided. The women said goodbye and went their separate ways. Sharon never saw her daughter alive again. Mysterious disappearance from her own home. That evening, after meeting with Sean, Alicia invited him to her house. They had a great time together, and close to midnight, the young man left for home. Alicia walked him to the gate, which served as a second exit from the yard. They kissed goodbye, and then he left, promising to call her as soon as he got home. Around midnight, as he wasn't overly concerned, thinking Alicia had simply fallen asleep since she had to get up early for work. However, the next morning, when he tried to call her again, and she still didn't pick up, he became genuinely worried and contacted a mutual acquaintance who worked in the same office with Ross. From her, he learned that Alicia hadn't come to work, and he immediately rushed to her house. On the morning of August 17th, Sharon and Julius were planning to play golf with friends, but they left the house around 10 o'clock. They noticed their daughter's car in the driveway, but thought little of it, assuming a colleague had picked her up. So the couple went about their day. About half an hour later, Sean arrived at the Ross residence, and finding no sign of Alicia there, he called the police to report a person missing. He also immediately contacted Sharon, informing her of the situation. The couple, alarmed by the news, dropped everything and hurried home. The police were already present by then. Thus, Sean Hine was the first person to notice the girl's disappearance and to inform the authorities. Moreover, he was the last person to see Alicia alive and well the evening before she vanished. According to him, they had said goodbye at the gate, where his car was parked around midnight, and she hadn't been in touch since then, with her whereabouts unknown. When Sharon and Julius approached the house, law enforcement was already there, inspecting the area and speaking with Sean, who had called them. The young man was visibly nervous and looked distraught. When the mother looked into Alicia's room, she immediately noticed that all her daughter's personal belongings, without which she never left the house, were in their places. Her purse, passport, driver's license, keys, cell phone, as well as her bank cards and cash were all left in the room, indicating she wouldn't have gone anywhere, let alone left without them. The gate was open, but not forced, suggesting that the missing person either let her abductor in herself or willingly left with someone from the yard. In the backyard, the police found some disorder. The lawn and flowers in one spot were trampled as if someone had fallen there. Also, a pair of cigarettes and the right sandal of the girl, one she had been wearing the evening before, were found on the ground, laid out in a straight line. Neither Alicia nor her parents smoked, so the cigarettes didn't belong to them, and Sean claimed he never smoked that particular brand, leaving it unclear to whom they belonged and why they were arranged in such a strange manner. The prime suspect. Sean was almost immediately considered the prime suspect. Firstly, he was noticeably nervous, and his account seemed somewhat confused and disjointed. Secondly, he was the first to report his girlfriend's disappearance to the police, even before speaking with her parents and confirming that they too had not seen her. Thus he definitely knew she was missing. Additionally, law enforcement found biological traces on the girl's bed, belonging both to her and Sean. Based on this, the investigation speculated that Alicia might have denied Sean intimacy, and he decided to force her, then, trying to cover his tracks, staged her disappearance, which he likely caused by ending her life. When Sean was brought to the station, questioned, and the investigator's theory presented to him, the young man was stunned. He was dismayed to be the prime suspect and swore he would never harm his girlfriend as he loved her. He also admitted that they did indeed have intimate moments that evening, but insisted it was consensual. The missing girl's parents also had nothing bad to say about Sean. He hadn't argued with their daughter, hadn't mistreated her, and she spoke only well of him, their relationship progressing rapidly and quite happily, so much so that Alicia even hoped to have a future with him. Moreover, the Forrests noted that their daughter had no plans or reasons to leave. She was eagerly awaiting a promotion at her beloved job, and being a responsible person, she would never just leave everything behind. But even if some unforeseen circumstances had arisen, she would certainly have informed her parents and definitely would not have left without her documents, money, and phone. The police lacked sufficient evidence or grounds to detain Sean, and so after questioning him at the station, they released him. Nevertheless, law enforcement did not rule him out as a suspect and continued to keep an eye on the young man. Sean himself appeared depressed and very upset. The extensive search effort. The search for the missing woman commenced the day after her disappearance. Initially, a thorough inspection of the home and yard was conducted, and investigators closely examined the surrounding area and interviewed neighbors. However, no one reported hearing or seeing anything suspicious that night. Law enforcement theorized that the woman vanished sometime between midnight, when she said goodbye to Sean, and sunrise, a time when the streets are usually quiet and deserted, making it difficult to find witnesses. Flyers with Alicia's photos were distributed throughout the city, listing phone numbers where people could provide any information about her whereabouts. The story of the missing woman was featured in the news and made headlines in popular publications, generating significant public interest and prompting hundreds of volunteers and concerned citizens to join the search. The police received dozens of calls daily related to the case. Although most information turned out to be false or mistaken, each tip and theory was investigated in the hope of finding any leads. The search area continually expanded, involving more people, and thorough checks were conducted in abandoned buildings, wooded areas, and wastelands. Sean also actively participated in the search efforts, despite still being the prime suspect. The young man turned to the media and gave a significant interview, where he shared how deeply he loved Alicia and displayed photos of them looking very happy together. He tearfully pleaded for help in the search, appearing utterly devastated by the situation. The search for Ross became one of the most extensive operations in Ontario's history. Every difficult-to-reach place, ravine and marshy area was scoured, but no clues. Leads or even hints about the missing woman's location were found. Her parents also appealed to the public through the media, expressing their belief that their daughter was alive, but being held against her was somewhere. They implored whoever had their daughter to let her return home unharmed and not to harm her in any way. Sean's unexpected arrest. The police leaned towards the theory that someone Alicia knew personally had abducted and possibly ended her life. This hypothesis was supported by the lack of signs of struggle, no evidence of forced entry and the gate being left open, but no concrete leads were found. The cigarettes found on the ground bore only a heavily smeared fingerprint, which couldn't be identified. Investigators thoroughly checked Alicia's contacts and reviewed all calls and messages on her phone and email, yet nothing suspicious was uncovered. The case was officially reclassified as a criminal act, despite the lack of evidence, and Sean remained the prime suspect. Sean lived alone in his own house, about 10 miles from Alicia's home. After realizing that public suspicion had intensified following his media appearance, he stopped participating in the search and refused to speak with the press. Investigators interviewed Sean 3 more times, but his story remained consistent. He was then offered a lie detector test, which he refused, convincing the police even more firmly that he was involved in the crime. 2 weeks after the disappearance, Sean was arrested on an unrelated charge. He was taken into custody late at night for driving under the influence and resisting arrest. Speculations arose that he was drowning his guilt in alcohol. Following Sean's arrest, Alicia's parents gave another interview, sharing that they had not personally known the young man and only knew about him through their daughter's account. They believed she was happy, but now Sharon considered the possibility that her daughter might have withheld certain details to avoid upsetting them, though she had planned to introduce her boyfriend to her family soon. Police interviewed Sean's neighbors to determine if they had noticed anything unusual recently, such as him disposing of large trash bags, behaving suspiciously, leaving unexpectedly, or cleaning his car. However, no significant information emerged from these inquiries. Detectives were left hoping that Sean might eventually confess to everything, an unexpected turn in the case. About a month after the disappearance of Alicia, the buzz surrounding her case began to fade gradually. The search continued, but it was no longer featured in newspapers or news broadcasts, and the investigation seemed to have hit a dead end. The only option left for law enforcement was to keep pressing Sean, hoping he would crack and confess to everything. Then a completely unexpected twist occurred in the case. On September 20th, 2005, more than a month after Ross disappeared, 31-year-old Daniel Sylvester, who lived nearby, called the police and confessed to ending the girl's life, pointing out where he had hidden her body. It's important to note that this man was never under suspicion, and the police had not considered him at all during their investigation. Initially, it seemed that the man simply craved fame and attention, and thus decided to take responsibility for the most notorious case in recent years. However, all doubts were dispelled when the police found the girl's body at the location he had indicated. Who is Daniel Sylvester? But let's first delve into who this new person of interest is, and why the police hadn't taken an interest in him earlier. Daniel Sylvester was an unemployed recluse living in his mother's house. which was adjacent to the Ross family home. Their properties were separated by overgrown shrubs, forming a virtually impenetrable barrier. Although the criminal and the victim had lived practically their whole lives side by side, they had never interacted before. Alicia had seen Daniel a few times on his property and considered him mentally unwell because of his odd behavior. Indeed, he had serious socialization issues from an early age, never had friends, was mocked at school, and every attempt at forming relationships ended in complete failure, causing him to harbor a deep resentment towards all women. As a child, girls called him a loser and said they would never associate with someone like him. At the age of 8, Sylvester was diagnosed with socialized behavioral disorder and had been under continuous psychological care. Although therapy didn't help much, in his teenage years he confessed that he dreamt of suddenly attacking a girl and overpowering her. This thought excited him, but specialists were confident that such fantasies would remain just in his imagination. After finishing school, Daniel stopped attending therapy sessions, decided not to continue his education, and became a recluse. He lived in his mother's house, almost completely isolating himself from the outside world. He spent his days sitting in his room, often on adult websites, and occasionally ventured out in the evenings to secretly watch his neighbors peeping into their windows. He especially enjoyed watching when someone was engaging in lovemaking. This spectacle excited him. Yet Daniel remained a virgin well into his 30s, satisfying himself with solitary activity. The neighbors hardly ever saw him, and thus considered him a harmless guy, a mutilated body. Initially, Sylvester claimed that the girl's death was accidental, and he hid the body to avoid punishment. According to him, when he realized the girl showed no signs of life, he placed her in the trunk of his mother's car and drove about 50 miles out of town, hiding the body in a bushy ravine by the side of a country road. 3 weeks later, fearing that the body would be discovered, he moved it in the middle of the night even further away, to a deserted area. The body was found in the place Daniel indicated, thereby dispelling the last doubts about his guilt. However, the condition of the remains indicated that the girl had been dealt with extreme cruelty. The injuries were such that it looked as if she had been hit by a car. An autopsy showed that Alicia had nearly all her ribs broken, her neck, both arms, and also suffered extensive closed cranial trauma with internal bleeding. The exact cause of death could not be determined, but at least 3 injuries were incompatible with life. Forensic experts were shocked, as they had never encountered anything like it before. It was now necessary to clarify all the circumstances and chronology of events of that fateful evening, to learn how exactly the girl received such injuries. The full picture and chronology of events. Initially, the convict claimed that he had an argument with his neighbor on a bush-covered path between their homes. At some point during the verbal altercation, she called him a loser, which angered him, and he struck the girl on the head. When she fell, he kicked her several times in the chest. When he realized she was not breathing, he decided to hide the body, and then moved it again when the search area expanded. However, something in his story did not add up. There were missing details and specifics. For instance, it was unclear what Daniel was doing at his neighbor's house at night, why they began arguing, what caused such a brutal beating, and why the evidence found at the scene was laid out in a straight line. Restoring the full picture of events was challenging, but law enforcement managed to do so. That evening, Sylvester went out to spy on his neighbors. He noticed that Alicia's boyfriend had come over, and he approached their house closely. As the couple was being intimate, he watched them from a window. Then he moved back to the bushes, but did not leave. Closer to midnight, the lovers went outside and kissed by the gate, just a couple of feet away from the lurking neighbor. When Sean left, the girl returned to the yard and noticed Daniel. She became very angry, realizing that he had been spying on her and her boyfriend all this time. She started yelling at him, calling him a pervert, and demanded that he leave immediately. Finally, Ross called him a loser, after which she turned around and was about to go back into the house. But this last word acted as a trigger, because that's exactly what other girls had called him in childhood. Sylvester was filled with rage, punched the girl powerfully on the head, and knocked her to the ground. She tried to resist and grabbed her attacker's hair, but he began to choke her. When his grip loosened, Daniel quickly stood up and began kicking Alicia while she lay down. He mostly struck her chest, back, neck, and head. Forensic experts later counted 33 fractures on the victim's body and extensive internal bleeding when the man realized that his neighbor was dead. He moved her body to his garage, stripped her naked, and then masturbated according to his statement to relieve tension. The examination confirmed that Sylvester did not violate the body. He then put the corpse in the trunk of his mother's car and took it to a secluded place outside the city. Upon returning home, the criminal took a shower, changed clothes, and behaved as if nothing had happened. His clothes, as well as the victim's belongings and the towels he used to clean the crime scene, were packed in trash bags and disposed of. The trial and sentence the court proceedings for this case began only in April 2007, at which time new details were made public. The defendant confessed that he ended his neighbor's life, but he and his lawyer insisted that it was unintentional. Moreover, the defense demanded a psychiatric evaluation, noting that Daniel was ill and should not be held accountable for his actions, suggesting he be treated in a clinic instead of being incarcerated. However, the prosecution argued that despite his mental illness and issues with anger management, Sylvester acted with full awareness of the consequences of his actions. He mercilessly kicked the girl with full force, knowing that it would likely result in her death. Nevertheless, the ordered psychiatric evaluation confirmed that the defendant could indeed be fully responsible for his actions. Regarding the items found in the backyard, Daniel never confessed to having placed them there, arranged in a straight line. The defendant was found guilty of second-degree crime and sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 16 years. A year later, Canadian singer-songwriter Kathleen Edwards wrote a song titled Alicia Ross, which depicted the events from the young woman's perspective during the last minutes of her life. Story 3. When a friend turns into a ruthless criminal. You've probably heard the saying, with friends like these, who needs enemies? This is often said about those who only pretend to be good friends, but are ready to betray, set up, deceive, and even commit a crime against you at any moment. Such vile actions often hide some selfish motive, but their consequences can be utterly unpredictable, and the bitter disappointment in a close person who betrayed your trust is usually the least of the evils. The case of Sarah Stern shocked even veteran police officers with the cynicism and cold-bloodedness with which her closest friend, whom she had known since childhood and trusted implicitly, dealt with the unfortunate young woman. It was this friend with whom the student shared her future plans and a significant secret that no one else knew. By doing so, Sarah essentially signed her own death warrant. As from that moment until the tragic end, the young man lived with plans on how to make her disappear forever while remaining above suspicion. Surprisingly, this crime could have been prevented if those around had taken the perpetrator's words and actions more seriously. The criminal even laid out his plan on paper, presenting it as a script for a horror movie. But let's dissect this complex story from the beginning to understand what drove such a good friend. Who was Sarah Stern? Sarah Elizabeth Stern was born on March 24, 1997, in the small town of Neptune City in Monmouth County, New Jersey. She was the only and dearly beloved child in the simple family of Michael and Susan Stern. Due to health issues, Mrs. Stern couldn't have more children, so the parents poured all their love into their long-awaited daughter. Sarah grew up as an active, cheerful, and very sociable child. She performed on the school theater stage, was passionate about photography, drew well, and was involved in sports, competing for the local swimming team and playing softball. She dreamed of becoming an artist or designer, and was preparing to apply to a local specialized college when a terrible tragedy struck her family. In the autumn of 2013, when 16-year-old Sarah had just graduated from high school and started college in the field of arts she had dreamed of, her mother passed away. The woman had fought a long battle with cancer, and it seemed several times that the disease had receded, but the insidious illness returned with new force and ultimately won. This loss was a huge shock for the entire family, especially for the young girl who was always very close to her. For a while, Stern fell into depression, but she tried to support her father with whom she lived, and who also had a hard time. They also lived with a dog named Buddy, whom the girl adored. Gradually, life began to improve. Sarah made plans for the future, and after graduating from college, she wanted to apply to a prestigious national university in New York. But before that, she dreamed of traveling the world, particularly planning to visit Canada, and perhaps even live there for some time. The abandoned car. Michael Stern often had to travel out of state for work, sometimes for weeks at a stretch. But he never worried about leaving his daughter home alone because she was a grown, independent young woman, and their town was considered quiet and safe. However, in December 2016, when he flew out for another business trip, trouble came knocking at his door. On the night of December 3rd, 2016, around 2:30 a.m., A call came into the police station from a concerned man reporting a car abandoned in the middle of the Belmar Bridge along Highway 35. The area was quite deserted, rarely traversed by anyone at night, making the solitary empty vehicle immediately suspicious. The caller was a taxi driver, taking a shortcut home over the old bridge on the outskirts. He noticed the car parked by the side and stopped to see if anyone needed help. Finding the cabin empty and no one around, he called the police, suspecting the driver might have come here to end their life by jumping into the water below, a sadly not uncommon occurrence at this spot. Responding officers noted the keys left in the ignition. There were no signs of blood in the car, nor any signs of a struggle, leading to the initial theory that someone came to the bridge with the intention of voluntarily leaving this world by jumping into the river below. The next step was to find out who owned the abandoned old silver sedan. A database check revealed the car belonged to one Lily Stern, a senior American citizen who recently celebrated her 85th birthday. She lived in the same town, about 10 kilometers from where her car was found. Officers promptly visited Ms. Stern's home to understand how and why the elderly woman's car ended up on the bridge at night. Lily was found at home, alive well, and surprised by the police visit. She explained that due to poor eyesight, she hadn't driven for years. Instead, her 19-year-old granddaughter, Sarah, was the one who drove the car. Concerned, Lily immediately tried to call Sarah, but her phone was turned off. She then gave the officers her son's address, where he lived with Sarah, noting that only Sarah should be home since her father was away on a work trip and wouldn't be back until the next week. The mysteriously disappeared student. Sarah was not at home, and the back door to the house was found open, a worrying sign. An initial sweep by the police inside revealed nothing suspicious, except for a dog whining locked in one of the bedrooms. There was no indication of any crime taking place. Belongings were in order, and there were no signs of struggle, blood stains, or any evidence of an intruder's presence. By then, news of the situation had reached Michael Stern, and he was on his way home on the first available flight. The homeowner confirmed everything was in its place and nothing was missing. Moreover, he stated that all of Sarah's personal belongings were also at home, including her passport, driver's license, and even her mobile phone, which she never parted with. The police shared their initial thoughts with Michael, suggesting his daughter might have gone to the bridge with the intention of jumping, and asked if he had noticed any signs of suicidal tendencies or self-harm attempts. Michael admitted that after his wife's passing, Sarah had gone through a period of depression, but with the support of family, friends, and her studies, she managed to recover. Furthermore, she had big plans for the future, dreaming of becoming a designer, wanting to travel and see the world. Nonetheless, on the night of December 3rd, the student vanished from her own home, and a few hours later her car was found abandoned on the bridge. These were the established facts. Sarah was officially missing, and the investigation had to figure out who she was in contact with that day, what conversations she had, and who saw her last. Testimonies from the first witnesses. It soon came to light that on December 2nd, Sarah Stern had spent nearly the entire day with her best friend, Liam McAteesney, whom she had known since childhood. Liam turned out to be the last person who saw her, potentially shedding light on this mysterious case. Thus, law enforcement quickly decided to speak with him to gather details and try to reconstruct the events of that day. Upon arriving at the McAteesney residence, police were met by Liam's mother, who informed them that her son was sleeping off a night shift. At the officer's request, she woke him up. Seemingly confused about the situation, Liam was surprised to learn about Sarah's disappearance. He confirmed that they had spent most of the previous day together and agreed to go to the police station to provide his statement. Liam shared that they had gone to college together in the morning, but decided to skip the last 2 lectures since it was Friday, and they wanted to relax. After class, they went back to her place, played video games, chatted, and shared their future plans. They left the house twice that day, once to grab food from a nearby fast food restaurant, and another time to stop by a local supermarket. Around 7 in the evening, he left Sarah's house to head to his night shift at a 24-hour store and didn't see her after that. When asked if Sarah had been experiencing any psychological issues or other difficulties, Liam revealed quite a bit. He said that Sarah had been deeply depressed since her mother's passing, teetering between wanting to end it all or run away and start anew. He also mentioned that Sarah had issues communicating with her father, struggling to find common ground. Liam didn't dismiss the possibility that Sarah might have taken her own life, but noted that shortly before disappearing, she she had seriously considered moving to Canada, and had even exchanged some money. His claim was confirmed by finding Canadian dollars in a bedside table drawer in Sarah's room, though the amount was so small it wouldn't have covered much. Another close friend and former classmate of Stern's, Preston Taylor, who had been her date to the high school prom and kept in touch after graduation, also gave a statement. He corroborated Liam's account, adding that Sarah was depressed, and speculated that she either ran away to Canada or jumped off the bridge. By the end of the conversation, he was in tears, expressing how much Sarah meant to him. Search for the body, questioning other witnesses. The theory of Sarah fleeing to Canada, or anywhere for that matter, was almost immediately dismissed since she couldn't have left the country without her passport. Law enforcement then focused on the Grimmer theory and organized a massive search effort in the river. The search was complicated by the strong current in that area, which could quickly carry a body miles away from the bridge. Divers were deployed, special equipment was used, and police, along with hundreds of volunteers, scoured both banks of the river, looking for remains or any of Sarah's belongings. Among the volunteers actively participating in the search were also Liam and Preston. Unfortunately, despite all efforts, no trace of Sarah was found. Therefore, law enforcement decided to continue questioning people who knew her and were close to her. That's when a peculiar discrepancy emerged. According to friends and classmates, Sarah was not depressed. She was in great spirits, and none had heard about any problems with her father. On the contrary, she always spoke of him warmly and lovingly. However, after Sarah's disappearance, Liam and Preston behaved as if they had lost a close relative, garnering sympathy from many. But soon, people started to notice that their behavior was odd, as if they were performing for an audience. The two had become very close, but this development occurred about a month before the incident. Therefore, the police decided to take a closer look at the friends and re-interview them, the adopted brother of a wealthy heiress. When Liam was brought back to the station for further questioning, he appeared deeply distressed. The investigator inquired once more about his relationship with Sarah and Preston. Liam shared that the three of them grew up on the same street, attended the same school, and were closely knit, sharing their deepest secrets and dreams. Preston even took Sarah to the prom, but there were no romantic feelings between them. Liam mentioned that he and Sarah were not just friends. He considered her his sister. They even listed each other as siblings on their social media profiles. Sarah had no secrets from him, and she had told him that her mother had left her a significant amount of cash, most of which was kept in a safety deposit box. Allegedly, Sarah didn't trust her father, who also claimed a right to the funds, so she stored the money in the bank, but planned to retrieve it soon to run away to Canada. When this story was relayed to Michael Stern, he was quite surprised and offered his version of events. According to him, his wife began saving money for their daughter's future, for education, a wedding, or a home from the moment Sarah was born. The cash was kept at home, stored in a shoebox, with many bills being old and some quite worn, though no one thought much of it at the time. After his wife passed away, the father handed the box of money to Sarah, advising her to deposit the old and worn bills in the bank. Sarah followed his advice, depositing some of the money into her checking account for everyday expenses and renting a safety deposit box for the rest. She decided to use it to pay for university after finishing college and to travel the world. Michael sternly denied having any claim to the money for his own purposes. What is the best friend hiding? The revelation that the missing student had a large sum of money led investigators to consider the possibility that someone might have targeted her for financial gain. The investigation then decided to check her safety deposit box and bank transactions. It turned out that a few days before disappearing, Sarah had withdrawn a substantial amount from an ATM and had also visited the bank to take out some cash from her box. Another surprise awaited the detectives. Bank surveillance footage revealed that Sarah hadn't gone to the bank alone, but was accompanied by Liam, who obviously knew about Sarah's banking activities. They decided to question Liam again, specifically why he hadn't mentioned his bank visit, which occurred on December 1st. His hesitation was noticeable, but he explained that Sarah trusted no one but him and had asked him to accompany her to the bank because she was afraid to carry a large amount of cash back home. His explanation seemed logical, and his demeanor was natural. Moreover, it was discovered that a house across from the Stern residence had a security camera that captured the street and part of the neighbor's yard. Footage from this camera confirmed that Liam stayed at Sarah's house until 7 in the evening, then left for work and did not return. while the silver sedan left the garage around 11 at night. A plot straight out of a horror movie. About a month after the girl's disappearance, another acquaintance of hers named Anthony, who had been out of town for several weeks and was unaware of the event, walked into the police station with a bizarre and chilling story. It turned out Anthony had been in the same class with Sarah, Liam, and Preston, and after graduating, he dived deep into studying filmmaking, maintaining communication only with Liam, who also had an interest in cinema. Anthony recounted that about a month and a half before Sarah vanished, Liam visited him, and one evening they brainstormed ideas for a horror flick aimed at teenagers. Liam quickly came up with a story about a girl who secretly tells a friend about a large sum of money she possesses. The friend, after gaining her trust and learning all the details, strangles her and dumps her body in a turbulent river. Anthony liked the plot, and they even wrote a couple of pages of the script that evening. However, Anthony soon moved on to another project, forgot about the story, and then left town for a real film shoot where he was working as a camera assistant. Upon his return, Liam unexpectedly called him, inquiring if the police had visited him or summoned him for questioning. Surprised by such questions and learning of Sarah's disappearance and the circumstances surrounding it, a horrifying confession. After hearing the new witness's testimony, the authorities suggested Anthony draw Liam into an open conversation and try to elicit a confession from him. Anthony agreed, and a plan was devised. He would invite Liam to collaborate on a project that required renting professional camera equipment, which they ostensibly couldn't afford. Knowing the suspect's aspirations of being in a movie, it was likely he wouldn't miss such an opportunity, and might offer the money he took from Sarah. Liam took the bait almost immediately, but suggested they meet in person to discuss the details. A hidden camera was installed in Anthony's car, and he was instructed to carefully coax a confession out of his friend. When the two met and Liam got into Anthony's car, he looked around cautiously, as if afraid there might be someone else inside. He then handed over an envelope containing $2,000 in old bills, asking if it was enough to rent the filming equipment. Anthony nodded affirmatively, and then inquired where Liam got so much old currency. Liam hesitated, then admitted the money was Sarah's, which he and Preston had taken from her house because the dead don't need it. He didn't go into further details, but his admission was enough for the police to arrest him and Taylor on suspicion of crime. The accomplice's tale. Preston quickly started cooperating with the authorities, striking a deal with the prosecution. He claimed he did not participate in the act itself, but helped his friend cover up the evidence and dispose of the body. According to Preston, Liam began devising plans to take Sarah's money as soon as he learned of its existence. It turned out that Sarah had kept her inheritance a secret, even from her best friend, for a long time. But when she seriously started planning her trip to Canada, Liam inquired how she intended to fund it, prompting Sarah to reveal the money left by her mother. Liam convinced her that such a sum was safer in a home safe than a bank vault, and insisted she withdraw the cash. He even borrowed a significant amount from her right before the tragedy, the same money she had withdrawn from the ATM. When Sarah's father was out of town on a business trip, Liam decided it was time to put his plan into action. He roped in Preston, promising him $25,000. McAtasney decided to handle the dirty work himself, requiring his friend only to help him erase any traces. He convinced Sarah to withdraw the money, failing to check how much she took out. They spent the next day together, with Liam waiting for the right moment. He locked Sarah's dog in another room to prevent it from defending its owner. Approaching her from behind, he began to strangle her. However, the crime proved more challenging than expected. Firstly, the athletic and strong Sarah resisted fiercely, leading to a struggle until she lost consciousness. Secondly, just when he thought she had passed, she would show signs of life. It took the perpetrator about half an hour to be sure Sarah Stern was no longer breathing. Afterward, Liam left her house, heading to work, leaving Preston to step in. He snuck into Sarah's house through the back door out of the camera's view, dragged the body to the garage, and tidied up the room. A couple of hours later, Liam returned, took a small safe from Sarah's room, placed the body in the car, and drove off in such a way as to avoid being captured by the neighbor's camera. He headed to the bridge where Preston awaited in his own vehicle. Together, they disposed of the body in the river, wiped down the steering wheel, and drove away in Preston's car back to Liam's house to split the loot. They faced a huge disappointment, as they found only $10,000 in the safe, not the $100,000 McAtasney had anticipated. However, They decided not to spend the old bills immediately to avoid suspicion. The accomplices buried the safe in a local park, spending only the money Sarah had withdrawn from her account. Trial and verdict. Despite Preston's confession, Liam McAtasney steadfastly denied any wrongdoing, attempting to shift the blame onto his friend. McAtasney's lawyer also insisted on his client's innocence, suggesting Taylor acted alone. Moreover, as the body was never found and the circumstances of the disappearance remained unclear, there was a lingering possibility that Sarah was still alive, having vanished without her documents, money, belongings, or phone. A search of Liam's house turned up nothing except a small key fitting the buried safe, identified by Preston. The trial lasted over 2 years, but despite the absence of a body and McAtasney's confessions, his guilt was established through the combination of evidence. The script described months before the incident, the key to the safe found in his home, his words captured in Anthony's car, and the old bills he handed over. Additionally, fingerprints of both Preston and Liam were found inside the safe, and a colleague testified that McAtasney was absent from work for a few hours that night, asking to be covered. Liam McAtasney was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. His accomplice, who did not directly participate in the act, received an 18-year sentence for obstruction of justice and hindering the investigation. Preston Taylor is eligible for parole no sooner than 15 years into his sentence. The body of college student Sarah Stern remains undiscovered to this day. Story 4. Ryan Widmer guilty? Ryan Widmer, a young athlete, is convicted of a horrific crime. He is serving a life sentence with parole eligibility only in 2025. More than 10 years after this tragic event, he is fighting to have his conviction overturned. Ryan's case attracts public attention and excites the population of 3 neighboring states, causing controversy about his guilt. The unusual manner of Sarah Widmer's death, and the fact that a clear motive for the crime has never been revealed, is what makes this case so controversial. Sarah and Ryan met at a local cafe they both liked to visit. Ryan ordered a cup of coffee and Sarah, who was standing in line, noticed a book on his table that she had recently read. Their shared interest in literature was the start of a conversation. They spent several hours discussing books, movies, music, and their shared interests. They learned that they both loved nature, traveling, and animals. With each meeting, their relationship grew closer and more trusting. They learned more and more about each other, and gradually their friendship grew into true love. After a few months of their relationship, Ryan proposed to Sarah during a romantic dinner at the very same cafe. Sarah was happy, and naturally she said yes. The young lovers set a wedding date. They looked out for a beautiful 2-story house in Hamilton. On April 10, 2008, their wedding took place. The wedding ceremony was held in a small and cozy church, surrounded by their closest friends and family. Everything down to the smallest detail was brought to life by Sarah. Sarah was simply gorgeous in her white dress. Ryan couldn't take his eyes off her. After the festive banquet, under the applause and joyful shouts of the guests, they went on their honeymoon to the Hawaiian Islands, where they spent 2 weeks, enjoying each other and the paradise nature. The young people were in love. They made plans for the future and dreamed of children. A fateful coincidence changed their plans. On Monday, August 11, 2008, after finishing her shift at the dental clinic, Sarah met Ryan at her favorite cafe. They had dinner and had a lively discussion. Afterward, they walked home. Sarah sorted out the groceries she had bought and sat down on the couch. Ryan brought her a glass of water and a pill, for his wife had complained of a headache at dinner. He ran her a bath. Together they finished watching their favorite TV show and exchanging air kisses. Sarah went upstairs to the bedroom. She undressed, folded her clothes neatly, prepared a towel. She lit the scented candles and turned on her favorite music. Ryan pushed buttons on the TV remote, stopped a couple of times at the soccer game, lied on the couch for no more than 10 minutes, called out to his wife. Over the quiet tune, Sarah didn't hear him. Slowly making his way up to the second floor in the bedroom, Ryan turned on the TV, called out to Sarah again. Silence. In a slight panic, the man made his way to the bathroom. Sarah was lying face down in the tub. Ryan pulled the plug of the tub and rushed to the phone. At 10:49 p.m., emergency services recorded the call. A man yelled into the phone that his wife had drowned in the bathtub. She had probably fallen asleep. In his panic, he didn't listen to the dispatcher's commands and wasted precious time to rescue Sarah. Throughout the call, Ryan, under the careful guidance of the dispatcher, would get Sarah out of the tub and repeatedly perform CPR on her. An ambulance along with police officers showed up at the Widmer home 6 minutes after the call. An initial inspection of the scene of the tragedy attracted police officers. The bathroom was dry and clean. There were no signs of water or scattered supplies that would suggest an emergency removal of a body from the water. The bathroom was neatly cleaned. Sarah was lying on the bedroom floor with no clothes on, her skin dry. Only the young woman's wet hair communicated drowning. The bedroom was tidy as well, leading law enforcement to think of a murder. Ryan was thrashing around the bedroom. He was wearing only his underwear. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation was initiated by a medical professional when he found no pulse. A pinkish-white discharge was coming out of Sarah's nose and mouth, indicating drowning. 2 attempts were made to intubate Sarah as she lay on the bedroom floor, but both attempts were unsuccessful. Afterward, Sarah was rushed to an ambulance, and 2 more attempts were made to get her heart back into rhythm with a defibrillator, but again without success. All the while, Ryan remained by his wife's side. Subsequently, medical staff described his condition as extremely upset and anxious. Within 20 minutes of arriving at the hospital, Sarah was attempted to be brought back to life. But at 11:41 p.m., an emergency physician pronounced her dead. Ryan fell to his knees in the hospital hallway and cried. Relatives and friends of the couple could not have imagined that only 4 months after the wedding, a tragedy would occur that would shock the whole city, and Ryan would become the only suspect in the murder of his young and beloved wife. Ryan's first statement, which he gave in the hospital, made the investigation doubt their veracity. He claimed it was just the 2 of them at home with his wife, nothing out of the ordinary. They had dinner at a cafe. They came home. They watched a TV program. Sarah had a headache, and he gave her some painkillers, took her to the bathroom. When he found her, Sarah was lying face up. However, the emergency call record reported that the victim was lying face down. The man was dumbfounded by what had happened. He kept repeating the same thing over and over, like he was mesmerized, calling out for Sarah. Under pressure from the investigator, Ryan was forced from victim to participant in the investigation to find out what happened to Sarah that night. He consented to a search of the house. Analysis of the medication Sarah took confirmed it was a common analgesic, but the headaches, the migraines, were a frequent occurrence. So often that she took a course of drugs that changed the hormonal background and plunged her into uncontrollable sleep. This became the first version of Sarah's death. Traces of blood were found on the carpet. It was also recorded during the investigation that at the time the police and emergency services arrived, the bathtub was dry and there were no wet towels. The tile was also dry and clean, leading police to believe that Sarah had been murdered. No wet items, clothing, or other paraphernalia were found in the house with which to soak up the water. Ryan's statements during the 911 call and at the hospital became completely contradictory, which aggravated the case and turned Ryan from a victim into a suspect. The examination of Sarah's body showed that she had bruises on the right side of her forehead and a spot hemorrhage on the inner surface of her eyelid, a bruise on the left side of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, an abrasion on her left armpit, and bruises and lacerations on her upper lip. However, this theory did not become strong enough, for Sarah's fingernails were not broken or chipped. There were no marks on her hands, elbows, or knees to prove a struggle. No injuries or marks were found on Ryan's body either. An investigative experiment conducted by Sheriff Bishop did not clearly answer whether there was a struggle between the couple that evening. After all, the bathroom supplies were in place, and there were no other signs of resistance. It was left to speculation either Sarah did not take a bath at all, or she did not resist and allowed her husband to drown herself. Sarah's autopsy, which was conducted by Dr. Russell Appointment Grove, confirmed that death was caused by drowning. Along with this, multiple muscle hemorrhages in the front of the neck and multiple contusions to the scalp were noted. These injuries were determined to have occurred prior to the woman's death. But how and where were they sustained? The investigation went around in circles with no answers. On August 13, 2008, Ryan was arrested on suspicion of aggravated murder of his wife. The charge was based on an emergency call, a scene that did not match reality, and injuries on Sarah's body. This was enough to charge him with drowning his wife. Ryan and Sarah were very much in love with each other. As confirmed by friends and neighbors, they never argued or fought in public. They made plans for their lives. What was the secret that caused their tragic death? In March 2009, the first court hearing began. Emergency dispatcher Ron Cronenberger, who took the call, was presented as a witness. He described the conversation with Ryan as nonchalantly calm. He also made several statements about Ryan's actions during the call, stating that it sounded like he was just blowing into the tube, pretending to perform CPR. The prosecution argued that the 911 call, the scene and Sarah's injuries were enough to prove that Ryan killed her. He forcibly held her underwater by drowning her in a bathtub. The main piece of evidence in the case was the bathtub. Police checked the bathtub for fingerprints and found streaks supposedly left by human hands. The marks were located closer to the middle of the tub. Using a reflected ultraviolet imaging process, fingerprints and smears were found on the tub. A forearm print was found on the tub, and a hair follicle test determined that the print was left by an adult male, but the age of the print could not be determined. The bathtub did not become a major piece of evidence in proving the struggle between Ryan and Sarah. The prosecution went further and told the jury that there was likely a violent altercation that night at the Widmer home for unknown reasons that the suspect had willfully kept silent about. They called an expert to testify that it was impossible to fall asleep and drown in a bathtub unless illegal drugs or alcohol were involved. According to their testimony, the sensation of water on the face could have awakened the person or caused the gag reflex to enter the airway. If not, the drop in oxygen levels would have caused the person to wake up. Also, the pathologist who performed the autopsy was called to testify. He testified that if Sarah had a dry body and wet hair, one likely explanation would be that her head was pushed off the edge of the bathtub, toilet, or sink. She could have been pushed either forward or backward, either in running water or in a full bathtub. According to the prosecution's case, Ryan held Sarah's head underwater until she drowned, and on that basis, he should be found guilty of the crime. The defense, on the other hand, has argued Ryan's innocence, primarily because of the lack of motive. The defense continued to fight. It argued that if there had been a violent altercation, as the prosecution argued, there would have been evidence of it. However, there were no injuries on Ryan, and Sarah's fingernails were not broken or chipped. They argued that the injuries found on Sarah were the result of prolonged CPR, direct cardiac massage, and repeated attempts at intubation that night in the house and in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and at the hospital itself. At the insistence of the defense, a second autopsy was performed on Sarah. Dr. Werner Spitz performed a second autopsy and again confirmed that the cause of death was drowning. He observed injuries to her neck, arms, upper lip, skull, a lacerated liver, and bleeding on her neck, but could not determine if these injuries were sustained during cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Those present argued that EMTs attempted to resuscitate Sarah for approximately 45 minutes, and that the areas of bleeding deep inside Sarah's neck likely came from M4 that had been inserted into the area because the EMTs were unable to access the veins in her arm. Instead of ruling it a homicide, Dr. Werner Spitz ruled that Sarah's death was undetermined. The defense built its evidence based on the fact that her skin was dry because it dries faster than her hair, by conducting their own experiments with drying out her skin. They also said that when Ryan first found his wife unconscious, he instinctively pulled the drain plug, trying to figure out how to help her, and called emergency services. This sequence of events explains why her body was drier than expected. The water had drained in the bathtub even before Ryan called 911. An experiment conducted by an expert witness showed that a person emerging from the water can dry out in 7 minutes. A second court hearing was scheduled in May 2010. Ryan's father, Gary, said the prosecution had the victim's DNA results indicating the presence of the disease even before the second hearing, but the prosecutor refused to release the results because he did not believe it would have changed the jury's verdict. However, it remains unknown whether the jury's verdict would have changed if they had received credible evidence of Sarah's medical condition that could have triggered the drowning. The official reason for denying a retrial was the jury's error in their investigation. Ryan remained incarcerated. After another unsuccessful court hearing, the Widmer family was in for an unpleasant surprise. One Jennifer Crew came to the prosecutor's office to testify about Ryan's guilt. She stated that she was a friend of Ryan's, and he was in regular contact with her by phone or email. From Jennifer Crew's testimony, he called on October 26th, in 2009 at 11:09 p.m. The voice was very upset. He told me that he had beaten Sarah in the living room the day she died. Sarah found out about his philandering life. She saw photos of an inappropriate nature. They yelled and argued for a long time, first downstairs, then in the bedroom. Ryan pushed her in the bathroom and left his wife there without checking what happened to her. He was angry. He found Sarah breathlessly floating in the full bathtub. In an attempt to cover his tracks, he wiped up the water on the bathroom floor with towels and came up with a plan about the accident. Ryan's defense fought hard for his acquittal. The lawyers managed to discredit Jennifer's testimony as implausible. After all, there were no wet towels found anywhere in the house, including the dryer. There was no evidence of infidelity in their marriage. The family had no financial problems and never quarreled. Ryan was characterized by friends as a good-natured and helpful person who was never seen even remotely angry. Ryan would not have benefited from his wife's death, as there was no life insurance policy. Before the third trial began, Jennifer Crew was able to be discredited and kept out as a witness. Evidence of her past philandering and convictions for petty theft helped. The call in which Ryan allegedly gave her a confession, too, was not corroborated. In January 2011, there was a third trial on newly discovered evidence. The defense presented an opinion on Sarah's medical condition that could have provoked the sudden loss of consciousness and resulting drowning. Several medical experts testified that existing conditions of cardiac or neurological defect could possibly have provoked the loss of consciousness, but medical experts called by the state denied these claims. Sarah's coworkers were called to the court hearing and revealed that she regularly slept in her car before starting her work shift at the dental clinic. She was often plagued by allergies and sharp stomach pains. Dr. Benjamin Messmer, a dentist at the clinic where Sarah worked, said that a patient said that on the day Sarah died, she complained of both a headache and stomach pain. Later that evening, a friend was talking to Sarah, and Sarah mentioned that she had a headache and pain in the back of her neck, and her friend said she looked very tired. Sarah's ability to fall asleep easily in unexpected places became a well-known joke among those who knew her. One friend even suggested narcolepsy is a sleep disorder in which people feel very sleepy throughout the day. Sufferers of narcolepsy find it difficult to stay awake for long periods of time. They must have several brief sleep phases throughout the day to live a full life. Sarah's mother's testimony ruled out the narcolepsy theory. Speaking at trial, as a prosecution witness, Sarah's mother, Ruth Ann Stewart, denied having sleep problems. Sarah was a robust child, regularly monitoring her health. She had a regular daily routine. I never observed her to be excessively sleepy. Medical staff regularly underwent full medical examinations. Sarah worked as a dental hygienist. The last examination carried out during the woman's lifetime showed that she was perfectly healthy. The aforementioned witnesses and testimony about Sarah's regular sleepy state were also inconclusive. An expert in biomedical engineering, human factors engineering, and biomechanics of injury testified for the defense and opined that Sarah's injuries were not consistent with a forced drowning. Had Ryan attempted to drown her face to face, injuries to the small bones of the neck and defensive wounds to the arms and legs would have been expected. If he attempted to strangle her from behind, injuries to the victim's knees, hips, and pelvis would have been seen. But none of these injuries were discovered during Sarah's autopsy. The defense argued that they had no explanation for what caused Sarah's death that night, but emergency medicine expert Dr. Dave Smile testified that there are about 300,000 episodes of sudden death each year nationwide, and 1 to 2% of them occur in people under the age of 35. In 33% of them, autopsy findings were normal, with no evidence of cardiovascular, neurologic, respiratory, or central nervous system involvement. He also agreed with the previous statement that, given the extent of the resuscitative measures performed on Sarah, he was genuinely surprised that more injuries were not found on her body. The jury was asked to consider all the facts of the case and realized that Ryan had no reason to harm Sarah. There are certain situations where people die and their autopsy may never reveal the cause. The defense urged the jury to look at all the facts surrounding the case. Ryan had no reason to harm Sarah. Once again, the defense was defeated. After about 12 hours of deliberation, Ryan was found guilty of murder and sentenced to 15 years in prison. The jury based its decision on the lack of water on Sarah's body and in the area around the bathtub, Ryan's history, and the belief that his 911 call was orchestrated. The third trial juror felt that Ryan's demeanor in court was one of the main reasons he believed he was guilty. When the autopsy photographs were shown, they felt that Ryan showed absolutely no reaction. Ryan did not take a stand, although he addressed the court after the verdict was announced. "I love my wife. I didn't hurt her. I wasn't given a chance. The day after her death, I'm charged with murder. If I had an answer, I would tell you what happened to her, but I can't. I wasn't in the bathroom with her. I love my wife, and I didn't hurt her. Ryan's family has defended him very zealously. They've invested their life savings in lawyers. They pick at the courthouse every time he's in court. A tragedy that happened more than 10 years ago still brings like-minded people together. The last hope to exonerate Ryan Widmer is DNA testing. Genetic material plays an important role in contested and evidentiary charges or exonerations in unspecified deaths. But what makes this case unique is the requested DNA of the victim, not the convicted person. Ryan's attorneys are seeking a court order to disclose the DNA, so it can be tested for genetic disorders such as prolonged QT syndrome, LQTS, is a potentially life-threatening canalopathy accompanied by prolongation of the QT interval on a 12-lead ECG, syncable conditions, and a high risk of sudden cardiac death, which is a disorder of heart signaling that can cause sudden fainting and seizures. According to the Mayo Clinic, young people with LQTS have an increased risk of sudden death. Some people are born with the altered DNA that causes LTQS, and this can occur later in life. Unfortunately, a Warren County judge has already denied Ryan Widmer's request to have Sarah's DNA tested. Listening to all three trials, I never saw a motive, but again, prosecutor doesn't need to prove it. It's just very unusual in a murder case to not have any motive, commented former Hamilton prosecutor Mike Allen. Ryan Widmer is currently awaiting a motion for his release in federal court. Ryan has been in prison for 14 years, and unless a federal judge rules in his favor, his first chance for release will be in July 2025. With each passing year, I hope that next year will be the year that I will be free because I loved Sarah and I didn't hurt her. Innocence of a crime alone is not grounds for exoneration, said University of Cincinnati law professor Donald Custer, who is also an attorney with the Ohio Innocence Project. You have to prove that there was a constitutional error in the judicial process. Widmer will have his first chance at parole in 2025, but attorneys say it's unlikely he'll get parole because the parole board is most favorable to inmates who are remorseful. But Ryan Widmer continues to insist he's innocent. Story 5. How well do you know your exes? And do you have any idea what they are really capable of? Often, even those people with whom we have lived for years under a common roof, we can never fully get to know. The scariest thing is that when they break up or after it, they can show their worst qualities and the darkest side of their soul, directing all the anger and hatred at the once beloved person. The story of Gladys Ricard is a true example of the realization of the American dream. An immigrant from the Dominican Republic, without money, connections, and language skills in a foreign country, received a brilliant education and independently built a dizzying career, going from dishwasher to chief accountant of a large company. In relations with the opposite sex, Gladys has always been very cautious and selective because in her youth frame, remaining a single mother, as a mature, established woman, she seemed to have met a worthy man with whom they were alike in every way. But Ricard had no idea that this intelligent, stately, and respected man would become her biggest nightmare and cut her life short on her happiest day. Who was Gladys Ricard? In a small province of the Dominican Republic, and was the youngest of 3 children in the family. She was raised with an older sister named Norma and brother Juan. Her parents worked hard to provide their heirs with a better life than the one they lived themselves. In the mid-70s, Norma, who was just over 20 years old at the time, emigrated to the United States and settled in New York City, where she was able to find a good job and establish herself. Gladys dreamed of following her sister's example and moving to America in search of a better life. She studied diligently at school and was one of the best students in her class. However, as a teenager, she started dating a guy from her school who was her first love. At the age of 17, she became pregnant and the boyfriend, learning about it, refused to continue the relationship and simply stopped communicating with her. But Gladys immediately decided that she would keep the child and will bring him up independently, and her parents supported her in this. At the age of 18, she gave birth to a son whom she named David. Gladys was still living in the home of her parents, who helped her a lot with the baby, while the young mother worked hard to save money to move to New York to live with her older sister. It took her almost 4 years, but even then, her savings were not enough to take her son with her right away. A new life in a foreign country. It was not until the summer of 1982 that Gladys realized her dream and flew to the United States. She settled in Manhattan, in the house where her sister Norma and her family lived. The girl immediately began to study English, and at the same time took on any job and part-time work just to avoid sitting on the neck of her relatives and not to abuse their hospitality. Gladys washed dishes in the evening in restaurants, handed out advertising brochures on the street, sorted and laid out goods on the shelves of the supermarket. As soon as her English level allowed, she went to college, continuing to work several jobs in parallel. After another year, she got a job as an accountant in one of the New York companies. And after graduating from college, the girl entered a prestigious university at the Faculty of Economics. By 1985, Gladys had a good and promising job that brought a stable income. She was still studying at the university, but she had already rented a separate apartment and was saving money to buy her own place. Now she could take her young son from the Dominican Republic, where he still lived with his grandparents, and move him in with her. After earning her degree, Ricard's career took a rapid turn for the better. She became chief accountant of a large travel company, the main office of which was located in Manhattan, was considered a first-class and indispensable employee. By that time, she had already mastered native English, and she even managed to get rid of her accent almost completely. After a couple more years, Gladys and Norma worked together to take their brother Juan and his wife and 3 daughters, as well as their elderly parents, to New York. They all settled in Manhattan and socialized closely with each other. The brother also found a good job, learned the language, and gradually advanced in his career. The children attended prestigious schools, and in general the fates of all members of the large family were quite favorable. They kept in touch, came to help if any of them needed it, and knew everything about what was going on in the families of each of them. Perfect stranger by the early 90s, Gladys had achieved just about everything she could dream of. She had a good high-paying job. She rented a spacious apartment in a good neighborhood. Her son attended a prestigious school. Loved ones were close by and did not need anything, and the girl herself was confident in the future. Only to build her own personal happiness, she has not yet been able to. It should be noted that Ricard, after her first failed experience of relationships, when she was left alone with a child in her arms without money and education, now very carefully approached the choice of a partner. The young Dominican worked hard to provide a decent life for herself and David. She tried not to miss any opportunity, and all the time improving in everything she did. Colleagues, as well as many friends and acquaintances, Gladys considered her a careerist, and were almost certain that she would sacrifice personal happiness for new success in the professional field. She really rarely went on dates, and was always more focused on work. Nevertheless, she never stopped dreaming of meeting a reliable man, getting married, having a full-fledged family, and being happy. Ricard did not have her own car, and always got to work on the subway, where one warm autumn morning she met the perfect, as it seemed to her man. It was 41-year-old Augustin Garcia, who was able to charm her at first sight. He gave Gladys a seat, was polite and gallant, and when another seat became available, he sat down next to her, and they had a casual conversation. The man seemed witty, erudite, joked amusingly, and complimented her. In addition, it turned out that Augustin had also once immigrated to America from the Dominican Republic, so he and Gladys had a lot in common. Before saying goodbye, the new acquaintances exchanged phone numbers to keep in touch, and from that moment on, their romance began. Who is Augustin Garcia? Augustin Garcia, as already mentioned, was also a native of the Dominican Republic, where he was born in February 1951. His childhood was difficult and full of hardship. He grew up in poverty. His native father never knew, and after the death of his mother decided that he had to radically change his life. In the mid-70s, he emigrated to the United States, and there he literally chewed his way to a happy future. The man worked hard, learned the language, and as soon as he got a little on his feet, began to actively help his compatriots, who, like him, moved to the United States in search of a better life. Augustine, more than anyone else, understood how hard it is to get a foothold in a foreign country and to make a name for yourself. So he provided comprehensive assistance in finding a job, housing, learning the language, and so on. In the 80s, Garcia became one of the leaders of a large Dominican community in New York State. He was a prominent and influential figure, successfully developed his own business, and the office of his company was located in the central part of Manhattan. The man owned his own 2-story house, located in an elite neighborhood, several expensive cars, and a yacht. He managed to be married but divorced and now independently raised 2 sons, sole custody of which he achieved through the court. Garcia gained fame as a kind, sympathetic, and generous man, and since he occupied a prominent place in the largest community, he was constantly asked for help, and he did not refuse to help anyone. He was ready to personally receive and listen to everyone. and often even treated compatriots and their children at his own expense. In 1985, Augustine became the head of the Dominican Chamber of Commerce in New York and also managed several other large organizations associated with the Dominican Republic. At the same time, he was engaged in charitable work and carried out large-scale social activities. Thanks to his assistance, several schools and kindergartens were opened, as well as an employment center for the employment of immigrants. Usually Augustine never used the subway, but that day his car was being repaired, and he was in a hurry to get to an important meeting. He wanted to use another car or call a cab, but the city was in a huge traffic jam, and the subway was the only way to get to the place he needed in time. It was there that he had their fateful, though perhaps more correctly fatal, meeting with Gladys. She thought it was fate, but it turned out to be an evil fate. A slender, well-groomed woman in an expensive business suit immediately attracted Augustine's attention. He decided to take the initiative and was the first to make contact. Almost immediately, they found out that they were compatriots and both made a lot of effort to make their way in a country foreign to them. Augustine asked Gladys for her phone number and left her his business card, on which he had also written his personal home number. Garcia had been thinking about the beautiful stranger all day, and that evening, when he got home, he called her. He invited her to have dinner with him at a restaurant that weekend, and she accepted without hesitation. The man seemed perfect in every way. He was kind, intelligent, well-educated, generous, courteous, caring, and listened attentively to everything she said. Augustine behaved like a real gentleman, seemed very gallant and polite. In addition, their fates were very similar, because both were immigrants, started from the bottom, both had failed relationships, and now they were raising children on their own. The relationship between Ricard and Garcia developed rapidly. They called every day, and all free time, tried to spend together. Gave her luxurious bouquets of flowers and expensive gifts, took her to exquisite restaurants, did not skimp on compliments. He quickly found a common language with Gladys' relatives and got along with her son. All members of Gladys' family were very happy for her and believed that she had finally found her happiness. Augustine's children also accepted their father's new friend well, and a year after the relationship began, he asked Gladys to move in with him and live together. Ricard was over the moon. She and Davis moved out of the rented apartment and moved into a huge house, Garcia. But from that moment, the problems began. The man's sons from his first marriage who lived with him were older than Gladys' son and constantly hurt the boy. Teenagers systematically provoked conflicts, and sometimes it came to fights. Despite the fact that Augustine's children were wrong and were always the instigators of disputes, the father in every situation took their side. According to the memories of Gladys' family, she at that time more than ever dreamed of marriage and waited for her boyfriend to propose. She begged her son to avoid conflicts with Augustine's children, and the boy tried, but the Garcia sons enjoyed bullying him, so they did not give him a day's rest. Gladys realized how difficult it was for Davis, who was also entering adolescence, and she feared that the tension in the house would have a negative impact on his future life. So she decided to talk seriously with Augustine, but he did not see in what was happening any problem, believed that the children themselves and everything were sorted out, and refused to influence the behavior of their children. After weighing the pros and cons, Gladys realized that she was not ready to risk the well-being of her only son, and therefore decided to move out of Garcia's house. The man took to what was happening with understanding, but noted that he would not want to break off the relationship. He rented a separate spacious house for his girlfriend and her son, and the couple continued to meet, but the nature of their relationship was rapidly changing. Almost immediately after the couple separated and began living apart, Augustine began to show signs of controlling behavior. He insisted that Gladys be in touch at all times, so he could call her home or office at any time and have her pick up the phone. The man also began to look at her surroundings, scrutinizing who she socialized with on and off the job. At first, Garcia was gentle but persistent. He questioned his friend in detail about where and with whom she was, what she was talking about, how her day was going, and so on. In other respects, however, their relationship was much as before. Augustine, as before, gave his girlfriend flowers and jewelry, took her to restaurants, and took her to resorts. Ricard's family already considered him practically a member of their family, and she herself was still waiting for a marriage proposal. Years went by. In every possible way, limited Gladys' freedom, trying to control her every step. He was obviously not going to marry her. Gladys asked the question, and it became clear that marriage was not in the man's plans at all. He stated that he had already had a failed marriage, and so he did not want to marry again. Gladys hoped that Augustine would change his mind, and was in no hurry to end the relationship she had spent so many years of her life on. It soon became clear, however, that Garcia was having occasional affairs or flings on the side, trying to hide it from Gladys, whom he presented as his wife in high society. When Ricard found out about her boyfriend's cheating, she tried to break up with him, but he literally went berserk, pulled out a gun, and threatened to kill her rather than let her leave. At that moment, she realized what kind of monster she had been meeting all this time, and realized that she had to run away from him, as fast as possible. But fear for her life kept Gladys from leaving for about another year. Only in November 1998, after Ricard, visiting the office of Garcia, literally caught him cheating, she firmly declared that now between them, irrevocably all over. The man did not try to justify himself, and did not believe that Gladys could really leave him. However, just a few days later, she moved out of the house he rented, and also informed her family of the breakup. New love and the pursuit of an ex at first, Augustine made desperate attempts to get his ex-girlfriend back. He constantly called her and offered to meet, left on the doorstep of her new home bouquets of flowers, gifts, notes with declarations of love, and even a Bible. However, Gladys no longer succumbed to his manipulation, and was not going to resume relations with him. In February 1999, Ricard met in one of the popular restaurants with a man whose name was James Preston. He was also an accountant by profession, and his free time devoted to his hobby, writing music. A mutual sympathy arose between them at first sight, and soon they began dating, and literally looking in her windows. One day, when James and Gladys were spending time together at her house, there was a knock on the door, and Augustine stood on the doorstep and demanded to speak to her ex-girlfriend face to face. When she refused and asked him to leave, the man went into a rage and started throwing stones at the windows. Frightened, Ricard called the police, but did not press charges against Garcia, which turned out to be a fatal mistake. In the summer of 1999, Preston offered Gladys to become his lawful wedded wife, and she willingly agreed. Wedding couple decided to play on September 26th, and after going to Hawaii, arranging a honeymoon on a paradise island. The lovers began to prepare for the celebration, invited friends and relatives, and it seemed that nothing could prevent their happiness. On September 12th, 2 weeks before the wedding, Gladys went shopping at the mall. There she ran into Augustine, who was following her. He put his arm around her waist as if they were still a couple and offered to escort her. Knowing her ex's temper, she didn't resist, but quickly remembered the urgent matter at hand and hurried away. A brutal murder on the wedding day on her wedding day. Gladys was the happiest dozens of friends and relatives gathered at her home in Ridgefield to share in the joyous moment. The groom was waiting for Gladys at the church while she finished her final preparations and was about to leave for him. 2 professional photographers were working at the house, and several video cameras were set up so as not to miss anything important for the future family archive. Soon, however, the footage was being viewed not with the family, but in the courtroom where the murder case was being heard. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a car driven by Augustine pulled up to the house and stopped on the opposite side of the street. A man got out and headed toward the house, but was blocked by Juan, who asked him to leave. Garcia, however, said he was invited to the celebration, so the bride's brother backed off. As the happy bride was handing out bouquets to her nieces, Augustine entered the room. He went straight to Gladys, grabbed a .38 caliber pistol from his briefcase, and fired 3 shots at very close range. The first bullet hit her in the shoulder, the second in the chest, and the third in the head, leaving Ricard no chance of escape. The bride died on the spot, and the medics who arrived could only state her death. The killer didn't even try to escape, and was apprehended at the scene. He looked calm, and seemed ready to confess, but he was not remorseful at all. Perpetrator or victim? During the first interrogation, the male detainee admitted that he did not know about Gladys' wedding. Moreover, he was allegedly sure that he was still dating her because a couple of weeks ago, they were walking around the mall in an embrace. According to Augustine, he drove by Gladys' house every day, and that day, seeing a large number of people in cars, he decided to stop and wonder what was going on there. When he learned that his friend was marrying another man, he decided to talk to her and went to the house. According to him, in the living room where the bride was, he was suddenly attacked by her brother and son, and he pulled out a gun to defend himself, but the bullet accidentally hit Gladys. Garcia, however, claimed that he did not remember the shooting. When the detainee's lawyers arrived at the station, he retracted his initial statement and kept silent. He was offered to admit his guilt and cooperate with the investigation in order to receive a lighter sentence, but the man refused. This high-profile case was taken up by the best human rights defenders who sought to win it at any cost and make a name for themselves. The best defense is, as we know, an offense, so experienced lawyers decided to make Garcia look like a victim in this whole situation. The trial was scheduled for October 2001, so the defense had plenty of time to prepare. Since the image of a good man created by the businessman collapsed in an instant, and in the eyes of others he was now a real monster, to restore his good name seemed difficult. The lawyers immediately started working with the press, giving interviews and organizing press conferences. They worked on several fronts at once, making Gladys look like a greedy woman and a cheater who had broken Augustine's heart. At the same time, the lawyers claimed that their client was attacked by the brother and son of the deceased, and Garcia grabbed a gun to defend himself, but accidentally fatally wounded his ex-girlfriend. According to human rights activists, the deceased had an affair with James while still in a relationship with their client. Allegedly, she deceived Garcia, planning her wedding behind his back while continuing to accept gifts and money from him. According to them, the murder was manslaughter, occurred in a state of passion, and because of the attack by Juan and David. As soon as this information was actively circulated in the media, the public sided with the perpetrator, believing that Gladys got what she deserved for her cheating and abuse of Augustine's kindness. The victim's family came forward to defend her honor, but the perpetrator's lawyers seemed to have gotten their way. The murder was caught on videotape. On what was to be the happiest day of Gladys' life, photographers and a videographer were invited to the celebration. They filmed every moment of the bride's preparation, and in the living room there was a camera that recorded the last preparations. It was this camera that captured the gruesome moment of the massacre of a defenseless woman. The footage showed him walking towards the bride, grabbing a gun from his briefcase and shooting her 3 times at point-blank range. All the arguments of the lawyers collapsed like a house of cards because next to the criminal was not Juan or Davis, who allegedly attacked him, and he himself moved confidently toward his victim and aimed only at her. Upon learning of such important evidence, Augustine's attorneys began to insist that the tape should not be shown to the jury. However, the judge, after reviewing the tape, denied the defense's motion, admitting the video to the case file. Trial and a fair verdict. Gladys Rickard's murder trial began in the fall of 2001. Relatives and friends of the victim claimed that Augustine stalked her after their separation and tried to poison her life in every possible way. Because of her soft character, did not report him to the police, which turned out to be a fatal mistake. The decisive argument in this case was the same videotape, which dispelled the last doubt. On February 1st, 2002, Garcia was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of being eligible for parole after 30 years. The man tried to appeal, claiming that he was shocked after learning of Gladys' wedding, which led to temporary insanity. However, his appeal was rejected. Story 6. As you begin to explore the Leslie Palacio case, it is impossible not to feel bewildered and disappointed that justice has not yet been served. The killer remains at large, even though the police have all the evidence and his identity is known to them. Today's story underscores the difficulty of investigating crimes when suspects find themselves outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators will be found and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Rosalia Palacio, mother of 5 lovely daughters. Her eldest daughter, Kayla, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room was untouched. Her belongings were gone, and she clearly hadn't spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a pretty fun night at the club, and Leslie had probably stayed the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed since Leslie had never done this before. Over breakfast, Kayla kept glancing at her phone, expecting a waking Leslie to be about to text. Time passed, but still no word from Leslie. By noon, it stopped seeming normal. By late afternoon, Rosalia decided to go to Eric's house on her own and find out where her daughter had disappeared to. When the Palacio family members drove up to the house, they saw Eric's mother and his sister actively removing pieces of furniture and miscellaneous items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is quite normal, but the situation itself and Mrs. Ibarra's crying face caused a very strange feeling for Rosalia. Something was not right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended that they didn't even know that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosalia once again clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night because she knew from her daughter's messages that she was going to Eric's house. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized the seriousness of what was happening. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have disappeared so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the last 24 hours. However, the search was unsuccessful, as were attempts to contact Eric. He had either turned off his phone or the phone was dead, as Kayla couldn't even hear the voicemail. Rosalia had no choice but to call the police. The next day, August 30th, Leslie was officially reported missing. The move was the first in an intense fight for justice. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998 in Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. Her short but full life was full of love and caring for her family. Always open and friendly girl became a source of joy in any company, as she valued everyone she met in her life and was reciprocated. Leslie dreamed of connecting her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she entered the Las Vegas Medical College. In 20 she was already confidently moving towards her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and worked part-time as a lab technician, combining theoretical knowledge with practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a talented student. Her academic achievements were admirable. She was able to easily assimilate new material and always strive to deepen her knowledge. That is why the girl decided to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Unexpectedly, Leslie realized that she had found her calling and soon became an integral part of the team. Colleagues considered the student not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm, responsive person. The girl's duties included conducting various analyses and tests. But for Leslie, this work was much more than just the fulfillment of duties. She saw her calling in the ability to make the process of taking tests as comfortable as possible for patients. Her caring and patience created an atmosphere of trust, and even those who were apprehensive about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of getting her hands pierced all the time, she laughingly replied that she now had a super ability to poke people. The young optimist's vitality was evident in her every action. By all accounts, Leslie had the unique potential to become a sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics, and she would have, if not for a dramatic turn of events. Leslie has been used to helping and caring for everyone since childhood. As the second of 5 daughters, she took on the role of mother when Rosalia Palacio worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosalia recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she tried to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in a shift. "Get some rest," Leslie gently urged her. Wanting to relieve her mother's burden after work, her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her characteristic easygoing manner, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always made sure her family members were very well fed. And even if she was away and couldn't make the family dinner herself, she always called home to make sure everyone had eaten. For Leslie, family came first, and she easily inspired her sisters with her energy and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie didn't let sports disappear by organizing workouts in the backyard of the house. She taught her mother various exercises, and with her sisters, she danced daily in front of the mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image turned it into a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters began designing and sewing dresses at home in their own unique style. When the coronavirus pandemic happened and Rosalia was laid off due to downsizing, Leslie suggested her mother start her own small cleaning company and assured her that she would definitely help her with the cleanings in her free time from work and school. "Mom, we'll be fine soon, you'll see," she assured Rosalia. At a family council, they came up with a name for the company, the Palacio Cleaning Service. At the time Leslie disappeared, her dreams were just beginning to be realized. Their family firm had landed its first contract, but on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. At the end of August 2020, Leslie completed the lab assistant program, and the family firm also received a large order. The girl decided it was time to take a break from the stresses and worries and enjoy an evening of dancing and fun. Especially the restrictions due to the pandemic were gradually being lifted and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of the friends wanted to keep Leslie company. Although people were beginning to let go of their fears and return to their normal lives, they still felt nervous and anxious at the prospect of being in a closed space with lots of people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, and posted a post on Instagram expressing her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Leslie and Eric's parents had been attending the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood, but had never interacted closely. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy texted her, showed her attention, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him, however. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's desire to keep her company. But not this time. She was eager to dilute her ordinary life with a fun evening. The whole day passed in anticipation and anticipation. And when none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm offer to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. Sharing a night out with Eric seemed like a better choice than going nowhere at all. Expecting a fun adventure, Leslie had no idea what horrible events awaited her. But she probably had a premonition of something, trying to rationalize to herself that there was no cause for concern. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister that she would send her regular messages telling her exactly where she was. She also told Kayla in great detail where she was going and with whom and what places she might end up in. After a while, the older sister received a strange message. "Can you believe Eric is totally not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'm going to have to party alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages on the topic of healthy living. The first place Eric and Leslie went to was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers would later see on surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:31 a.m. on IUD 29 and entering the casino, then leaving a short time later at 1:56 a.m. The couple would then leave the casino. Leslie kept in contact with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something shitty." Kayla asked what happened, and according to her text box popped up, as if Leslie had started to reply, but no answer ever came. That text message was the last of the girl's life. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange scene. Mrs. Ibarra and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time. If they had arrived a few hours later, the investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father, Jose, in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked, Mrs. Ibarra left the house. Mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movement since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31st, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son, Eric, left home late in the evening on August 28th, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing, as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began, with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Jose Barra's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CCTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours of the 29th. Detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 2:15 a.m. accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 a.m., which is quite early in the morning. At 6:05 a.m., neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie in getting out of the car and on the way to the clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated. At 7:25 a.m., Eric and his father, Jose, are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away, while Jose hoses down the driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Jose were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for Ibarra's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence, showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence is the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault, and without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing, as investigators searched diligently for suspects. The shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosalia asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Jose appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The Palacio family is asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death, was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 a.m. August 29th. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area. So detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on September 9th, during a second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio had been found near the Valley of Fire. 11 days after she disappeared, a reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the constant doubts of the occult criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10th, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Moreno Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to San Isidro, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then, on January 19, 2021, for months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County, and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. During interrogations, Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29th. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body, wrapped in a sheet, into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that, according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. Jose also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the pandemonium, Jose Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends attended in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder, who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere. To date, Eric's whereabouts remain unknown, and he continues to live a free life in Mexico. Jose was released on April 28, 2022. Attorney and representative of the Palacio family commented as follows: "I am absolutely furious. This is simply unfair. Not only is the main suspect not in custody, now the one who was involved in covering up the murder is back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days. Over the past 3 years, the Palacio family has never gotten justice. Leslie's story highlights the flaws in the justice system and raises questions about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The Palacio family is determined to fight to change the law in Nevada because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should receive a longer prison sentence than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and given the punishment he deserves." Ophelia Markarian is directly reaching out to those who may know of Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she calls for Palacio's family to be given a small measure of justice. Story 7. Escaped to death in 2003, this high-profile story shook the whole of Brazil and was widely covered by the international media. Hundreds of law enforcers, rescuers, and volunteers from among those who cared about the story were searching for the young couple who disappeared in the forests of Mbuguesu province. They had hoped to find them alive, but unfortunately those hopes were not realized, and the last days of the young people turned into a real nightmare. But grief-stricken members of the families of the missing ahead awaited another ordeal when the main criminal, rapist, torturer, and brutal killer was not punished, moreover, found himself in better conditions than he lived before. For Liana Friedenbach and Felipe Café. Liana Bay Friedenbach was born in Sao Paulo in May 1987. The girl was the eldest of 2 children at her parents. She grew up in a fairly well-known and wealthy family. The head of the family, Henry Friedenbach, was a successful lawyer and a very respected man in the city. Felipe Silva Café was also a native of Sao Paulo, where he was born in July 1984. But he was brought up in a rather modest, large family. From childhood used to work part-time, tried to provide for himself independently and help his relatives. Young people met as school children. Between them, there was a friendship which grew into mutual sympathy and the first youthful love, but they had to hide it in every possible way. It is worth noting that Liana's parents were religious people. They brought up their daughter in strictness. She attended Sunday school from an early age and regularly went to church. Father and mother were categorically against her romantic relationships at such a young age. In addition, social inequality also played a significant role in this matter because the girl, as I have already said, was from a wealthy family and her chosen one was poor. But the prohibitions of parents did not force the young people to part. They simply began to hide their affair, secretly arranging dates in different places where no one could see them, in order to spend at least a little time together. One last trip. In the fall of 2003, the lovers decided to get away from everyone for a while, taking a trip to a remote deserted area to be alone for a while. They carefully prepared for the trip, which was to be an exciting adventure for them. And above all, boys took care of a plausible alibi that would justify their absence and would not arouse suspicion. Felipe told his parents that he and his friends were going on a camping trip. Liana, on the other hand, could think of nothing better to say than that she was going on a sightseeing trip with the guys from church. She knew for sure that this excuse would work and her parents would let her go, no questions asked. The Friedenbach and Cafe families believed the stories made up by the teenagers and let their children go to their deaths without worrying about anything. Liana and Felipe were unspeakably happy. They could enjoy each other's company for a whole week without fear of inhibitions and censure from their parents. The young people decided to go to a picturesque province called Mbuguesi. They took with them a tent, sleeping bags, some personal belongings, and a small stock of provisions. But the couple had practically no money, and this caused some difficulties. Being students, they had the right to free public transportation, so the guys thought out and calculated their route in advance to get to their destination by bus. Early in the morning of October 31st, the lovers met at the agreed place, taking care that no one who knew them could see them together. They took the first bus, and after reaching another city in the late evening, they spent the night right in the bus station. Then 2 more transports took them to their desired location. From there, they had to walk a few kilometers to a deserted place hidden in the woods where they planned to camp and spend a few days alone with each other. The day was warm and sunny, and the young people, in spite of their fatigue after the long journey, were in good spirits, joking, laughing, and making plans for their little vacation. When they reached the place marked on the map, they began to set up their modest but cozy camp. When Liana and Felipe traveled to such a remote and secluded place, they did not take into account the fact that in those areas reigns poverty against which crime thrives. So the appearance of well-dressed young men with large backpacks and bags did not go unnoticed. As the couple walked through the forest to the abandoned farm where they planned to stay, they caught the eye of local bandits fishing near a pond. They were Paulo Cesar da Silva Marquez, nicknamed Pernambuco, and Roberto Alves Cardoso, known as Campino. The latter was only 16 years old, but he was already the leader of the gang he organized. The criminals were interested in strangers, especially they liked the beautiful young girls. In addition, they decided that in their backpacks there was something to gain, and they could rob them. The bandits stealthily followed the guys and began to watch, lurking in the thicket. The lovers set up a tent, had a snack, and then began to beautify the place of their parking lot. The intruders sat in ambush until they were sure that no one else would join the young men, and they had no weapons on them. Pernambuco and Campino then attacked Liana and Felipe, threatening them, and the latter, frightened, did not even try to run away or fight back against the unknown assailant. Having searched all the bags and backpacks, the criminals found nothing that could interest them. Then the bandits decided that they could demand ransom for the boy and the girl from their relatives. Liana, who was scared to death, immediately confirmed that she was from a rich family, and her father would give them as much money as they asked for. The criminals were happy about this turn, but since they had no experience in such cases, they did not know how to organize everything in order to stay with the money and free in the end. Prisoners. While the plan was maturing, and the bandits were trying to figure out who they had in their hands and how much they could ask for their lives, they decided to hide the prisoners so they couldn't escape. Initially, they were taken to a dilapidated structure near the very farm where the boys were staying, but there were no windows or doors. It was soon decided to bring the pair to the home of one of the gang members. There Felipe was tied up and severely beaten, so that he could not make an escape and offer no resistance. That same night, all the gang members took turns taking advantage of the bound and helpless girl, finally breaking her morally. The criminals could not figure out how to demand and collect the ransom, so they simply decided to get rid of the captive and hide their bodies somewhere in the woods so that they would never be found. After torturing the boys, The next day, they were taken to a deserted place in the woods. The half-dead Felipe Pernambuco took them deep into the forest, from where a shot was heard, and then the bandit returned alone. Liana realized what had happened, and that her beloved was no longer alive, although the kidnappers tried to assure her that they had released the young man. They had other plans for the beautiful young Liana. The scoundrels wanted to keep her as a plaything until they got bored with her, especially since no one had started looking for the missing boys at that time. A couple of days after her daughter's departure, Liana was taken to the hospital. Her parents found out that there was no excursion trip with the guys from the church, and Liana's friends don't know where she went. The Friedenbach family guessed that their heiress had run off with her boyfriend and immediately contacted his parents to find out where their children might be. But Cafe's family was sure their son had gone camping with his buddies, so there was nothing they could do to help locate the couple. The situation was complicated by the fact that neither of the young men had been in touch for several days, and their phones were turned off. Thanks to his connections and money, Henri put on their feet literally all the police in the city. Step by step, bit by bit, they managed to reconstruct the route the young people took after they had run away from home by trickery. The police soon reached Bugwasi, where the boys got off their last bus, and further their way lay through a deserted wooded area. It was also there that their phones were last online. A large-scale search began, involving police officers, rescuers, and police officers, and just concerned people who, having learned about the incident, decided to help. A large local businessman also joined the operation, providing his personal helicopter to search from the air and spreading leaflets with photos of the missing young people. Their camp was found quite quickly, and it looked frightening. Despite the lack of signs of blood and fighting, it was clear that something terrible had happened here. The couple's personal belongings had been turned out of their bags and carelessly scattered. The tent had been opened from top to bottom with a knife, and the guys' cell phones were lying around. Scouring every mile, rescuers soon discovered Philippe's breathless body. The tied-up guy had been shot in the back of the head almost at point-blank range, so he had no chance of being rescued. It became clear that the probability of finding Liana alive is minimal, but hope, as they say, dies last. Making sure that the whole process was widely covered in the media and as many people as possible learned about it. For any information about Liana's whereabouts, an impressive reward was announced, but it did not help the case, the massacre of Liana. After the criminals got rid of Felipe, they brought Liana back to the house where they had previously held them both. By then the bandits had been joined by their accomplices. Antonio Gaetano da Silva and Agnaldo Ciampino proudly announced to them that Liana was his property and could do whatever he wanted with her. He invited everyone to fulfill their dirtiest fantasies with Liana, and his offer was immediately accepted. A day later, after learning about the large-scale search operation, the criminals decided to change their location and moved with the victim to the house of Anthony Matias de Barros, another member of the gang. In the evening of the same day, they went fishing, taking Liana with them. The ringleader threw his jacket over her because it was chilly outside, and he decided to show concern in this way. In the evening, the older brother of Ciampino, whom the juvenile delinquent had not told about his affairs, came to the same place. Ciampino told his brother that Liana was his lover, but he immediately recognized her as the wanted girl. He took his brother aside and said that his captive was being actively sought, so that the police were literally following them. Ciampino took his brother's words as a sign and a call to action. He decided that it was urgent to get rid of Liana and then run away and lay low. He lied to Liana, saying that she was free and he would lead her to the road. In fact, the bandit led his victim into the forest, where he brutally killed her with a knife and then smashed her head with a rock to make sure she was dead. Liana's body was not found until 5 days after the massacre. There was literally no life on her. She was very badly mutilated. Liana was wearing the killer's jacket, which later became one of the key pieces of evidence. The criminals were incredibly cruel, cynical, and ruthless, but at the same time as stupid and short-sighted. They did not try to run or hide, did not bother to destroy the physical evidence, and at the same time believed that no one would ever find them. This naive self-confidence of the bandits helped the police quickly identify them and apprehend all members of the criminal gang. I have already said, left his jacket on the victim's body, which had his sweat marks on it. In addition, he brought the murder weapon to his house, washed it, and hid it in the yard, while he tried to wash the clothes with traces of the murdered girl's blood so that he could continue to wear them. According to the results of DNA analysis, it was possible to identify the gang members who had committed violence against All the gang members were apprehended almost simultaneously. The ringleader not only did not deny it, but immediately began to testify, boasting that it was he who had kidnapped, abused, and then killed the unfortunate victim. He described in detail everything that had happened to Liana in the last days of her life. Following a lengthy trial, almost all of the adult members of the criminal gang received fairly harsh sentences. Antonio Gaetano da Silva, as well as Agnaldo Pires, also received life sentences. But Anthony Matias de Barros was sentenced to only 6 years in prison because he himself did not torture the victim, but provided the gang with his house where it all took place. However, with the ringleader and the most brutal member of the gang, everything was not so simple. At the time of his crimes, he himself was barely 16 years old. For this reason, the guy was sent to a specialized prison for minors with a fairly mild regime. Ciampino made several escape attempts, behaved aggressively and inadequately, because of which he was appointed a psychiatric examination. He was found to have several mental abnormalities, which in themselves were not something dangerous, but in the sum gave a monstrous result, turning the young man into a sophisticated sadist and murderer without feelings of pity or remorse. After such a diagnosis, the criminal was transferred to a closed-type medical institution, where he was to undergo compulsory treatment and rehabilitation. No further punishment was ever achieved for him, despite numerous appeals filed by the families of the murdered young men. As a result, Ciampino ended up in better conditions than he had been in before the crime. He now had his own private, cozy room with a large TV, internet access, and a comfortable bed with an orthopedic mattress. He has a balanced 4 meals a day with a customized menu, which is part of the policy of the medical facility where he is being held. His monthly maintenance is estimated at about 12,000 Brazilian reals. That's about $2,500. In recent years, the perpetrator has regularly petitioned for his release, noting that he has undergone a full course of treatment and no longer poses any threat to others, which means he can return to his normal life. This is a monstrous story. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life. It's often said that great wealth can corrupt even the best of people, but in reality, that's not entirely accurate. Wealth simply amplifies the existing negative qualities in a person, providing a sense of impunity and permissiveness. While the absence of money is certainly not pleasant, it's important to remember that banknotes, jewels, and figures on bank accounts by themselves cannot bring happiness, especially if they were obtained through dishonest means or at the expense of someone else's life. The case of Sarita and Leon Brits in 2020 shook not just South Africa, where this dramatic story unfolded, but also the entire world. The investigation promised to be challenging, with an innocent individual initially becoming the main suspect. It wasn't until an unexpected and heartfelt confession emerged that the true perpetrator, who had the least malice towards the victim, was identified. Now let's delve into the complicated scheme from the beginning, where money became a stumbling block in what many considered to be a large, harmonious family. The Brits family, a family of European immigrants, settled in the early 1970s in the small but cozy town of Pofadder, located in the Northern Cape province of South Africa. Despite its modest size, this town is an important economic and tourist hub in the region, known as Bushmanland. It is also worth noting that the surrounding landscapes are incredibly picturesque, attracting biologists and researchers with their diverse flora and fauna. In 1976, the Brits had their first son, whom they named Toki, and in 1979 their second son, Leon, was born. Even by local standards, the family was considered quite affluent. The family patriarch owned what was arguably the only major hotel in the area, which eventually grew into a comprehensive hotel and restaurant complex. Both brothers excelled in school, were active in sports, and thanks to their parents' efforts, received prestigious education. After completing his studies, Toki left his hometown while Leon, who had been helping his parents and learning the intricacies of the hotel business from his teenage years, decided to stay to eventually take over the reins of management. He was intelligent, attentive to detail, and possessed a so-called entrepreneurial vein, enabling him to manage affairs effectively. The story of Cinderella at the hotel complex owned by the Brits family. Various events, parties, and celebrations were often held. At one such event, Leon noticed a young beauty among the guests. A slender brunette with green eyes and a captivating smile caught his eye immediately. The young man decided to approach her and introduce himself, only to find out that she was just 14 years old and she was in school, though she appeared much older. This fact deeply unsettled Leon, who was already 25 at the time, but he still decided to invite the beauty for a dance. And afterwards, they spent about an hour chatting while sitting on the terrace. The schoolgirl's name was Sarita, and from that very first meeting, Fritz couldn't stop thinking about her, constantly dreaming of their next encounter. But let's delve a bit into who this enchanting young stranger was. Sarita Kerr was born on September 6, 1990, the youngest of 3 children in a family of immigrants from Eastern Europe. Her family lived in poverty, and her parents had been teetering on the brink of divorce for many years, exacerbating the already difficult situation. When the youngest daughter was only 9 years old, the head of the family tragically died from a venomous snake bite, leaving the mother alone with 3 children, barely making ends meet. All the Kerr children had to work to survive, making Sarita's childhood a difficult period filled with hardships and deprivation. But then, a wealthy suitor suddenly appeared in her life, ready to lay the world at her feet. Due to her young age, the girl didn't understand how to react to the attention from an adult man who was 11 years older than her. Leon seemed genuinely in love. He sought any excuse to meet with the girl, picked her up after school, took her to popular restaurants, bought expensive gifts, fashionable clothes, and tried to please her in every way possible. Sarita received things she had always been deprived of, and luxury literally went to the schoolgirl's head. She understood that with this man, she could build a family, and neither they nor their children would ever want for anything. The girl's mother, despite her daughter's young age, approved of the relationship. Leon seemed to her a reliable, decent, and kind person, and no one doubted the sincerity of his feelings. However, the young man's parents were very worried about his romance with her, as such relationships, if they went too far, could be considered a criminal offense. But the young man insisted he was willing to wait until his beloved turned 18, after which he would officially marry her. Unexpected pregnancy about a year into their relationship, 15-year-old Sarita realized she was pregnant. She was hesitant to tell anyone, knowing that the news would not please either her mother or her lover. The girl began to wear baggy clothes to hide her changed figure and became withdrawn and uncommunicative, but she could no longer keep everything secret and decided to confess everything to her partner. The news of the impending addition was a shock to Leon. He understood that she could not only tarnish his reputation, but also lead to serious legal problems. The closeness between them had been initiated by him, and now he could be accused of seducing a teenager, which he couldn't allow. First, the man paid for a visit to a private clinic where they not only confirmed the pregnancy, but also discovered that she was expecting twins. With the term approaching a critical point, Leon found a doctor at the same private clinic who agreed to terminate the pregnancy anonymously. Sarita was devastated and felt completely crushed as her partner, who had promised to love and protect her, forcibly persuaded her to terminate their unborn children. However, Leon, being older, was able to pressure her and convince her of the necessity of the procedure. He promised that in the future, when they got married, they would definitely have children, but for now, it would simply destroy their lives and plans for a happy future together. The young woman had no choice but to comply, and she did as her boyfriend asked. She suffered from pain for several days after, but the physical discomfort was overshadowed by a sense of guilt and overwhelming depression. Cried constantly, and didn't know how to continue living with this. Her mother didn't show much interest in her condition, assuming her daughter was just upset over some argument with her boyfriend, but everything would pass once they reconciled. A couple of days later, Leon actually showed up at his beloved's doorstep and took her to the city to distract her, to walk in the park and to browse through stores. He believed this would help her recover faster and lift her spirits. Sure enough, she soon managed to return to her previous life, but the feelings of resentment and distrust towards her partner lingered. Forced marriage 3 years later, while the young woman was in her senior year of high school, she discovered she was pregnant again. At that time, she was only a few months away from becoming an adult, and this unexpected delicate condition was not supposed to cause any particular issues. He reacted very negatively again and insisted that his beloved terminate the pregnancy, arguing that they were too young to start a family. This time, Sarita firmly refused, stating that she would not do it and would keep the child, even if it meant raising it on her own. After some thought, Leon eventually made an official proposal, presenting her with a beautiful diamond ring. By then their once tender feelings had considerably dulled, but this renewed promise and Sarita's ongoing pregnancy left him with no choice. By the time she graduated from high school, the changes in her figure were already obvious, and in the fall, as soon as she turned 18, the couple had a lavish wedding. The newlyweds appeared quite happy, but each had certain doubts about the correctness of their decision. A few months later, the couple had their first son, and 2 years after that, twin boys were born. The family lived in affluence, able to indulge in anything they wanted, and from the outside they looked successful, well off, and happy. Family business, the business founded and developed over many years by Leon's parents, was quite profitable. Over time, the man also started his own chain of stores and fast food eateries, and his ventures were on the rise, with the family business flourishing. However, from the mid-2010s, the family began to experience troubles and misfortunes. In 2014, Leon's father passed away suddenly due to long-standing heart issues, and his mother's health deteriorated from the shock of losing her husband. She soon showed rapidly progressing signs of dementia, forcing her sons to place her in a specialized clinic for necessary care and proper attention. Toki returned to his hometown after many years away to help his brother manage the business, and together they took over the operation of a hotel. At the same time, Leon decided to involve his wife in the family business, something she had long aspired to do. It was decided to register a mining equipment and tools store in her name. She dove into work while also continuing to raise their 3 young sons. Life between two cities. Brits, the eldest son, started elementary, but as the twins grew older, the parents faced the pressing issue of choosing a suitable educational institution for all their children. The challenge was that finding quality education in South Africa was not so straightforward. The spouses found a good school in the nearby city of Kakamai. The school was about 75 miles from Brit's home, but there was no need for daily travel back and forth. The couple decided to rent a spacious house in Kakamai, where Sarita moved with the sons, but Leon stayed in Pofad as he could not leave the business and manage affairs remotely. However, the wife had to step back from managing the store, although she really enjoyed it and was quite successful at it. The woman dedicated herself entirely to raising the sons, and they only visited home to see their husband and father on weekends and holidays. Leon himself rarely came to Kakamai due to his busy schedule. Initially, it seemed that everything was in order, but over time, the spouses drifted further apart, and their feelings significantly cooled. Battle with a deadly illness in 2018, Sarita started having health problems, which she did not take seriously at first. However, an examination revealed that the young woman had oncology and problems with the cardiovascular system, and was prescribed a treatment course. Fortunately, all procedures were timely, saving the life of the mother of 3. But from then on, for prevention, she needed periodic therapy at a clinic in Johannesburg, which was quite expensive. The Brits family had the means, and Leon would never skimp on the health of his son's mother. Additionally, Sarita hired a nanny and a housekeeper who helped her around the house and looked after the children, which was essential when the woman went for treatment. By that time, the spouses had drifted so far apart that each essentially lived their own life. The young woman started an affair in Johannesburg, so when going for another course of preventive therapy, she would not stay in a hotel, but at her lover's place. Leon, apparently, also periodically had women, as compromising photos and messages found in his phone suggested. In fact, nothing but their 3 children bound the couple together anymore. Enemies and envy. The family issues did not affect the business, which continued to thrive. The hotel, stores, and restaurant chain were generating impressive profits, some of which Leon invested in real estate in major cities, earning a good income from rentals. Undoubtedly, their family was not only the wealthiest in Pofadder, but also among the most affluent in the Northern Cape province. Naturally, the Brits had many envies and ill wishes, whose numbers grew in proportion to the profitability of their business. Leon, his parents, and his brother regularly received threats and various demands. Leon himself often confided in his wife that he had long felt unsafe and feared that someone might try to take away his life's work. In each of Leon's offices, as well as at his and his parents' homes, there were safes and cleverly disguised hiding places storing cash and various currencies, securities, diamonds, jewelry, and gold bars. Sarita knew only about some of them, specifically those in their own home in Tafad. Initially, the threats were a serious concern, but over time, as the man began receiving them daily, he simply stopped paying attention to them. He believed they were just attempts to intimidate him, as the ill-wishers had never tried to act on their threats. However, a tragedy soon occurred that ended Leon's life. Body in the pool. On October 7th, in 2020, Leon's wife called him and asked him to check on their dogs, which, according to a neighbor, had gotten out. Leon promised to call back as soon as he arrived and checked that everything was in order, but the return call never came. Concerned, Sarita called her husband's number several times, but no one answered. Leaving the children with the nanny, she drove to Pulfetter. The front door was unlocked, but it seemed that no one was home. It was suspiciously quiet inside, and no one responded to her calls. She then went to the backyard, where she found her husband's body floating face down in the pool. There were wounds on his back, the water was tinged pink with blood, and it was clear that he was deceased. Panicking, Sarita called the police, the emergency services, and then dialed Toki, informing him of the incident. When law enforcement arrived, they immediately cordoned off the house as a crime scene. It was evident that the businessman's death was violent. The body had several stab wounds and signs of a struggle, and a safe in the house had been opened and its contents taken. An initial theory was that burglars had broken into the house, and the homeowner returning unexpectedly had caught them off guard, paying with his life. However, many other valuable items in plain sight remained untouched, suggesting the burglars had specifically targeted what was in the safe. The murder of the successful and wealthy businessman quickly made a lot of noise, hotly discussed in the media and on social networks, generating numerous rumors, gossip, and speculation. Many knew about the long-standing threats against Brits and believed that competitors or ill-wishers had fulfilled their threats. However, the first and key suspect in the case became Toki, who had been managing the family business with his brother for the last few years. He had visited Leon shortly before the tragedy and was considered the last person to see him alive. Second, their mother was in very poor health, with doctors giving her only a few months to live, and her will, reportedly, was stored at the younger son's house. The prevailing theory was that the elder brother disagreed with the business mostly going to Leon and wanted to access the will to alter it. This explained why the other items in the house remained untouched. It was also suspected that he did not act alone, and murder was not part of the original plan. Toki categorically denied any involvement and stated that under no circumstances would he harm his own brother, especially since they had never had disputes or disagreements over financial matters. He sought support from Sarita, who asserted that she believed him and would help find the best lawyer to prove his innocence. For nearly 2 months, the investigation was at a standstill with no new evidence, leads, or witnesses emerging. However, one day, 35-year-old Jacques Van Buren walked into the police station and offered to make a deal by pleading guilty and revealing all his accomplices in exchange for a reduced sentence. It turned out that Jacques had once attended the same school as Sarita. They were friends, and he even had feelings for her, but she did not reciprocate and soon started a relationship with Lyon. The former friends had not seen each other for many years, but one day they coincidentally met at a shopping center and started talking. At that time, Jacques was going through a tough period. He had divorced his wife, lost his job, developed a dependence on alcohol, and was in dire need of money. Sarita saw that her former admirer still harbored tender feelings for her, so she began to confide in him about her unhappy marriage. She claimed that her husband mistreated her, was abusive, but she could not leave him because he threatened to take their sons and leave her with nothing. This topic was painful for Van Buren since his ex-wife had barred him from seeing their children after the divorce, and he genuinely empathized with Sarita and wanted to help. They exchanged phone numbers, and a few days later, Sarita, having devised a cunning plan, called her former friend and tearfully told him that her husband had beaten her. She said she couldn't leave him, and the only solution was to eliminate the tyrant. Sarita was very persuasive, and Jacques believed her. Moreover, she promised him 500,000 South African rand as payment, and he, as mentioned, was in desperate need of money. Jacques agreed to help Sarita, but he did not want to do the dirty work himself, so he decided to hire other people. The plan was developed in early 2020, but due to the global epidemic that swept the world, its execution had to be delayed. During this difficult time, the Brits' family business suffered colossal losses. A store and part of the restaurant had to be closed, and Leon wanted to sell the hotel, which his wife did not agree with. In late September, The conspirators returned to the original plan, but Jacques requested half of the payment up front. However, due to financial difficulties, Sarita could only withdraw 100,000 rands, and also gave her accomplice her engagement ring. With this money, Jacques hired a friend named Enrique Williams, who had drug issues and was willing to commit murder for money. However, Williams was afraid he couldn't handle a grown, strong man alone, so he brought along his 25-year-old friend Amantla Bariki to share the fee. Sarita gave the criminals access to the house, informed them about the safe's location, and to make the robbery look more plausible. The only condition was that the dogs should not be harmed, so she let them out in advance. The neighbors saw this and called her, signaling that Williams and Barecki were in the house, after which she called her husband and lured him into a deadly trap. When the unsuspecting man entered the house, he was struck on the head with a baseball bat by one of the lurking criminals, and another attacked him with a knife, leaving him no chance. Leon was stabbed 8 times and hit with the bat a dozen times before his lifeless body was thrown into the pool. After opening the safe, the criminals found no money, only securities, diamonds, and gold bars. They handed over the loot to Jacques, who in turn gave everything to Sarita. The criminals decided not to take anything else from the house, fearing they would leave too many traces. They were only counting on the large sum promised by the client. Torment of conscience and fear of inevitable punishment. Jacques was not supposed to appear at the crime scene himself. Sarita feared he would be caught on surveillance camera footage and recognized, as Toki had seen him a couple of times and knew he was his brother's wife's school friend. He was only supposed to pass on the advance payment and instructions to the accomplices. However, Jacques was anxious to ensure everything went smoothly, and drove past the Brits' house several times to make sure the perpetrators were in place and the victim had arrived directly to them. His car was captured on camera, and although the license plate was not clearly visible, the police were interested in the vehicle, meaning that finding its owner was only a matter of time. Furthermore, there was no money in the safe, and all the family's accounts were frozen during the investigation. Bars or securities would expose her. She asked them to wait, but Williams and Barecki were not willing to wait and began to threaten Jacques. Desperate, Jacques had not received the money, was plagued by guilt, and his accomplices threatened to deal with him. He realized that he would end up either behind bars or follow Lyon. Jacques shared his concerns with his sister, who told their mother, and together the women convinced him to voluntarily surrender to the police and reveal the other participants in the plot to secure a more lenient punishment. True motives of the mastermind Jacques, in his full account to the police, believed he had done a noble act as he saw Leon as a man who mistreated his wife, was abusive and threatened to take away the children. However, it was actually Sarita who initially directed the police to consider Toki as the main suspect. Citing a will and property disputes between the brothers, the authorities decided to detain and interrogate the woman to uncover her true motives. It turned out that she and her husband had fallen out of love long ago, and each was living a separate life. Sarita had a lover in Johannesburg whom she wanted to join permanently. However, when she expressed her desire to divorce, Leon categorically refused to agree. He also threatened to leave her with nothing, and take the sons if she decided to leave him. It's hard to say what motivated Leon, but it's likely he still had feelings for his beautiful wife and hoped to mend their relationship. Sarita, however, decided that she would inherit his money and business upon his death, which would allow her and her lover to live comfortably. She also saw an opportunity to rid herself of Toki by framing him, thus becoming the sole owner of the hotel, stores, and restaurant after her mother-in-law's death. Her plan might have succeeded if there had been money in the safe, and she had managed to pay off the hired perpetrators. Trial and sentencing of all participants. The trial of the criminal quartet took place in the spring of 2021. Each participant's role in this high-profile case was considered. Jacques Van Vuren, who made a deal with the prosecution, told everything in detail, and turned in his accomplices, was sentenced to 20 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 5 years. The hired perpetrators, Enrique Williams and Amantel Barecki, were found guilty of premeditated murder with special cruelty and robbery. They were sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As for the widow who orchestrated the murder of her own husband, she managed to convince the court that she had been a victim from the very beginning of their relationship. She testified that Leon coerced her into intimacy when she was just 14 years old. And a year later, when she became pregnant, Brits, to avoid responsibility, forced her to terminate the pregnancy at a fairly late stage. In recent years, despite the disappearance of love, he refused to divorce her and threatened to take the children. Nevertheless, Sarita Britz was sentenced to 25 years in prison, with the possibility of parole from the beginning of her term. The court considered her remorse and heartfelt confession, as well as her status as the mother of 3 minor children. However, 3 years after the sentence was passed, she remains incarcerated. Story 2. Imagine that today we will visit a Hollywood movie studio where they shoot the best movies in the world of different genres. But instead of a movie pavilion, we will find ourselves in Wilbur, Nebraska, and our movie for today is a bloody thriller. Nebraska is the territory of the Great Plains. It is located in Tornado Alley. In spring and summer, there are often severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. Nebraska is the only tri-state that is landlocked, which means to get from Nebraska to the ocean, bay or bay, you have to cross 3 states. Passing motorists don't like to stop on a dark country road, but a flat tire forced Michael to make a stop on a remote dark highway. He pulled over to the side of the road and got out of the car. As he walked around the car, his attention was drawn to a large black bag, the kind used for throwing out garbage, but the bag had an unusual shape. Michael returned to the car, took a flashlight from the glove compartment, and illuminated the bag. It was torn open, there was a stain on the ground around it, something had leaked out of it, and something light-colored was flickering out of the hole. Moving closer, the man froze at what he saw. A human hand was sticking out of the bag. Call to the emergency services raised the whole town. A few minutes later, investigators arrived on the country highway and thoroughly inspected the area. They confirmed that the package they found contained human remains. The package was sent for examination, and the searchers continued to comb the surrounding area. The recovered remains were soon identified. The victim was 24-year-old Cindy Luke, 1993 in Broken Bow, Nebraska. She grew up in Arcadia with her parents, George and Susie Luck. Sydney's family moved to Nali in 2000, at which time she was in 2nd grade. Her mother, Susie, was a special education teacher, and her father, George, was the school principal. Sydney was always a very active child. The girl had a normal, happy childhood filled with a love of nature. She loved fishing, which her father always took her to. During her school years, Cindy played basketball and golf, where she made good progress, but developed scoliosis, curvature of the spine, forced to give up many of her favorite hobbies and put a cross on her sports career. In 2011, after graduating from high school, Sydney got a job at a local Menards store that specialized in home improvement products. The Lukes were a close-knit family, and when Sydney had to move from Norfolk to Lincoln because of work, they all made sure to keep in touch almost every day and often met for dinner. Even though Sydney lived separately, she often returned home to her parents' house. But lately, Sydney had been struggling with depression and felt that the medications she was taking were only making things worse. Susie was very worried about her daughter and recommended a new doctor for her. He prescribed her various medications. In phone conversations with her mom, Sydney told how her inner state was getting back to normal, her voice sounding quite optimistic. She was trying to make some changes in her life and was looking for a new job. For a young woman, working in a store was not the limit of her dreams. She did not know what she wanted to become or what to do with her career, and these worries led to a rather depressive state. In November 2017, her mental state deteriorated to the point where she started taking antidepressants and sometimes allowed herself to smoke pot. Her family and friends were supportive in every way possible, but she wanted not only companionship but also love. Being young and modern, Sydney had an interest in the female gender, so she would sometimes look for other girls on social media for dating purposes. To find a friend, Sydney used Tinder, an app that allows millions of people around the world to find, fall in love, and date. In November 2017, she found a girl named Audrey, and the girl replied to her. They began to correspond. The girls found many common interests such as gambling, hiking, and delicious food. Already after 100 messages, they decided to meet. On November 14th, Sydney headed over to Audrey's house to Wilbur. Their first meeting went so well that Sydney was very happy. They liked each other and agreed to meet again at Audrey's house. On November 15th, Sydney worked her shift at the store and went home. She cleaned herself up, styled her hair, and did her makeup. Before going out, she took a photo and posted it on Tinder with the caption, "Ready for my date." After the photo, she got a message to go out with Audrey waiting for her in the car. The girls drove off. The next day, Sydney Luke didn't show up for work. But even though she had been in high spirits for the past few days because of her new acquaintance, her family was concerned when coworkers informed them that she didn't show up for work because it was nothing like their responsible Sydney. Susie spoke of her daughter suffering from anxiety and deep depression. Just days before her disappearance, Ruth had discussed her deteriorating mental health, who advised her to see a doctor again to take antidepressants. That was the last time Ruth's family saw Sydney. The girl's parents went to her apartment and were extremely surprised that Sydney had left her favorite cat, Nimsy, without food or water. This was extremely unlike a caring landlady. The parents knew how much Sydney loved her cat and never left her alone for long. They were concerned and reported Sydney missing to the police. The apartment itself was locked. When the police did a welfare check of Sydney's home, they saw nothing out of the ordinary. But the family was adamant. Something was wrong, and the police took their concerns seriously. On November 16, 2017, the 5 feet 7 inches, blonde was reported missing after she failed to show up at the showroom of the Menard store where she worked, at 27th Street and Cornhusker Highway, and walked in a different way that would make her stand out from the crowd. She was wearing a white Columbia brand jacket and a cream-colored shirt. When testifying about the prior events before she went missing, her parents told police that she told her friend on Snapchat Wednesday morning that she had gone on a date with a woman she met online Tuesday night and planned to meet up with her again Wednesday night. Sydney's car, which she left in Northeast Lincoln, was found. Police officers said they have conducted interviews and were looking for any leads that could lead to Sydney or her trail. Ruth's family distributed flyers saying she may have been abducted 40 miles southwest of Lincoln, where the latest information indicated her cell phone was communicating with a tower. The flyer also noted that there was no activity in her bank account and that her cell phone was turned off the night she disappeared. The flyers gave a description of the young woman and distinguishing features such as several tattoos, one on her arm with the words, "Everything will be great someday," a yin-yang sign under her elbow, and the word "believe" on her wrist. Anyone with information on Sydney Ruth's whereabouts has been asked to contact police by phone. A huge appeal to find Sydney was launched, which included highway billboards with the girl's picture, and a manhunt was also launched on the TV news. Susie persisted in claiming that something had happened to Sydney after the date her daughter had gone on. To prove her point, she took a screenshot of a post that Sydney posted on Snapchat with her picture in the caption, "Ready for my date." Sydney's friends confirmed that she was going on a date with a woman she met through Tinder named Audrey. During the search, police reviewed Sydney's phone records and surveillance footage from the store where she worked, and quickly identified the person they wanted to talk to. The last time Sydney's phone rang a cell tower in the Wilbur neighborhood, probably not far from Audrey's home, but police had no idea who she was. Authorities began searching for a woman named Audrey, the last person to see Sydney alive, but no one knew how to find her because no one knew who she was or if she had a real name. To the police's rescue came Sydney's friend, Brooklyn, who decided to find Audrey herself through Tinder. She downloaded the app, found Audrey, and exchanged phone numbers with her. That's how police learned Audrey's real name. She turned out to be 26-year-old Bailey Boswell. It turned out that Bailey's apartment is within reach of the very cell tower where Sydney's phone was last seen connected to the tower. It also became known that this apartment Bailey shared with her partner, 52-year-old Aubrey Trail. So who are Bailey and Aubrey? Bailey Boswell grew up in Lyons, Iowa. She grew up in a wholesome, normal family, was a friendly kid, and did well in school. Bailey had success in basketball and was an excellent runner. However, after losing her father, her life changed direction, and after graduating from high school, Bailey went down the wrong path. Bad company, alcohol, and illicit drugs came into her life. On one of the dating websites, she met Aubrey after a looking for a daddy status. Aubrey Trail had a depressing past. He had multiple fraud charges, fraudulent check fraud, and theft. Aubrey created his own cult, where he called himself the Vampire Daddy. He paid women $200 a week to follow his rules. The rules were strange enough, but there were women who believed Aubrey. At the time of Sydney's disappearance, Aubrey and Bailey were ordered by the court to pay over $400,000 for fraud. They also had numerous misdemeanors on the two of them, but the couple managed to go on the run. On November 19, 2017, after obtaining a warrant, police searched Bailey and Aubrey's home. An inspection of the apartment revealed that some of the walls had been scrubbed with bleach, which was confirmed by a neighbor who had noticed the acrid smell of chlorinated substances 2 days earlier. Police actively began searching for the suspect. While on the run, they posted videos on Facebook saying they had no involvement in Sydney's disappearance and hoped for her safe return. Bailey claimed she went on 2 dates with Sydney, but dropped her off at a friend's house and never heard from her again. She said, "I just want Sydney's family to know that I'm really sorry, but I had nothing to do with it. I hope Sydney is found very soon. She's a lovely, amazing girl." It took police a few days to track down the couple, but they eventually found them at a hotel in Branson, Missouri. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were taken into custody. A few weeks after Sydney was reported missing, after carefully analyzing phone records, and police discovered Sydney's remains. She had been dismembered. Her body had been cut into 14 pieces, and police found 13 of her body parts in black plastic garbage bags in ditches in Clay County. Some of her organs, including her heart, were missing. This is just horrific. A total of 16 crime scenes were found with Sydney's remains or personal belongings. Her car keys, driver's license, phone case were found along the highway. All the routes matched the movements of the 2 perpetrators. Forensics conducted autopsies on 13 body parts that were found. There were abrasions on Sydney's wrists, a bump on her head, torn earlobes, abrasions and contusions on her back. There were wounds on her body indicating that Sydney had fought for her life. The heartbreaking discovery shocked not only Sydney Loop's family and friends, but all of Nebraska. On December 11, 2017, the Loop family held a private funeral for Sydney at the Lutheran church the girl attended during her lifetime. Bailey and Aubrey were charged with first-degree murder, improper disposal of human remains, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Bailey pleaded not guilty to all 3 charges. Aubrey also pleaded not guilty to felony murder and conspiracy, but pleaded guilty to improper disposal of human remains. Each successive deposition of Aubrey differed from the previous one. The man was constantly confused, changing the course of action and adding different actors. When Aubrey first talked to the police after his arrest, he told them about the cult he and Bailey were involved in. He talked about witchcraft and told them that he was a vampire who could fly. Aubrey portrayed himself as the leader of this cult and a vampire, and assured them that he had witches in the cult, who had to kill another woman to get powers. So at one of his first court hearings, he admitted that he killed Sydney Loop, but did it completely by accident. He said that he paid her $5,000 to fulfill his intimate fantasy with 2 other women. Sydney agreed, but died accidentally during the intimate act when he accidentally strangled her with a cord. He also admitted that he disposed of the body by cutting her into pieces, as it was a ritual in accordance with his religious beliefs. He had to drain all the blood to release her soul to the gods in a sacred place and lay out her body parts to help her reincarnate faster. But this version turned out to be false. Surveillance footage provided dated November 14th shows Bailey and Aubrey checking into a hotel in Lincoln, not far from where Sydney lived. And then, on November 15th, they visit a home improvement store, which shows them buying a gruesome array of tools. A hacksaw, chlorine bleach, a folding saw, a stationary knife, and the bags used for Sydney's remains. On November 15th at 12:01 in the afternoon, a surveillance camera captured Sydney crossing paths with Aubrey at the Menard store during business hours. But the girl had no idea at the time who he was, or how cruelly fate would play her. On June 11, 2018, the first court hearing was held for the murder and improper burial of Sydney Loop's remains. Separate trials were ordered, but the charge was essentially the same for both. The trials were held in Lexington because attorneys argued that Bailey and Aubrey would not get a fair trial in Wilbur because of the publicity surrounding the case. The prosecution argued that Sydney was murdered, she was strangled, and the crime was a premeditated attack that was carefully planned. Aubrey and Bailey were declared ringleaders of a group that was interested in recruiting young women for intimate games. Bailey therefore used Tinder to find the women. At trial, the jury heard testimony from 3 other women who said they had been in relationships with Aubrey and Bailey at different times, and their acquaintance also began on Tinder. All of them had been involved with Bailey and had participated in intimate acts with Bailey and Aubrey. One woman said she even traveled with them after they met. She said Aubrey gave her a weekly allowance of $200 and invited her to join his cult. He called the cult members witches and said she had to torture and kill someone to join them. She testified that Bailey was called a witch queen. Another woman testified that Bailey talked in great detail about breaking her fingers and her desire to dismember the body. She liked to talk about torture. All 3 women who testified made it clear that both Bailey and Aubrey were involved in all the talk about torture and the crime. It is quite strange that in our modern world, there are still people who believe in the horrors of exorcism and try to assure the rest of us that they do. Talking about the investigation and the evidence obtained, the prosecution reconstructed the picture of what happened on the tragic evening of November 15, 2017. Sydney was getting ready for a date with a woman she had known for a couple days. They texted on Tinder, and Bailey picked Sydney up from her apartment. They went for a ride in Bailey's car. After a while, the car stopped at Bailey's house, where Sydney was lured into the apartment. There, Bailey and Aubrey pounced on her as soon as she went inside and strangled her with an extension cord on the living room floor. The apartment was then thoroughly cleaned out by Bailey and Aubrey. A part the prosecution alleged was also pre-planned. They then cut Sydney into pieces and dumped her remains in Clay County the next day, November 16th. The court heard from their landlord, Jennifer Call, who testified that on November 16th, as soon as she drove into the garage, she smelled chlorine and the odor intensified when she entered the house. According to the medical examiner's testimony, Sydney's death was ruled a homicide and the cause of death was asphyxiation. Toxicology reports indicated that Sydney had antidepressants in her system. The court learned that in addition to the missing organs, the part of Sydney's body that was not found was her upper left arm, the part just above the elbow and below the shoulder. Prosecutors had demanded the death penalty for both criminals, and the case would be retried if the sentence was unjust. But Aubrey, once again, denied involvement in the occult and pleaded guilty only to improperly at one point during Aubrey's trial. He shouted that Bailey had nothing to do with Sydney's death. "Bailey is innocent, damn you all." He then slashed his throat 3 times with a razor blade. He survived and was remanded into custody until he made a full recovery. After that, he did not attend court for several weeks. The next time he entered the courtroom was during the defense phase, and only when he was scheduled to testify. When he was brought into court, he smirked and told the judge, "I'll be good." It is unusual for a defendant to testify at his own trial. Usually defense attorneys advise the defendant not to testify because it may cause more problems for him on cross-examination. Some reveal too much, some can't answer questions straightforwardly, and some are hostile to attorneys asking questions, which creates a bad impression for jurors. But this was not unusual in Aubrey's case, as he had many interactions with police after his arrest. He had given the police his version of events, and at trial, he wanted to change his story. Therefore, the court needed to hear his new version of events. He decided to skip the rest of the trial and only returned for the last hearing with his horrible scars clearly visible when he testified in his defense. By admitting that he had previously lied to authorities and his own legal team about the death of Sydney Leach. In a new version of the testimony he gave, he admitted that they met with Sydney in March 2017, and he paid her to participate in his illegal activities because she needed the money. He said they did not keep in touch, but in November 2017, Bailey wanted to rekindle the relationship when she contacted Sydney again. Sydney needed money, and Aubrey said that's why he was in Menards that day, November 15th. He offered her $5,000 to be part of his antique gang. The 3 of them ended up engaging in an intimate act later that night, and Sydney accidentally choked to death because of the extension cord they used in their game. "I don't know if Sydney had a seizure or something, but that's when she stopped breathing," said Aubrey. He told the court that there was no ritual involved in cutting up Sydney's body, and all the talk of witches, vampires, and blood-sucking was simply not true. He confessed that he only dismembered her because he couldn't put her body in the car. He said he panicked and dumped her body in a Clay County field as soon as dawn broke on the morning of November 16th. When asked why he didn't seek help if her death was accidental, he said no one would believe him. Aubrey admitted to disposing of Sydney's body, but claimed her death was accidental when they used an extension cord during their game. At Bailey's trial, she admitted to nothing. In fact, her attorneys argued that she was also victimized by Aubrey. Her attorney told the court that when she met Aubrey, she was a vulnerable young woman. At the time, she was living alone, working as a waitress in Princeton, Missouri. The defense argued that Bailey had nothing to do with either Sydney's death or the disposition of her remains, but that again proved to be false. The cell phone that Bailey used to access her Tinder account was used near where Sydney's body parts were found, and it was through a detailed analysis of her phone and location records that the police were able to find all of Sydney's remains. The court also learned that it was Bailey who contacted Sydney and arranged to meet her. She was the one who drove to Sydney's duplex to pick her up on the evening of November 15th. The prosecution told the court that Bailey derived satisfaction from discussing acts of cruelty, and she enjoyed talking about torture with Aubrey. Evidence was presented at trial proving a planned crime. On the day Sydney was killed, Aubrey and Bailey were together at a store where they bought tools, including a hacksaw, scissors, and a box cutter from Home Depot. Bailey sent Sydney a text message asking how her day was going. Phone records and surveillance footage show that Bailey was in the Menards parking lot with Aubrey when she sent that text message on Tinder. And although Sydney worked at Menards, it appears she was unaware that Bailey was there. A few hours later, Bailey sent Sydney another message on Tinder, alerting her that she was at her apartment and ready to pick her up soon. They went to the apartment where Bailey and Aubrey lived. Bailey's attorney, Todd Lancaster, argued that as to Bailey, the evidence showed that Bailey was guilty of purchasing bleach and garbage bags to use to dispose of Sydney's body, and as such, she could be charged with aiding and abetting the improper disposal of human remains. On November 8, 2021, Bailey Boswell was sentenced to life in prison. The Luth family had been seeking justice for 3 years, mourning and longing for their Sydney, and they awaited a judgment that gave them comfort. On July 11, 2019, it took a jury less than 3 hours to find Aubrey Trail guilty of premeditated conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and improper burial of human remains. The 3-judge panel called his crime cold and calculated. In a second phase of the trial to determine whether he should be executed, county prosecutors kept their promise and secured the death penalty for Aubrey Trail. Thus, on June 9, 2021, Aubrey Trail was executed by lethal injection. The con man, accused of a brutal crime against Nebraska woman Sydney Luth, allegedly convinced members of his cult that he was a flying, mind-reading vampire with a coven of a dozen witches who he claimed would get their powers by killing people. But thankfully, in real-life stories, justice prevails, and in our story, the trial brought the monster to the end of his trail in our world. Story 3. Today we're going to visit India. India is the only country in the world where cultural and religious traditions have not been interrupted since ancient times, which is probably why it attracts tourists from all over the planet. But in our story, we will look at India like a coin that has a different image on each side. 2 young men went fishing down the river toward a mangrove forest. They took a long boat ride downstream until they reached a remote and quiet place. One of them jumped into the water to tie up the boat, but his attention was distracted by a pungent acrid odor that was very close by. They went ashore and followed the odor. Curiosity led them to a horrifying find. There was something that looked like a human body hanging on a tree branch and a skull lying nearby. The guys abandoned the boat and rushed to the nearest village to report the terrible find. A team of investigators, forensic experts, and police officers urgently arrived on the spot. The experts confirmed that the suspended body was indeed human. It was obvious that it had been hanging for a long time and had already begun to decompose. The flesh on the arms and legs had torn off. The skull was found nearby. Next to the body were packs of cigarettes, packaged drinking water, and a lighter, which probably belonged to the victim. An investigation was conducted at the scene the same morning. The evidence found was seized, and the remains were sent for examination. The modest remnants of clothing that could be identified on the victim were identified. Ligas Groman, a 33-year-old hiker, was the victim of an accident. But who is Ligas Groman, and what happened to her on the riverbank? Ligas Groman was born in Latvia in 1986. She grew up in a large and friendly family, had an older brother and a younger sister. The sisters were very friendly, and from childhood shared all joys and hardships with each other. Growing up, Liga moved to Ireland, but always maintained close relations with her family. It was in Ireland that she met Andrew Jordan. It was not love at first sight, as the modest Liga had difficulty in communicating with new people. But after 5 years, Liga and Andrew turned into a married couple who made great plans for the future. And despite the fact that Liga worked in a hotel and led a modest lifestyle, she dreamed of opening her own center of yogic retreats in Portugal. Andrew supported his beloved's idea, and together they saved money for 4 years to fulfill their dream. But fate had other plans. In early 2018, Liga was experiencing the effects of an aggravated skin disease that was causing physical and mental discomfort. To help her sister overcome this ailment and restore her emotional state, her sister Ilza invited Liga on a trip. So in February 2018, Liga and Ilza traveled to Trivandrum, the capital of Kerala, so that Liga could receive Ayurvedic treatment for depression. is the premier Ayurvedic resort of Kerala in India. Kovalam, which means grove of coconut palms in Hindi, is a small village offering everything you need for a comfortable and complete rest and treatment. Ayurveda is the oldest system of medical knowledge, which originated more than 5,000 years ago. Ayurveda is based on the universal laws of nature, on the unity of all things in this world. Ayurvedic programs help a person to restore balance and harmony in the body. Panchakarma is the best Ayurvedic program for modern man in Kerala. Panchakarma helps to reboot the body effectively. Most of those who have undergone the Panchakarma course in Kerala repeat it annually, and it is not without reason, as regular Panchakarma not only allows us to get rid of extra pounds, but also adds a couple of decades of healthy life. Ayurveda has been recognized by the World Health Organization as the most effective system of alternative medicine in the world. Let us emphasize that all the promised benefits of Ayurveda are only an alternative, not a panacea for healthy longevity. The 33-year-old Liga and her sister came to Kerala in search of spiritual enlightenment, hoping to be cured of depression in one of the Ayurveda centers. Their treatment tour was scheduled for 6 weeks and included yoga classes, meditation, therapeutic herbal drinks, and nutritional and massage recommendations. The sisters were treated together at an Ayurvedic clinic at Kovalam in Kerala and have already completed their course. On the morning of March 14th, Liga refused to go to yoga class with her sister, explaining that she had a headache. When Ilza returned to her room, Liga was not there. With the help of the hotel staff, Liga was able to go to the yoga class. Ilza was able to find out that her sister left the hotel around 11:30 a.m. wearing leggings and a yoga t-shirt, hired an auto rickshaw, and went to Kovalam Beach for a walk. The beaches around Kovalam are popular destinations for both domestic and international travelers. The sandy beaches of Kovalam are always crowded, however, Liga could not be found there. Ilza wandered the beach until late at night, showing her sister's picture. Never heard the long-awaited response that someone had seen her. This was actually strange, as Liga was a tall white girl who definitely stood out, and if she was actually on the beach, someone should have seen her. After searching unsuccessfully, Ilza went to the police station to report her sister missing. However, the Indian police officers did not show any sympathy for the missing foreign tourist, but on the contrary, Ilza was found dead. Complacently asserted that they would surely find the girl who had strayed, or she would surely return the next day. They were not even deterred by the fact that Liga, according to her sister, had psychological problems and could be an easy target for criminals. The Potent Cod police registered a case, but the investigation started coldly, or rather it is more correct to say did not start at all. Ilzi Skramani had traveled extensively in Kerala. She had been to Kollam, Varkala, and finally came to Kovalam. She considered herself a very experienced traveler in India, and this time she took her sister with her to show her the India she loved so much. But the trip turned tragic. After a few days of inaction by the Indian police, Ilza started searching on her own. She enlisted the help of friends and also reported Liga missing to her husband. Andrew flew urgently to India. The police investigation intensified after the missing person's husband, Andrew Jordan, and Ilza contacted the local press and started an online campaign to find her. Ilza also reached out via Twitter to India's Foreign Minister, Sushma Swaraj. "Please help, my sister, a Latvian citizen, has been missing for 8 days. We are very worried," she wrote. The desperate sister announced a reward of 100,000 rupees to anyone who could help find Liga or provide any information about her movements that day. Ilza and her friend Alexa, who had also traveled to India after hearing about Liga's disappearance, put up posters in the Kovalam beach area where Liga was last seen. Together they put up flyers and distributed them to people. Numerous locals took an active part in the search for the missing tourist. The important fact remained that Liga suffered from depression and had a hard time interacting with strangers. On the day of her disappearance, she hired an auto rickshaw to reach the beach and was never seen again. She had about 1,000 rupees with her, but no passport, so she could not leave the country. Ashok Kumar, head of the local police station, said that the police had no leads in the case. The police kept saying that the tourist had gone on a bender or eloped, and would soon return on her own. However, regular, persistent requests for help from Ilza and Andrew forced the police to search for Liga. The search operation was conducted in the Kovalam beach area where Liga Skramani was last seen. Police assumed that she had drowned just as the unidentified body of a woman was found washed ashore at Kalakal in Kanyakumari district, but the latter did not identify her as her sister. The version of drowning was not confirmed, and the search for Liga continued. Andrew, on the other hand, was convinced that his wife had been kidnapped by local gangs for the purpose of selling her. He tried to infiltrate these gangs to get more information, but was exposed and warned that repeated contact with the gangs would result in him having to leave the country. A month after Liga went missing, there are still no leads to help find the girl. Ilza continued to look for her sister. She visited Kovalam Beach every day and watched people. On one such day, she spotted a boat, and she had a theory. The only way to leave, or leave the beach unnoticed, was the boat. On April 17, 2018, after a forced hiatus, Andrew returned to India to continue his search. Ilza and Andrew entered a new struggle to find the squirming lead, but the body was still not found. The search was complicated by the fact that Ligas Groman was a tourist and a citizen of another country. The Latvian Foreign Ministry said the embassy was in constant contact with Ligas relatives and was also working closely with the Indian police. The Latvian embassy also appealed to the Indian Foreign Ministry with a request for special support in the search for Liga, as well as the honorary consul of Latvia in India, whose consular district includes the region where Liga disappeared. At the request of the Kerala state government, the Indian Navy and Air Force will search for missing Latvian citizen Ligas Groman. The search operation involved an AN-32 transport plane, Gemini inflatable boats, underwater, but even this search operation did not bring the desired result, and Liga was still not found. The search continued. By this time, all local residents knew about the missing tourist from Latvia. They supported and sympathized with Andrew and Ilza. On April 20th, 2018, Ilza's phone received the longest-awaited, yet most horrific call of her life. A body had been found in the mangrove jungle. She and Andrew drove to the designated spot where the police were waiting for them for the boat crossing. Ilza's heart was pounding like never before. She felt that for the moment, she would have to swim the path that the League had traveled to its demise. On the spot, horror overwhelmed her. Ilza saw her sister's clothes. The shirt and leggings on the body were recognized by Ilza, but the jacket and shoes did not belong to Liga. It remained unclear how, with whom, and why Liga had gotten to a place that could only be accessed by going through Panatura from Samudra Beach. Two women confirmed that they had witnessed Liga traveling alone into the mangrove forest. But why would a girl who is being treated for depression and is already alone take a boat to a remote place in the forest? The body was shifted to the Medical College Hospital, where it underwent an autopsy, which was captured on video camera. The police said they could not confirm the identity of the body until DNA analysis was completed. According to the city police commissioner, the body was badly mutilated, with a head lying nearby. Police have tentatively identified the dead woman as missing tourist Ligas Groman. In favor of the investigators' conclusions is also the fact that the victim was identified by Ligas relatives by her hair and clothes. It was poisoning. There are poisonous pong trees in the mangrove forest, and she could have accidentally or intentionally eaten their fruit and poisoned herself. Between 1989 and 1999, more than 500 people died from poisoning by its fruit in Kerala alone. It looked like another nonsense, because the person was hanging upside down, but there was no head. It is obvious that if Liga was poisoned, her body would have been in a completely different position. The head would have been in place. The Indian authorities were talking utter nonsense. Based on the information about Liga's complex psychological problem, the investigators also assumed the version that Liga had voluntarily left her life. Ilza feared that the police would try to pass off her sister's murder as a voluntary departure from life, although a rope had been found at the scene, and it could be concluded that the hiker had hanged herself. Ilza demanded a separate explanation for the missing head. "Don't tell me it's lost," Ilza said sarcastically in yet another appeal on the internet. Breathlessly, Ilza and the anxious public waited for the results of the forensic test. The forensic results were overwhelming. The forensic report stated that there were areas of blood pooling in part of Ligas Groman's brain, as well as bruising in the neck area. The autopsy revealed that the woman had been strangled by several people. She was killed in an attempted violent attack. There were external injuries on the body, probably sustained during the struggle. The fact of violence could not be confirmed as the body was in the decomposition stage. There were characteristic injuries on the cartilage in her throat, which indicated that someone had squeezed her throat with force. The trauma was severe enough to be fatal. According to forensic experts, there were blood clots in her brain, which confirmed strangulation. They also noted that there were bruises on her neck and legs. A total of 9 wounds were recorded on Liga Scramani's body. In view of the above, the police no longer considered the version of voluntary death. According to the autopsy, it was determined that Liga was murdered. Liga died after resisting or struggling. Ilza breathed a sigh of relief and hoped that the police would soon find her sister's killer. But there were complications as well. As part of the investigation, the police began checking out local drug dealers and card players. In addition, during interviews with local residents, 2 women said that they saw Liga walking alone to the place where her body was later found, but the police said they did not fully trust their words. Meanwhile, Liga's relatives have accused Indian police of incompetence, claiming that if the girl had been searched for immediately, the tragedy could have been avoided. The 33-year-old Latvian tourist is believed to have been grabbed from a nearby beach and transported by boat before being strangled. A special team of investigators has begun looking for those responsible for the crime. About 40 suspects were interviewed. However, arrests were planned to be made a few days later, after the law enforcers had enough evidence. The Indian police conducted an investigation that led to the arrest of 2 men who were eventually accused of killing Liga Skramina. Police revealed that Liga Skramina was lured by 2 men who then abused her before dismembering her body. The alleged assailants, who are now in custody, are local dealers in illegal substances. The suspects fully confessed under torture. Both the accused were pimps and were also dealing in illegal substances. Police said the autopsy did not reveal much evidence because Lee's body was badly decomposed. Andrew Jordan filed a petition in Superior Court calling for a review of the felony murder case. He believed that more people were involved in the woman's murder. In the petition, he pointed out that both defendants later recanted their pleas of guilty for the crime, which as it turns out is a common practice in India. However, the Supreme Court of India denied the murdered woman's common-law husband, Liga Skramani, a review of the case. Due to lack of direct evidence, the trial was postponed for 2 months. But Andrew was outraged by this attitude of the authorities. He had earlier accused the Kerala authorities and police of incompetence and attempts to cover up Leia's murder so as not to scare away tourists. Both the suspects' lawyers asked for and got a postponement. By law, they have the right to postpone the case once without giving any reason. The more they postponed, the more he was convinced the case was unclean. However, both suspects were in custody. Investigation revealed that 32-year-old Amesh and 28-year-old Ajaykumar offered Liga Skramani weed, and when she was drugged, they used it and then strangled and decapitated her. It is noted that the 2 men apprehended for the murder of Liga Skramani and had previously committed similar crimes on numerous occasions. Both of them worked for a food delivery company in the Kerala capital and earned money as illegal tour guides in their spare time. Umesh and Ujjan have been charged with destruction of evidence, murder, poisoning, kidnapping, and rape. The place where Liga's corpse was found and had earlier served as a pleasure ground that he used to take men there. 13 criminal cases have been filed against him, including 6 for sexual assault and 1 for attempted murder. Several of Amesh's victims have testified against him. Liga Skramani, along with both men, were seen in the area by several people. They were initially silent, but confessed to everything after the body was found. The detainees confessed to police that they committed the murder while attempting violence. They were apprehended, had previously claimed that they had only seen Liga Skramani in Kovalam. The men pleaded guilty after repeated interrogations. On December 6, 2022, the court finally sentenced both men to life in prison. The court also recognized that the criminals must pay compensation to Liga Skramani's sister Ilsa, 165,000 rupees each. We would like to note that there has been a whole series of such young girls are regularly subjected to violence. The problem of crime in India is very acute. Due to the huge number of sexual acts against minors, the government has introduced the death penalty. It is also worth noting that if the relatives, and primarily Liga's sister, had not been persistent, had they not involved the press by organizing a press conference and an influential MP, it is obvious that the local police would hardly have seriously investigated the case. At first a theory was put forward that the League had allegedly passed away voluntarily, and as it now turns out, this is not the first incident in this very place where Liga was found. After this story, I would like to warn once again all women who are frivolous about the dangers of traveling alone in India. Do not seek spiritual enlightenment in distant, dangerous, and uncharted countries. Story 4. The case of Philippe Grandin. What drove the former pastor to end the life of his pregnant wife. Some individuals only feign kindness, friendliness, and responsiveness, but deep down they lack love, compassion, or even pity for those closest to them. It's often hard, if at all possible, to explain why a person might decide on a crime so severe, leading to the act being attributed to poor genetics or inherent or acquired defects. But what could push a former clergyman and nurse to end the life of his own pregnant wife? The case of Philip Grandin in 2011 shocked all of Canada and received widespread international media attention. The former Baptist church pastor and qualified medical professional, who was working at a nursing home at the time, was accused of the ruthless crime against his wife, Carissa Grandin, who was 20 weeks pregnant. The investigation of this complex case dragged on for over a decade, and the final judgment of the court left the deceased woman's relatives dissatisfied. Carissa and Philip Grandin, before they met Carissa Anna Grandin, née Darwin, was born on October 10, 1981, in Pasay City in the capital region of the Philippines, and was the eldest of two daughters in the simple family of Maria and Marvin Darwin. She was raised alongside her sister, Joanna. When she was 13, her parents, seeking a better life, took their daughters and immigrated to Canada. The family settled in Toronto, where the children went to school and the parents found work and joined a local religious community. All family members were congregants of the Baptist Church. Carissa was an excellent student at school and later enrolled at a university, choosing to study archaeology and geology while also working part-time at a hardware store. In 2006, Darwin graduated with honors from university, earning a master's degree, and began working at a local geological research institute. Friends and colleagues described her as kind, attentive, and very responsive, always ready to lend a helping hand. She was deeply religious and regularly attended church, where she eventually met her future husband. Philip Grandin was born on August 18, 1986 in Paris, but moved to Toronto, Canada with his parents as a child. His parents were also religious and were congregants of the Baptist Church, raising their son in strict adherence and obedience. At school, young Philip was active and ambitious, but very sensitive and trusting. He excelled academically, consistently participated in various school project competitions and scientific practical conferences, but had practically no friends, as his peers considered him a nerd and dull. Grandin received a scholarship in his senior years and graduated from school as the top student in the Ontario district. He could have built a brilliant career in science, but his parents insisted that he attend a theological seminary. He became a pastor at one of the Baptist churches in Toronto, where he met Carissa. Religious spouses. The charming congregant was 5 years older than the young pastor, but the pair immediately felt a mutual affection. Their relationship began with friendly interactions, but gradually the young couple grew closer and fell in love. As devout individuals with strict and conservative views, they could not live together without being married. Therefore, Philip and Carissa married just a few months after meeting. The couple held a wedding that adhered to all religious traditions, attended not only by close friends and family, but also by fellow congregants of the Baptist Church. After their marriage, the spouses settled in Scarborough, an inviting area in the eastern part of Toronto, close to Lake Ontario. At first glance, the couple seemed perfectly matched. Both were young, intelligent, ambitious, and shared similar life perspectives and unshakable faith in God. They believed that spiritual closeness and sincere love were the main components of marital bliss. The first few years of their life together were peaceful and harmonious. The long-awaited miracle and a terrible secret. Let's start with the fact that Carissa, due to an illness in her youth that caused a serious, had been unable to conceive for a long time. She chose not to disclose her condition, so only her family and husband knew about it. For several years, she unsuccessfully visited doctors, underwent examinations, took treatment courses, and agreed to experimental therapy, but to no avail. Doctors were at a loss, and even suggested that she might never be able to become a mother. She finally became pregnant. When the test results came back positive, she couldn't believe her luck and hurried to share the happy news with her husband. However, Philip received the news with restraint and even indifference. Carissa didn't pay much attention to this initially, believing her husband just needed time to adjust to the reality that they would soon be parents and their life would change. However, in August 2011, shortly after confirming her pregnancy, she discovered a secret her husband had been keeping for many months. As it turned out, the pastor had started an affair with one of the young congregants, Elaine Florentino, who was also a close friend of his wife. When Carissa heard rumors of the infidelity, she initially refused to believe them, but then decided to check Philip's laptop and found messages confirming his affair with his mistress. She saw that her spouse regularly visited adult sites and preferred quite perverse videos. That same day, she confronted her husband, noting that she was willing to forgive him and her friend to preserve their family. However, she demanded that he immediately end things with Elaine and stop visiting depraved websites. Another condition was his agreement to undergo couples therapy. Philip accepted all conditions, promising to return to the righteous path to save their. Carissa sought help from their mutual friend and pastor named Stephen, whom she trusted completely. He listened attentively to her and agreed to help them as a family therapist. However, during a personal conversation with Philip, he strongly recommended that he leave the church service, as his actions and behavior were unworthy of a clergyman. Brandon was infuriated by these words, but fearing public scandal, agreed to resign his pastoral duties. Old vices. Philip completed his training, becoming a qualified nurse, and soon received several attractive job offers. He chose a local nursing home, located about 20 minutes from his own home, which offered a respectable salary, and this option seemed suitable to him. It seemed that life was gradually improving, and both family therapy and the job change were beneficial for him. He tried to be an exemplary family man, assuring that he had stopped watching adult films, ended his affair, and was faithful to his wife alone. In reality, however, he continued to meet secretly with Elaine, but did so very cautiously, trying not to be seen by anyone. The couple even avoided hotels and motels, and their meetings took place in Philip's car, where they drove to secluded areas. Soon Carissa suspected that her husband was still seeing his mistress, and secretly checked his phone, where she found messages with Florentino. During a family therapy session, she declared that she knew everything, detailing what she had found in his phone. Stephen was displeased with this turn of events, and Philip was seething with anger, although he tried to hide it. At home, he caused a scene, stating that such things could have been said to him personally, rather than in the presence of a third party. To which his wife responded that making the problem public was the only way to influence him in any way. Strange symptoms. About a week after Carissa admitted she knew about her husband's infidelity, she suddenly felt unwell. On October 14th, her condition deteriorated so much that she was forced to seek medical help. She was hospitalized with complaints of severe weakness, dizziness, drowsiness, and disorientation. She lost consciousness twice, her blood pressure dropped to dangerous levels, and doctors were seriously concerned for the life and health of the expectant mother and her baby. However, all these symptoms were quite strange, as Mrs. Grandin had previously had no such issues. Carissa confessed that she felt unwell in the morning after drinking a smoothie prepared by her husband, but at the time, she did not think much of it. However, in the evening, after drinking a herbal tea Philip made, she felt much worse. She asked whether her husband had added any medications to the drink, but he assured her that he had not. The patient's condition and her story raised many questions, and the doctor examining her decided to immediately perform a toxicological blood test. The results showed traces of a drug called lorazepam, which is sedative, sleep-inducing, and also significantly slows down the central nervous system. According to the tests, the woman had ingested a large dose of this drug, but she insisted she didn't even know what the medication looked like. Brandon was hospitalized for 24 hours to stabilize her condition, but strangely, her husband was not questioned in connection with the incident. The occurrence was dismissed as a bizarre accident. However, Carissa herself did not think so, and in a phone conversation with her sister, she confessed that she believed Philip might have been trying to poison her or eliminate their unborn child. Mysterious demise of a pregnant wife on October 15th. Carissa was discharged from the hospital, but 2 days later, she tragically died in her own bathroom under bizarre circumstances. At around 10 in the evening on October 17th, she was admitted to the hospital. Distraught Philip called emergency services, pleading for them to come quickly to aid his pregnant wife. According to Philip, he had gone for a jog and upon returning, found his wife unconscious in a full bathtub, suspecting that she might have drowned. While waiting for the ambulance, the dispatcher instructed him on how to administer first aid and perform resuscitation. However, Philip claimed unfamiliarity with CPR and chest compressions, which was odd for someone with his medical training as a nurse. Moreover, he stated that he couldn't lift his wife out of the tub because she was too heavy and her body was wet and slippery. The dispatcher then advised him to first drain the bathtub, place a towel under her head, and then use a sheet under her arms to lift her out. Only splashing sounds were heard over the phone, and a few minutes later, Philip reported that he was unable to lift her. When the medical team arrived at the Grandin home, they were surprised to find that he hadn't even removed the bathtub plug to drain the water, and all this time Carissa's head had remained submerged. Philip seemed to be in a state of shock, barely comprehending what was happening, merely pleading for them to save Carissa and repeating that they were about to have a baby. Unfortunately, it was too late to save the young woman, and she died before the doctors could assist her along with her unborn child. At the time of her tragic death, Mrs. Grandin was 20 weeks pregnant. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was drowning as her lungs were filled with water. However, the toxicology report yielded an unexpected result. It turned out that Carissa's blood contained a high dose of lorazepam, the same medication detected in her system a few days earlier when she was hospitalized feeling unwell. Additionally, a small hematoma was found on the back of her head incurred just before her death. The injury wasn't severe, and most likely she had hit her head on the edge of the bathtub. The mistress at the wife's funeral. On the day of Carissa's demise, her husband Philip was taken to the station and questioned. Despite some oddities, the tragedy was chalked up to a freak accident, and Philip was released as there were no charges to press against him. The following day, Philip, along with Carissa's relatives, began organizing the funeral. When offered to purchase a double plot at the cemetery, he reacted sharply, stating he planned to remarry and start a new family in the future. So he did not intend to reserve a place next to Carissa. His behavior appeared very strange given that he had just lost his pregnant wife and was already talking about remarrying. Moreover, he did not seem like a grieving widower, but rather seemed to be planning his life ahead as if he was pleased about his newfound freedom. After all necessary examinations, Carissa's body was released to her family for a farewell ceremony held at the Baptist church she had attended. Dozens of people attended to honor the memory of Carissa, who had passed away prematurely. However, the ceremony was unexpectedly disrupted by the appearance of Elaine, causing anger and sincere indignation among those aware of her relationship with the widowed former pastor. Philip observed the proceedings from a distance and made no attempt to ease the situation. After the funeral, he secretly went to mourn at his mistress's home. Investigation and irrefutable evidence. Following his wife's death, Philip went back to living his usual life, not even attempting to feign grief. He was openly dating his mistress, and his behavior fueled numerous rumors and local disapproval. Over several months, Carissa's parents and sister repeatedly contacted the police, seeking to initiate further investigation into why a pregnant 29-year-old woman died under such strange circumstances. Law enforcement was inactive for a long time until the Darwin family decided to go public with the case and spoke to the press. Only under public pressure did a new investigation begin. In May 2012, Philip was arrested on suspicion of deliberately ending the life of his pregnant wife. He was accused of administering a large dose of lorazepam to her, and after she became incapacitated, placing her in a bathtub where she drowned. Allegedly, it was during this time she hit her head on the bathtub edge. All the evidence against Philip was circumstantial, and a few days later he was released on bail pending the investigation. He had previously claimed that the incident was an accident, but later suggested that his wife might have voluntarily ended her life. No traces of lorazepam were found in the Grandin home, and the drug was prescription only, which neither spouse had obtained. The doctors who had cared for Carissa during her pregnancy confirmed they had not prescribed any potent medication as they could harm the baby. Philip did have access to lorazepam at work, where he was in charge of administering it to some patients. But could he have stolen some of the drug to harm his own wife? The suspicions were plausible, but there was no direct evidence. During the investigation, Philip's personal laptop was seized, which revealed intriguing information. Shortly before Carissa was hospitalized with complaints of feeling unwell, her husband had searched online to find out what dose of lorazepam could be fatal, and as we remember, this drug was indeed found in her system. Philip had used a website to call a woman to his home to provide intimate services for money. He also maintained daily communication with Elaine, exchanging messages and phone calls. Lastly, it was hard to believe that a strong adult man could not pull his petite wife out of the bathtub and did not even bother to remove the plug, leaving her body submerged in water head first. First trial and sentence. The trial of Philip began only in February 2014, nearly 2.5 years after Carissa's death. The defendant was charged with first-degree murder, and Joanna Darwin insisted that her sister had suspected her husband of trying to poison her, as she had confided in a phone conversation the day before she died. The prosecution argued that Philip had premeditated his wife's murder, with the incident occurring a few days prior to the tragedy serving as a kind of rehearsal. He had been calculating the correct dosage of the drug, as evidenced by his internet searches, after which he intoxicated Carissa and drowned her while she was helpless in the bathtub. Philip, however, now insisted that his wife had ended her own life and that he was simply too late to save her. However, the deceased's relatives firmly denied the possibility of suicide, noting that Carissa was a deeply religious person who would never commit such a grave sin, especially harming her long-awaited child. Witness testimonies, autopsy and toxicological reports, as well as the search history on the defendant's laptop, pointed to his guilt. Thus, in January 2015, Philip Grandin was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 15 years in prison without the possibility of parole. New trials and a surprising decision immediately after the sentencing. The former pastor and his lawyer filed several appeals, challenging the court's decision. The defense argued that the evidence presented by the prosecution was circumstantial, and the Supreme Court ordered a new trial. Indeed, Philip had been unfaithful, but infidelity is not a crime. According to the lawyers, upon learning of the affair, Carissa fell into a deep depression, exacerbated by her unstable emotional state during pregnancy, leading her to end her own life. Remarkably, the court decided to release the accused on bail, allowing him to await the new hearings in freedom. This decision outraged and offended Carissa's family, but all their complaints were dismissed. The process was resumed only in 2019. This time, Philip was charged with manslaughter and failure to render aid. It was alleged that he saw the state his wife was in, but still allowed her to take a bath. After finding her unconscious in the water, he did nothing to assist her. The defense insisted that Carissa had simply slipped, hit her head on the edge of the bathtub and drowned, and her husband was not at home at that moment to save her. Philip was found guilty again, but this time of manslaughter. He was again released on bail pending the final verdict. The Darwin family was outraged, demanding a just punishment for the person responsible for their daughter's and sister's death. Carissa's mother even suffered a heart attack after learning that her former son-in-law had been released again. In January 2020, the defendant was found guilty of manslaughter, but the sentence remained unchanged at 15 years in prison. Following this, he filed another appeal, and his lawyer managed to secure his release on bail once more. The ongoing releases seemed to mock the grieving family. This time, the defense insisted that Philip could not have known that his wife had taken a potent substance and was in danger, and therefore did not prevent her from taking a bath. However, in May 2022, the Supreme Court unexpectedly rejected the submitted appeal, deemed the lawyer's arguments unconvincing, and upheld the sentence for Grandin, sending him to prison for 15 years. Overall, the legal proceedings against Carissa's perpetrator lasted more than 11 years, most of which he spent in freedom. Carissa's relatives never came to terms with the final verdict of manslaughter. Story 5. Disciples of Darkness. The city of Welcome in the Free State Province is the youngest and most dynamically developing city in South Africa. It was founded in 1947, following the discovery of the largest gold deposit in the area the previous year. Its name translates from African, one of the country's official languages, as greeting. Gained widespread attention due to a grievous crime that occurred there in 2011. When the criminals were identified, the prosecution was baffled. This notorious case became the 10th in the history of international criminal activity. During the investigation, it was discovered that the case involved followers of Satanism and occultism. Michael Van Eck was born on August 14, 1987, in the young and developing city for gold mining. He became the only brother to four Natasha, Michelle, Bianca, and Hendriana. The boy grew up in a large and close-knit family. His parents were caring and loving people. To provide a decent life for their children, the head of the family worked hard and organized his own business. The mother created a favorable atmosphere in the home for the growth and development of the younger generation. Michael was sociable and kind, showed diligence in school and sports. He even earned a black belt in karate, which he was very proud of. This gave him confidence and resilience. After finishing school, the young man trained as an electrician. This in-demand profession opened the doors to good earnings and promising work. The young man worked in his field at mine number 4 of the Beatrix mine in the small town of Wonnison. He did not stop there and continued his education to become an engineer. In 2011, the 23-year-old hero of our story registered on a dating site. In this way, he wanted to distract himself from a breakup and make new acquaintances. It seemed that luck smiled at him one day. Among the numerous photos and profiles, a lonely young man took a fancy to the profile of a sweet and smiling girl. During the ensuing correspondence, the guy learned that their interests coincided. She, like him, disliked noisy parties and drunk companies and wanted to find true love and build a strong family. Michael was pleasantly surprised that he could find a suitable candidate on the internet. Since the young man still lives with his parents, he shared his joys and concerns with his mother. On April 2nd, the son boasted to her that he was going on a date and he prepared thoroughly for it. To please the girl, he withdrew his first paycheck of 1,000 rand from his card. The only thing that troubled the young man was the unusual place his friend chose for their first meeting. It was the city cemetery. Apparently not to worry his parents, he kept quiet about it. Around 9 p.m. that same day, Michael said goodbye to his family and left the house. He headed to the designated place in a silver Peugeot 207, a gift from his parents for his coming of age. As tradition demanded, the girl was a little late, but her appearance was impressive. The stranger from the internet arrived in a pristine white dress and smiled. The conversation was relaxed, after which she suggested continuing the evening further and invited the young man to a distant part of the cemetery. There a meadow awaited them with a spread blanket. On it lay a basket of fruits and wine. After the young people had a glass each, the beautiful companion kissed the stunned Michael. Suddenly the pleasant feeling of the kiss turned to pain and horror. The unsuspecting young man became part of a sinister plan, since the innocent appearance of his pen pal did not match her inner world. Chana van Heerden was born in 1991 during a crisis period for her parents. When her mother found out she was pregnant, the couple decided to delay their divorce and give their relationship another chance. However, their attempts to reconcile and improve their life together were unsuccessful. The family environment only worsened. Her mother openly disliked the little girl, seeing her as a tie to her husband. After the divorce, she took the children and moved away from her former husband. However, the failed marriage was not the main reason for her coldness. She continued to lack love and attention towards her children even after the relationship ended. All 3 children felt lonely and misunderstood, but Chana suffered the most. She grew up withdrawn and sullen. From an early age, she exhibited psychological issues. She talked about death and drew incomprehensible pictures. Eventually, the little girl developed an imaginary friend named Azazel, concerned about their daughter's behavior. Her grandparents thought she was possessed, thus they decided to take her to church, where she underwent an exorcism ritual. According to a witness, her body convulsed during the prayers. In reality, Chana was scared of crowds and clearly frightened by the ordeal. The shock could have triggered an epileptic seizure. The traumatic event deeply impacted the young girl's memory, causing her to develop a fear of the dark. Additionally, her mother once told her that toys come to life at night, which led the frightened daughter to tape her doll's eyes shut and tie their bodies with shoelaces. As she grew older, her mental condition worsened. At age 10, she nearly harmed a house guest with a knife while visiting her father. Only after this incident did they seek psychiatric help for Chana. Following a specialist's evaluation, she was prescribed sedative. The medication had a positive effect on her mood and well-being. She became calmer and more friendly. During a remission period, her father spent more time with his daughter. He often picked her up from school and took her hunting with him. By sharing his hobby, he aimed to give her the attention she lacked. The unstable teenager enjoyed her father's activity. She later confessed that she found pleasure in butchering carcasses and skinning animals. This led her to bring home dead animals, starting with rats and birds, and eventually progressing to cats and dogs. She enjoyed cutting flesh and occasionally inflicted injuries on herself. Chana befriended an older man who introduced her to forbidden substances and took advantage of her condition. Her sisters did not inform their parents, but Chana ended the destructive relationship. This experience undoubtedly had a negative impact on her troubled psyche. At age 15, her mother moved to New Zealand, where she met another man and stayed with him. Over time, she never returned for her children. They remained with their father and stepmother, who tried their best to provide for the children. Though they did not fully understand the severity of the youngest daughter's issues, her behavior was largely attributed to adolescence. The situation worsened a year later, when Chana became involved with a 22-year-old young man interested in Satanism, occultism, and voodoo cults. The boyfriend became a real mentor to the impressionable young woman, but he was cruel in character, often suppressing and demeaning her. Nonetheless, a supportive family environment and psychotherapy yielded positive results. By her 17th birthday, Chana's life began to improve. She broke off dangerous connections, graduated from high school, and enrolled in college where she studied art and graphic design. After Chana lost interest in Satanism and stopped using forbidden substances, her emotional state improved. She excelled in her studies and secured a job in her field. At her new job, Chana found support not only from her colleagues, but also from management. Turned out she had a real talent for visual arts, which brought her respect and recognition in her professional field. At the same time, she started dating a man named Warren. To outsiders, her life appeared completely normal. Her family and close friends did not discuss her past, hoping that the difficult times were behind her. However, what was happening in her soul was hard to say. Perhaps her inner demons were merely lying dormant. Her father was the happiest for Chana. He hoped that she had finally matured and would soon marry. However, his expectations were not met. The obstacle emerged from an unexpected source. Warren had a friend named Roy who considered himself highly sensitive. Despite Chana's sweet and friendly demeanor, he sensed something repellent and malevolent in her. Yet Roy's words were not taken seriously, as her outward appearance did not match his perceptions. One day, he pulled her aside and asked, each time he saw her. This name popped into the clairvoyant's mind. The young man thought she might not be faithful to his friend, so he decided to ask her directly. In response, Chana unexpectedly spat in his face and demanded he stop bothering her with foolish questions. It later became known that Norman was the second name of Azazel, her imaginary childhood friend. Following the incident, the dynamics between the young people changed. At one of the parties, Chana's attention shifted to a 24-year-old named Martin. Although the young man was generally calm and sociable, there were unpleasant rumors about him. Martins van der Merwe was born into a well-off and respected family. Unlike Chana, he had excellent relationships with both parents. As a child, he was smart and well-mannered, performing well academically. However, it turned out that since the age of 6, he had been suffering from a mental illness. Around that time, he began experiencing hallucinations. His parents recounted that according to their son, a certain entity appeared to him, convincing the boy that he was endowed with incredible strength. Martins believed this and felt special. Gradually, his mental condition worsened and his behavior changed. Due to problems at school and home, at the age of 14, van der Merwe was hospitalized in a psychiatric facility. There, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Unfortunately, conventional treatment did not help. Since the family was financially secure, his parents dedicated all their efforts to finding effective medication. Thanks to the efforts of both family and doctors, the necessary drugs were eventually found. With these, nearly all deviations were controlled, except for sporadic outbursts of aggression. Martins once witnessed a stray cat being mauled by dogs. It made a deep impression on him. Instead of feeling disgust or pity, he hid the animal's body and watched it. This led him to start torturing animals. He later dropped out of school and began helping his father in the carpentry shop. In the future, Martins dreamed of continuing the family's tradition. While working, his condition improved. He no longer wanted to do bad things to animals and take their lives. For this reason, he stopped taking medication. Everyone was wary of his decisions, but the young man insisted that the disease had receded and that he was in control. Unfortunately, this turned out to be an inevitable mistake. General insanity. His mental state gradually deteriorated. It was around this time that Martins met Chana. These unstable young people found each other and began dating. However, outwardly they looked happy, so their parents were happy with their relationship. Of course, neither of them admitted to the problems their children had faced in the past. In the end, their union led to horrifying consequences. The couple was open to the outside world, socializing and attending parties. Acquaintances recalled that they sometimes noticed cuts on the hands of young people. They joked that they were engaged in intimate experiments. After that, they began to distance themselves from people. They became interested in Satanism, voodoo cults, and occult practices. They also became interested in infamous serial criminals. In February 2011, Martins posted a picture with Chana on one of his social media pages. The pair were hugging, and the caption under the photo read, "Killers," with an ambiguous emoji. At the time, no one took their post seriously. Eventually, the young man asked his girlfriend's father for a marriage license. Mr. Van Heerden was incredibly happy. No one could have imagined what terrible dreams the couple nurtured. Instead of dreaming of traveling and children, they wanted to end their lives. Gradually, their sick fantasies turned into a bloodthirsty plan. The crazy couple decided to torture the homeless to death, and they practiced on animals. However, their plan was never realized, as the criminals could not find a suitable victim. Their monstrous plan was waiting for the right moment. The encounter it all began when Chana posted her profile on a dating site. Before long, a young man named Michael Van Eck responded. The attractive young man caught the interest of the nefarious couple, and Chana targeted him for their plans. From the very first messages, the young people started flirting. After a few days of communication, the girl suggested they meet. Michael had been looking forward to this, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon or directly from her. Unfortunately, the somewhat unusual location for their first date didn't raise any alarms for him. Apparently, he was so eager to meet the charming conversationalist from the internet in person, he agreed to the dubious proposal. Chana and Martins meticulously prepared to bring their wild dream to life. They thought through everything thoroughly, the attire, the means to end a life, and even the setting. Chana approached the date fully prepared. The trap, the long-awaited meeting, went exactly as planned for both parties. The victim fell for the bait. An angelic appearance of the girl and a kiss lulled his alertness. This gesture was the all this time. The man had been hiding behind the tombstone. He approached Michael from behind and struck him with a knife. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young man resisted. The attackers hadn't anticipated this. Noticing that their new acquaintance was putting up a desperate fight, Chana intervened. Altogether, they inflicted about 30 knife wounds on the unfortunate young man. Ultimately, completely weakened, Michael begged them to end his suffering. Pleased with their conquest, Martin slit his throat. After that, the unthinkable began. The perpetrators dragged the body onto the blanket and proceeded with their plan. The couple severed the young man's right and left legs at the knee and decapitated him. The severed parts were placed in bags. They then decided to hide the body at the site. However, they miscalculated one thing. They had no shovels. Thus, they had to dig the earth with their hands and knives. As a result, they were able to escape, could not make the grave deep enough. After burying the body halfway, the perpetrators left with their trophies. Along the way, they used the victim's vehicle. Martins initially took the wheel, but later handed control over to his companion. The surge of adrenaline prevented him from keeping his eyes on the road. Upon arriving home, they stored the bags with body parts in the refrigerator, as if they were groceries. After Vander Merwe had somewhat recovered, he started Michael's car and drove it to a troubled neighborhood. The criminals hoped the car would be stolen, so he left it unlocked with the keys in the ignition. The victim the next day, a cemetery worker, noticed a fresh burial that wasn't there the day before. His dreadful suspicions were confirmed when he stumbled upon bloody traces and torn clothing in the bushes. He then called over his supervisor to examine the grave. What the unintended witnesses found would long remain etched in their memory. Beneath the soil lay a dismembered male body. The authorities were immediately notified of the grim discovery. At the same time, Michael's parents were beside themselves with worry. Since the previous evening, he hadn't responded to calls. Even if it was presumed that he had stayed overnight at his internet girlfriend's place, he should have made contact by now. Instead, Michael's workplace called his parents. The concerned management wanted to understand why he was absent from a crucial site. At the same time, the police received a report about a Peugeot 207 found abandoned in a parking lot. Passers-by were alarmed by the blood stains on the trunk. After running the vehicle through their database, the owner was identified. Detectives also tracked that before its discovery, the car had been at the cemetery for a long time. The local precinct was already aware of an unidentified body found on its grounds. All signs were suspicious. Armed with this information, law enforcement officials went to the residence of Michael Van Eck. Upon arrival, the officers confirmed their suspicions. His parents had been searching for the young man since the previous day. They asked Michael's mother to come to the cemetery, where forensic specialists and search dogs were already at work, desperately trying to locate missing body parts. At the scene, the woman recognized belongings found, and she also identified her son's body by distinctive burn marks he had sustained in childhood. During the autopsy, the medical examination confirmed that the young man had suffered numerous knife wounds. Signs of his struggle were evident. It was also determined that the body had been dismembered post-mortem. At least the perpetrators had the mercy not to do this while he was still alive. Meanwhile, experts noted that the dismemberment was performed with professional precision, indicating that the perpetrators had significant experience in this area. There was no doubt that multiple attackers were involved. The number of wounds, their nature, and the strength required to subdue the victim clearly demonstrated this. Ultimately, DNA testing confirmed the identity of 23-year-old Michael Van Eck. Time to gather stones. During the investigation, police confiscated the victim's cell phone and computer. It was established that the last person the young man had communicated with was Chana Van Heerden. According to their messages, she was the one who invited him to the ominous date at the cemetery. Subsequently, detectives contacted the potential suspect and invited her to give a statement. The young woman did not refuse and arrived with her boyfriend, Martins Vandermeer. The couple was interviewed separately. During the questioning, they confessed to being involved in the group ending of a life. Upon learning of the incident, the girl's father rushed to the station. He couldn't believe what and asked his daughter that she really was involved in the accusations against her. Chana calmly confirmed and added that she would willingly do it again. She claimed she had dreamt of this ever since she started hunting with him. The cruel confession of the seemingly sweet girl shocked not only her father, but everyone present. Her boyfriend Martins also behaved defiantly. As the case gained public attention, he did not hide his pleasure from the public scrutiny and posed for the camera. It was clear that none of the accused felt remorse for their actions. It turned out that after the crime, if caught, the mad couple planned to end their lives. But the young man changed his mind, and his partner followed suit. They wanted to live, the lair of monsters. During the search of the young couple's apartment, police felt uneasy, to say the least. The environment was horrifying. The walls were adorned with portraits of Chana, depicting her in various guises. It was depicted without eyes, in others without a mouth or ears. All images of the girl were distorted. Additionally, the rooms contained ritual items, animal scalps, knives, and various objects of unclear purpose. Also found were belongings of the deceased young man, glasses, and a wallet. As Martins later confessed, they took Michael's money to buy necessary items for their next crime. However, the most horrifying discovery awaited in the refrigerator. From it, police retrieved Michael's head with the mouth sewn shut. It was assumed that the couple planned to use the young man's head as a ritual bowl later on. Eyes and ears of the victim were stored in separate containers. The victim's hand and leg were found buried near the murderer's home alongside the bodies of various animals. The girl's diary contained horrific thoughts and their impending realizations. From everything discovered during the inspection, it was clear that the couple planned not just one more crime. The process of ending lives and subsequent mutilation of bodies provided them with unimaginable pleasure. Martins and Chana underwent multiple evaluations for mental competence. Fortunately, the commission confirmed that the young individuals were aware of their actions and desired the inevitable consequences. Otherwise, they might have avoided punishment and received only mandatory treatment. Punishment in November 2011, the trial concerning Chana took place, treating her as a serial offender. Despite this being a singular incident, she did not hide her desire to repeat her actions. She told the court that she understands she should feel shame or remorse, but for some reason she does not. She can only grasp the gravity of her actions through societal standards and the reactions of others. Psychiatrists declared that the defendant suffers from psychopathic and antisocial disorders, apparently more dangerous than her boyfriend, but adept at concealing it. Throughout the sentencing, she remained impassive. Chana Van Heerden was found guilty and sentenced to 35 years in prison without the possibility of parole, 20 years for ending a life, and an additional 15 for robbery and dismemberment. As for Martins Vandermeer, unlike his partner, he defended himself in court. He claimed not to remember the events that occurred until he found himself in jail and behaved arrogantly and aggressively. The defendant admitted to studying Satanism and occultism, trying to understand life and death. He said his relationship with Chana pushed them both towards committing the crime. During the trial, he apologized to the victim's parents, although his words sounded insincere. He implied that the victim was simply at the wrong place at the wrong time, although in reality the mad couple had lured the unfortunate man into a premeditated trap. Michael's mother could not contain her distress and struck the accused during one of the sessions. Ultimately, Martins van der Meerway was also found guilty of the charges against him and sentenced to 35 years in prison, but with a chance for parole after serving half of his sentence. Life after. Until 2014, the lovers kept in touch behind bars. In his letters, Martins called Chana a dark goddess, writing Lady Blackmore, "When you part your lips, words of a dead butterfly spill out. They fall upon my mystical heart and taint it with sweet poison, spreading beautiful darkness through my empty veins." Over time, Chana ended the relationship with her former lover, feeling that they had grown cold and distant from each other. It is known that in prison, the woman behaves exemplarily, teaching her fellow inmates art and theology. Collectors fascinated by the lives of humanity's worst, maniacs, offenders, cannibals, have paid large sums for a photograph of the woman with her autograph, as well as a print of her hand. Remarkably, Martins also developed his own fan club. For a long time, police monitored his followers to prevent them from emulating his actions. The convicted man continued treatment and completed his education through correspondence courses. Thus, a good-natured young man became the victim of a terrible scheme by two mentally unstable individuals. Driven by their own desires, lacking restraining mechanisms and societal norms, the perpetrators decided they had the right to take another person's life. Yet what is also monstrous in this story is how many troubled individuals there are among us. Sometimes, behind an innocent facade lies sheer hell. New acquaintances do not always positively affect our lives. Sometimes they can mark a point of no return. Story 6. Kelly Clayton had everything going for her. First of all, she was quite smart and bright since high school. She was a role model for other students, active in school, excelled in tests, and passed exams just as well. At the same time, outwardly, she never looked like a girl who spent days and nights sitting over textbooks, cramming lessons, and writing out something from additional literature. No, on the contrary, her looks were considered model-like, and if her grades had left much to be desired, she could have built a modeling career. She could have, but she didn't. After high school, she went to teacher training university to become a chemistry teacher, the insane pride of her parents, but only for the first few years of university. It is not known what turning point happened to her then, but one day, Kelly took her documents from the institution and, calling her parents, said that she no longer wanted to study, that she was too young to spend the rest of her life checking notebooks and raising ungrateful children. If she wants to, she will definitely return to her educational endeavors. In the meantime, she wants to travel and live life to her heart's content. Not the best idea, according to her parents, who were so upset that they didn't communicate with their daughter for 6 months. But perhaps if it wasn't for this desperate act, Kelly would never have met Tom Clayton. They met at a party of mutual friends, and the young man really liked the girl. Firstly, he, from the first minutes of acquaintance, began to court Kelly and show signs of attention. And secondly, Tom had a beautiful appearance and athletic physique, and all because the guy was a hockey star. For 4 consecutive seasons, he played for the semi-professional team Jackals, and in it, he was considered a strongman, a player who was able to break the opponent's ribs only if he did not approach the gate. But only a sports career, and especially built on strength and aggression, will someday fail, and Tom had to put the stick in the far corner and enjoy hockey only from the stands or from the couch, watching his favorite team on the TV screen. The couple had to move on with their lives, and first they returned to New York, where they got married, then moved to North Carolina, and then moved to the tiny town of Cato, numbering only a few thousand people. There, Tom franchised a company to rebuild houses after fires or disasters, and worked in a related profession for a friend's company. As for Kelly, after dropping out of university, she worked as a waitress, only changing places. And now she had 2 children. However, Tom was earning well enough, and Kelly could quit her job at any time and take care of her beautiful daughters. But she still believed that extra money would never be superfluous. Besides, she could use it to buy toys for her children and spoil them in every possible way. On September 28, 2015, Tom, as usual, went to play poker with his friends, the Millers. He never took his wife to such events. Playing for money implied certain skills and experience in the game. Besides, someone had to stay at home with the children, and a family trip would have turned such gatherings into a noisy buffoonery and would not have brought any pleasure from gambling. That evening Tom was not lucky in the game, but he did not get up from the table, but on the contrary tried to win back and offered anyone who wanted to stay to play until morning, but no one supported him when he went home. At home, however, a terrible picture opened before him. His beloved wife was lying in her own pool of blood, badly beaten, and at first glance, was not breathing. Tom panicked and ran through the rooms looking for his children, and luckily, they were fine but very frightened. He grabbed his daughters and headed to his neighbor, Derek's house, trying to make sure the children didn't see their mother's mutilated body. And already from the neighbor's house, he dialed the police number. The officer who arrived on the scene found Tom sitting on his knees in front of his wife's body, trying to give her artificial respiration. Only the EMTs were able to pull the man away, who voiced the terrible and unpleasant information. Kelly had been dead for a long time, and neither they nor he could do anything to help her. All 2 floors of the house were drenched in blood. A major mess was in the bedroom. Apparently, there had been a struggle between Kelly and the perpetrator who had committed his atrocity, despite the fact that there were children in the house at the time. Kelly was pushed down the stairs, evidenced by the knocked-down banister, and beaten on the head with a blunt object until they were sure she was dead. There were no hints of knife or gunshot wounds. The policeman who filmed the crime scene noted to himself that Tom was shocked by what had happened, and seemed lost in space. He walked from one corner of the room to another, entered the room for a split second, and immediately left it, and he could not tell the policeman where the children's room was, or where the emergency exit from the house was. But when asked where Tom himself was at the time of the murder, he answered calmly that he had been at a friend's house all evening, where they were playing poker. Then the policeman, who did not get any clear information from Tom, went to the neighbors to ask some questions of the children. Tom's eldest daughter, Charlie, referred to the perpetrator as a robber. According to the words of the eldest daughter, she and her sister were almost asleep, but they heard their mother start screaming loudly from the next room. "Charlie, run away from here." And then the whole place shook like an earthquake. The girls, after listening to their mother, cautiously went out of their room, but saw the criminal leaning over their mother and beating her with what appeared to them to be a hammer. The girls ran back into the nursery, closed the door with a small nightstand, and hid under the bed. It was a good thing. The criminal wasn't looking for them, because that nightstand, as the policeman pointed out, was so small that it would hardly have apprehended a burglar. Well, he was a big one, like a bear. That big? Wow. What was he wearing? Blue jeans and a black shirt. He was also wearing a mask, like the one Daddy wears when he goes hunting with Mr. Bourne to shoot ducks. So your daddy has a mask like that, too. Will you show me? I'd have to ask him where it is. I don't know. What else did you notice when you saw the robber? He had eyes like Dad's, and I don't remember anything else. I saw him literally just a little bit, got scared, and we quickly ran back inside. Police officers checking the house were unable to confirm the girl's account that the perpetrator was a burglar. There were no signs of forced entry at either the front or back door, although on the other hand, the gate to the garage was open, and the perpetrator could have entered the house through the garage. Another thing that the police noted is that nothing was stolen from the house. Jewelry was left untouched, lying in a jewelry box, and the safe where Tom kept the cash was not even touched. The doors of the cabinets in the house were also all closed. Usually burglars check every little cabinet, every shelf, but here the whole mess was the aftermath of a fight. Experienced officers, it would seem, understood everything at once. Tom pretends to be a heartbroken husband, and it was he who killed his beloved wife and the mother of his children, in order to further receive insurance payments. If Kelly's life was insured and husbands' murderers developing a crime plan always insure the life of their wives, then in case of her death, he could get up to $1 million. All that's needed is to gather evidence, and the case will be solved, especially since even her own daughter said that the mask on the robber was like her father's and eyes like her father. However, the police did not find the hunting mask in the house. After finding out where Tom had spent his time that night, the police questioned the other poker players. "Is Tom the killer? Do you really suspect him?" wondered one of his friends. "That poor guy had his wife murdered, for crying out loud. And instead of looking for the bastard, you want to pin everything on him? How could you think of such a thing?" "No, Tom certainly couldn't have done it. I've known him a long time," replied another less emotional friend. "He worked 2 jobs around the clock because he loved both Kelly and his kids. There's just no way that could happen. Plus, he was with us all night. We played poker, and even when everyone was tired, he kept insisting on continuing to play. Tom really was suspicious that evening," said his acquaintance, Laura. "During a break in the game, he took me into the next room, and asked me to give him my phone to call his wife. He supposedly forgot his phone in the car and didn't want to go get it. I was first surprised that the car was 10 meters away from the house, go to it and get the phone, but still gave him a call. He stepped back to make the call outside. I didn't hear who or what he was talking to, but when I decided to check the outgoing calls, there were no numbers in the call history. So he just deleted the call. Wouldn't you agree that's odd? I told my husband about it, and he was as surprised as I was. My husband was sitting at the playing table next to Tom, and noticed that Tom was not watching the process of dealing cards or watching the people around him, which is very important in poker, but was sitting with his head bowed over the surface of the table where the cards were hiding the screen of his phone. He had his phone on him. Why had he tricked me then? Where was he calling? Who couldn't he call from his phone? After Laura's testimony, the police once again questioned Charlie, Tom's daughter, and the girl repeated what she had told the policeman the first time. The robber looked a lot like her father. The next testimony was given by the niece of the murdered, already after Tom was behind bars. I didn't tell Aunt Kelly. I just didn't want to upset her. She was very fond of Tom. She literally loved him. And besides, she has 2 children by him. They are my sisters. Who needs my truth? Tom was not the man he appeared to be at first glance. Yes, he occasionally spoiled my aunt with attention and flowers. He could easily babysit, which other fathers rarely do. But that was all at home. And at work, he was a completely different person. Aunt Kelly decided to help me one day and arranged for Tom to take me to work for him. She was too young to be on her own, so she understood me as well as anyone, and wanted the best for me. I worked for Tom all last summer, doing correspondence registration and document management. I didn't know him well before that, so at first we had a strictly working relationship. Then he got drunk somewhere and came to the office in that state. There was no one there but me and him, and for some reason he started to tell me that his family was fictitious. He loves his daughters very much, but he doesn't care about his wife, and he hasn't had any feelings for her for a long time. He's even had a few affairs on the side during their marriage, and even considered leaving Aunt Kelly. But he didn't, simply because he was afraid that a divorce might leave him without a house and without money. Looking ahead, it is important to note that some of the interviewed female participants of that evening's poker game confirmed the words of Kelly's niece that Tom was not such a faithful husband and had a sexual relationship with 2 women who were also playing poker that night. In addition to the information about Tom's promiscuous life, Kelly's 16-year-old niece also told about another employee of Tom's firm, Michael Beard. Michael was doing repair work on houses after the fire, and he was doing a good job. But there was one moment in those houses where Bird worked, constantly missing things. And if the first few times Tom did not believe his customers, referring to the fact that during the fire, the owners could lose something, then when the accusations of theft began to be repeated for the 3rd and 4th time, there was no doubt. Michael Bird not only restores the floor and walls, but also steals. Plus, in addition to stealing, there were complaints that Michael was allowing himself to come to work drunk. I was in the office when Michael's stealing came to light. Tom could yell at his employee and kick him out on the street. He was upset with his subordinate's behavior like that. He kept asking him, "How could you? Or haven't you thought about your family? Where are you going to work now?" After the incident, Tom fired Bird, but still called companies he knew and offered them to hire his former employee. Tom recommended Michael, and when all his options were exhausted, Tom took Bird in to help with the household, cutting the grass, watering the plants, doing minor repairs around the house. The detective called Michael Beard in for questioning. He said he only stole because he and his family needed the money. Tom was very good to me, defended me to the end, but I know it was my own fault. He has a very good wife. She fed me when I worked for them, even though she really shouldn't have. She also gave my children clothes that her daughters had grown out of. I am very grateful for all they have done for me. I feel so bad for Kelly. When I heard about her death, I couldn't believe my ears. I felt so bad. I even went to church and prayed for her to go to the best of all worlds. The police did not find anything strange in Michael's story and let him go. But the interrogation of his wife, Mrs. Bird, made the police doubt his words. According to his wife Holly, Tom offered Michael some work, which he did not say, and for this work he promised to pay him $10,000. Now that was interesting. Michael was called back to the station and had a lie detector hooked up to him. All questions were failed. Bird was lying and therefore failed the test. Realizing he couldn't get away with it, he began to testify. Indeed, Tom promised Bird $10,000 if Michael on the day when Tom will play poker, sneak into his house, kill his wife, and set a fire in his house. The plan was to strangle Kelly and then make it look like she just burned to death in an accidental fire. Plus, the family home was insured for a very large sum of money. As the police checked, it was true. Kelly's home and life were insured at the highest rate. 2 cans of gasoline were waiting for Michael in the garage through which the house was to be entered. Everything was fine here. Bird entered the house when everyone was already asleep. He quietly began to climb the stairs and reach the bedroom where Kelly was supposed to be sleeping. But the young woman was either awake or awakened by the sound of the open door. And when she saw a strange man in the doorway, she began to scream in fright, and pounced it on Kelly, trying to close his huge hands around her neck. But it wasn't that easy. Kelly began to fight back. I had no idea that a seemingly fragile Kelly had so much strength in her, said Michael. A heck of a fight ensued, which spilled over from the second-floor bedroom to the first-floor kitchen. Michael, because of the shock and panic, could not concentrate on the fight, but only waved his arms in all directions. Or just grabbed Kelly's clothes while Kelly, defending her life, aimed very accurately at Michael's face. And if the police had come to Bird earlier, they would have seen the marks from the beatings on him. But everything turned out as it did. After a long struggle, Michael hit Kelly's head against the wall with all his might. She fell, and for a while couldn't find the strength to get up, until she stopped showing signs of life. Michael, maddened by what had happened, just ran out of the house, even forgetting that Tom asked him not only to kill Kelly, but also to set the house on fire to cover up the crime. Michael had an accomplice, Mark Blantford, who in fact served only as a driver. The day before it happened, I got a call from Michael. I had worked with him on a construction site for a long time, and I had stayed with him for a couple weeks last year, so I knew him well. I knew Michael was into petty theft, so when he called me and asked me to drive while he broke into someone's house, I wasn't surprised. I wanted to turn him down, but he offered me $500. I thought long and hard at first, but he talked me into it. He said he just wanted to rob a businessman, and he needed help to get out of there before the cops got there. He said he'd help with the car. I gave in to his entreaties, but on the condition that I parked somewhere far away from the house, he agreed. That evening I waited for him in that car in a dark alley, and he came back quickly enough, breathing heavily and telling me to move as fast as possible. He didn't have any bag or sack on him, which didn't look much like a robbery. I didn't ask him any questions along the way, simply because I didn't want to know anything. I just wanted my $500, which, by the way, I didn't end up getting. On the way out, he asked me to stop at a bridge over a creek a couple blocks south of here. I stopped there. He hastily stripped off his outer garments and threw them off the bridge. If you need to be shown the place, I'll show you. Indeed, police officers who arrived on the scene at Mark's behest found parts of Michael's outer clothing near the creek, as well as the hammer used to kill Kelly. Already in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder, began to change his testimony. According to him, he was indeed hired by Tom, indeed for $10,000, but only to commit arson at the house and nothing more. There was no question of murder. When he went into the house, however, Kelly was already dead, and he killed her. The detective asked. I think it was Tom. He offered me money for murder and arson from the beginning, but I refused the first offer. I'm not willing to kill a man for any money. He said I had nothing to fear, but he never could talk me into it. You may not believe me, but I almost lost my mind when I saw Kelly's body. I knew right then and there that he was setting me up, so I ran out of the house. He's the killer, Michael insisted. Michael spent a very long time assuring the police of his innocence, and all because he did not know that Mark had shown the place where Bird had thrown out his things, and that his clothes, as well as the murder weapon, had already been submitted for examination, and the experts found both on his clothes and on the hammer the blood of Kelly Clayton. And that was the most direct proof that it was him who killed Kelly, not someone else. In turn, Tom also did not admit that it was he who ordered the massacre of his wife from a former problem employee of his company. According to him, Michael knew that he had money, knew that he was not poor, and because Bird lost his job, as well as because of resentment associated with the dismissal, he decided to rob his house. But Kelly was at home that night, for which he paid with his life. It might have been difficult to prove Tom's guilt and his conspiracy with Michael if Laura, the woman who had been playing poker that night, had not told the police that Tom had called from her cell phone. The detective requested a transcript of her calls, and expectations were confirmed. Then on the night of September 28, 29, Tom Clayton called Michael Beard. Michael was the first to go to trial. He continued to insist that he had been hired to set fire to the house in order to collect the insurance payout. He didn't kill Kelly, and as for the blood on his clothes, it was just because he was touching a dead and mutilated body. That's why he got dirty. He'd thrown his stuff away so no one would think he'd been at Clayton's house that night. His speech sounded convincing. The jury had been deliberating for 7 hours. In the end, they concluded that Michael Beard was guilty on all counts. He was facing life in prison. As for Tom, his lawyers were able to obtain records of conversations and correspondence between him and Michael, and none of the conversations clearly discussed their devious plan. Prosecution's requests for billing transcripts of his movements yielded no concrete results either. All the evidence was circumstantial. If it weren't for one nuance, the car in which Mark had given Michael a ride was registered to Tom's company, and Tom, coming to the office on his personal Toyota, left it in the parking lot, or for some reason moved to the company pickup truck, which later drove to Michael's house and left there, and took back the day after the tragedy. That is, in fact, he gave Michael the car on which he and Mark went to the crime. It was this fact that was testified to at the trial by the jury. The trial lasted 6 days, and the jury concluded that Tom had hired Michael to commit this horrible crime after all. Michael, in turn, filed an appeal. In his defense, he used the words of little Charlie, who said that the eyes in the slit of the mask belonged to her father. However, the court rejected the appeal because the description of the clothes matched the one found under the bridge. As a result, Tom Clayton and Michael Beard received life sentences. As for Mark, he was charged with manslaughter, for which he received 4 years in prison. Tom and Kelly's children were given custody to Kelly's sister Kim. After some time, Charlie has moved on from the tragedy. She occasionally remembers her mom, but absolutely won't talk about her father, who she will never see again. Story 7. The Case of Shannon. Christian and Christopher Newsom. The tragic end of 2 college students. Have you ever heard the saying that hesitation is akin to death? In our story today, this takes on a literal meaning, as the negligent delay by police officers cost the lives of 2 young people. During the subsequent legal proceedings, it was repeatedly stated that the officers followed and waited 24 hours from the time of the missing persons report. However, it was during these critical hours that the couple endured a tragic end under extreme cruelty. The case of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom is cited as one of the most notorious and brutal in the history of the United States. It shook the nation twice, first in 2007 when the crimes occurred, and later in 2011 when the sentences handed down to the gang members were challenged and appealed. This complicated legal battle led to the enactment of 2 laws. These laws restrict attorneys and defendants from casting the victims in a negative light and abolish the requirement for a jury's unanimous verdict to be approved by a judge. In this harrowing tale, there were 2 innocent victims and 5 merciless criminals, with the motive for the heinous act being a simple robbery. Let's delve into the details of this tragedy, piece together the chronology of those horrific events, understand the role of each participant, and explore whether this tragedy could have been avoided and the young lives saved. Who were Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom? Hugh Christopher Newsom Jr., commonly known as Chris, was born on September 21, 1983 in Knoxville, Tennessee, to Mary and Hugh Newsom, in a loving, large family. As the youngest child, he was adored by his family. Chris was athletic in his youth, particularly excelling in baseball during his school years. His coach believed he had a bright future in the sport, but a severe injury and a prolonged recovery process ended his promising athletic career. Nevertheless, Chris was a man of many talents. He was an excellent artist, played guitar, had woodworking skills, and was knowledgeable about cars and motorcycles. Chris's passion for carpentry eventually took precedence. After high school, he attended the prestigious University of Tennessee, where he was a diligent student and ranked among the top of his class. Shannon Gale Christian was born on April 29, 1985 in Nacogdoches, Texas, the younger of 2 children to Dina and Gary Christian. She was raised alongside her older brother Chase, with whom she shared a close and affectionate bond. Dina had been diagnosed with infertility in her youth, and the birth of her 2 children was considered nothing short of miraculous. In 1997, the Christian family moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, where the children attended local schools and the parents established a small but profitable family business. Dina conducted individual psychotherapy sessions at home. Shannon, sharing her mother's interest in psychology, was outgoing and kind-hearted. She pursued a degree in sociology at the University of Tennessee and worked part-time to save for her dream of buying a car. Her parents and brother helped her realize this dream on her 21st birthday, contributing towards the purchase of a silver Toyota 4Runner. It was on the university campus in 2006 that Christopher and Shannon met through mutual friends. She was just 21, and he was about to turn 23. It was love at first sight, and the couple became inseparable. Within a month, Chris introduced Shannon to his parents, expressing his desire to spend his future with her. Shannon reciprocated by introducing Chris to her family, who warmly welcomed him. In October 2006, a significant family dinner was held, attended by both their parents and siblings. Discussions revolved around the young couple's deep feelings and their plans to marry after graduating from university. Everyone was happy and full of hope for the future, blissfully unaware of the tragedy that would soon befall their families. Vanished on the way to a party on January 6, 2007, Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom were invited to a birthday party of a mutual friend. That Saturday, Shannon visited a beauty salon to prepare for the celebration, parking her car in a nearby underground garage where they planned to meet. However, Chris was delayed, leading to a slight argument between them as they were running late for the event. Their friends became increasingly worried when Shannon and Chris did not show up at the party. Known for their responsibility, it was unlike them to miss an event without notifying anyone. Attempts to reach them on their phones were unsuccessful. In desperation, Shannon's best friend repeatedly called her mother late into the night to check if everything was all right, but received no answer. The next morning, Dina, Shannon's mother, realized that her daughter had not come home. Initially, she was not overly concerned, assuming Shannon might have stayed over at Chris's place after the party. Besides, Shannon had a work shift on Sunday, so it was plausible she went straight to work from Chris's place. However, Dina's concern grew when she noticed several missed calls from an unknown number around midnight. Returning the call, she heard Shannon's friend's voice, informing her that Shannon and Chris had not shown up at the birthday party and were unreachable. This instilled fear in Dina, sensing that something terrible might have happened to her daughter and her boyfriend. Neither Shannon nor Chris was answering their phones, and Chris' parents were equally surprised, believing he was staying at Shannon's place. Further anxiety arose when it was discovered Shannon had not shown up for work either. The worried parents immediately contacted the police, but the response was lackluster. The officers suggested the couple might have simply sought some alone time and lost track of it. They also followed the protocol that an adult is considered missing only after 24 hours without contact. But for Shannon and Chris, those 24 hours were critical. Not willing to wait, the parents and friends of the young couple began their own search. They contacted everyone they knew, visited hospitals, distributed flyers with their photos, and set up social media groups appealing for any information about the missing student. Despite their efforts, no useful information surfaced. The last known sighting of Shannon was at the beauty salon she visited on Saturday. According to the hairstylist who attended her, Shannon only talked about the upcoming party and had no plans to stop anywhere else on the way. A gruesome discovery along the railroad tracks. It wasn't until Monday, January 8th, that the police finally began their search for the missing young couple, Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom. By this time, thanks to the efforts of their parents and friends, almost the entire city was aware of their disappearance. The day before, on Sunday, there were rumors about a horrifying discovery near the railroad tracks, but no concrete information was available. Stumbled upon what appeared to be severely damaged human remains on the embankment alongside the tracks. The body was in a horrific state, with multiple injuries, and had been doused with a flammable liquid in an attempt to burn it. The police, responding to the scene, cordoned off the area and conducted a thorough examination. However, they were unable to find any significant clues or leads. After taking necessary photographs, the remains were sent to the morgue for an autopsy to determine the cause of death and to attempt identification, though it was clear that the extensive damage and effects of the fire would make this difficult. Forensic experts determined that the body belonged to a young man who had suffered a brutal death. The victim had multiple injuries inflicted while he was alive, indicating prolonged and severe assault. Almost all of his teeth had been knocked out or damaged by blows. He had been shot 3 times, twice in the back and a final, fatal shot to the head. Additionally, traces of seminal fluid from at least 3 different men were found in his body, along with distinctive tears, suggesting repeated violent assault. When police checked recent reports of missing young men, Christopher Newsom fit the description in age, height, and build. The officers contacted his parents and requested DNA samples for confirmation, but strongly advised against personal identification at the morgue, as the burnt remains barely resembled human features. Unfortunately, the DNA analysis confirmed that the body belonged to the missing student Newsom. The search for Shannon, despite the distressing news about Christopher, Shannon Christian's parents still clung to the hope that their daughter was alive, possibly being held somewhere. Her mobile phone was last pinged on the day the couple disappeared in one of Knoxville's more troubled neighborhoods, a place they wouldn't have visited by choice. This indicated that they were likely brought there against their will, and Shannon might still be held in the area. In a secluded alley of this neighborhood, Shannon's Toyota 4Runner was found abandoned. It was in a terrible state, so much so that Dina and Gary Christian hardly recognized their daughter's car. The SUV was dirty, scratched, with broken headlights and deflated tires. All of Shannon's personal belongings were missing from the car, which was littered with cigarette butts, and the seats were torn and stained. The driver's seat was pushed far back, suggesting that a large adult male had been the last one to drive it. A crumpled envelope with the address 2316 Chipman Street was found on the floor between the seats, likely dropped by the perpetrator. A local witness reported seeing 4 African-American males driving the SUV that Saturday evening, a vehicle that stood out in that area. Fingerprints on the envelope led the police to Lamarcus Davidson, previously convicted for serious offenses. His residence, located in an industrial area near a wasteland, lacked witnesses. When no one responded to the police's knock and offered to surrender, they forced entry, hoping to find Shannon alive inside. Inside the house, they found Shannon's purse, a stuffed toy from her car, as well as Christopher's headphones and baseball cap, a knife with blood traces, torn and blood-stained fragments of women's clothing, and Shannon's lifeless body were discovered in the house's trash chute system, hidden under dirty sheets. She was bound in the fetal position and wrapped in 5 trash bags. Experts later concluded that she likely passed away in the early hours of Monday, January 8th. This tragic finding suggested that if the police had begun their search immediately, Shannon might have been saved. A horrific state of suffering. The condition of Shannon Christian's body was a horrifying sight, even for seasoned forensic experts, as there was not a single untouched area on her. Shannon was covered from head to toe with bruises, abrasions, cuts, and cigarette burns. The numerous tears and injuries to her genital area, as well as her oral cavity and throat, indicated that she had been subjected to multiple assaults by several men. Shannon sustained a serious head injury and internal bleeding in the abdominal area, likely resulting from being kicked. Furthermore, the merciless assailants inflicted several penetrating, though not fatal stab wounds on her and extinguished dozens of cigarettes on her skin. In a brutal attempt to destroy DNA evidence on her body, the perpetrators doused her with household bleach, paying particular attention to bleeding wounds in her genital area. She was also forcibly made to ingest bleach. After these torturous acts, Shannon, still alive, was wrapped in 5 trash bags and then shoved into a household trash chute covered with sheets and rags. She slowly suffocated and bled to death, helplessly trapped with no chance of escape or calling for help. 5 merciless perpetrators, Lamarcus Davidson, in whose house the mutilated body of Shannon Christian and personal belongings was immediately declared a fugitive. The police also tracked down another suspect, Eric Boyd, whose traces were found at the crime scene. Boyd was apprehended on January 11th without resistance and agreed to cooperate with the investigation, claiming he wouldn't go to prison for crimes he didn't commit. Boyd revealed that Davidson was hiding in a vacant house listed for sale and personally led the police to the location. Davidson, unprepared for this turn of events, was caught off guard and offered no resistance. Notably, at the time of his arrest, Davidson was wearing sneakers that had belonged to the deceased student. During interrogations, Davidson tried to minimize his role, portraying himself as a victim. He claimed that the couple had come to his house looking to buy banned substances, but were caught up in a conflict with his acquaintances. Davidson insisted that he left to avoid involvement, and the subsequent brutal acts occurred in his absence. Further interrogations revealed 3 more individuals involved in the case. Davidson's friend, George Thomas, his half-brother, Latalvis Cobbins, and an 18-year-old woman named Vanessa Lynn Coleman. Once all 5 suspects were in custody, they were placed in separate cells and interrogated individually. Each tried to deflect blame onto the others, inadvertently revealing details of the heinous crime. and each perpetrator's role in the brutal act. A timeline of tragic events. Lamarcus Davidson, who had been released from prison on parole just a few months before these events, was desperately in need of money. He was involved in the sale of banned substances and urgently required a vehicle to deliver these to his customers. Davidson decided to steal a car from an underground parking lot known for its lack of surveillance cameras, and headed there with his accomplices. Tragically, at that moment, students Shannon and Christopher were in the parking lot, arguing over Chris' delay. The criminals, deciding to leave no witnesses, forced the couple into the trunk of a car at gunpoint. The pair was taken to Davidson's house, where they were brutally beaten and repeatedly assaulted. After midnight, a barefoot and undressed Christopher was again forced into the trunk and taken to the railroad tracks. He was ordered to walk on the stones before being shot twice in the back. His torment was ended with a final shot to the head. His body was then doused with a flammable liquid and set on fire in hopes of destroying any evidence that could lead to the perpetrators. Having dealt with Newsom, the criminals returned to the house where Shannon remained bound. She endured horrific cruelty the next day, leaving her without a single uninjured area on her body. The sadists concluded their torture by dousing her with bleach and packing her, still alive, into plastic trash bags where she slowly suffocated. The exact moment when young Vanessa Coleman joined the group was unclear. During interrogation, she claimed to be a hostage herself, participating in the torture out of fear for her life. However, Boyd indicated that Coleman was Davidson's girlfriend and willingly participated in the event, even taking some of Shannon's jewelry and mobile phone. Further, a personal diary found at Vanessa's home contained her descriptions of the horrors at her boyfriend's house, which she referred to as an exciting adventure. The initial trials and sentences during the investigation, it was established that Lamarcus Davidson, born in 1981, was the leader of the criminal group and the primary instigator of the brutal acts against the innocent victim. Blame and downplay his role in the atrocities, attempting to shift responsibility onto the deceased themselves. Davidson claimed that the couple came to his house to buy banned substances and later suggested engaging in rough intimacy with him and his friends. A situation, he said, spiraled out of control. Remarkably, the defendant's lawyers latched onto this version, attempting to tarnish the reputations of the deceased in court. The parents of the victims later expressed immense emotional anguish over these claims. Nevertheless, Davidson was found guilty on 40 counts, including assault, kidnapping, robbery, and particularly cruel and premeditated termination of life, among others. The jury unanimously decided that Davidson deserved the death penalty for his heinous acts, assaults, and involvement in the termination of life. However, he was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. George Thomas, born in 1983, received a similar life sentence for his involvement in the same crimes with no chance of release. Eric Boyd, considering his cooperation with the investigation and assistance in capturing Davidson, was sentenced to 18 years of imprisonment. The relatives of both victims found this sentence outrageously lenient. As for Vanessa Coleman, born in 1988, the only female participant in the atrocities, the investigation proved her involvement in the torture, assaults, and in Shannon's tragic end. She was sentenced to 53 years in prison. Overturned verdicts and new hearings in 2011 while the criminals were serving their sentences and Davidson awaited execution. The case took an unexpected turn. The presiding judge resigned, admitting to a substance dependency. His ability to conduct trials was questioned, and his verdicts over the last 2 years were annulled, leading to new hearings, including the case of Christian and Newsom. A new judge scheduled hearings for all 5 individuals involved in the student's tragic end. After the retrials, Davidson's sentence remained unchanged, death penalty. Cobbins continued to serve his life sentence without the possibility of parole. Thomas, however, received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 51 years. Vanessa Coleman's sentence was reduced from the original 53 years to 35 years. Her appeal in 2014 was rejected and parole was denied in 2017. In 2020, the parole board decided she would remain incarcerated at least until April 2032. Eric Boyd's situation changed most dramatically. Originally receiving a relatively short sentence for cooperating with the investigation, his involvement in the assaults and tragic end of both victims was later proven. His retrial resulted in a life sentence without parole, with his accomplice Thomas testifying against him, revealing previously unknown details about Boyd's role. For his testimony, Thomas, who initially had the possibility of parole after 51 years, had his sentence reduced by 15%, contingent on good behavior. Boyd's attempts to appeal his new sentence were unsuccessful. He is currently serving his sentence in the Bledsoe County Correctional Complex. Davidson remains in the maximum security Riverbend institution, awaiting the execution of his death sentence. As previously mentioned, this trial garnered significant attention, widely covered in the press, and leading to the enactment of two laws. The first was aimed at protecting victims from defamation, attempts to shift blame onto them, and portraying them negatively. This was in response to the defense strategy of the accused and their lawyers, who tried to label the students as drug users and thrill seekers in a troubled neighborhood. These claims were completely false and caused immense pain and suffering to the victims' families. The second law eliminated the need for a judge's signature on a jury's unanimous verdict, which, if in place during this case, could have prevented the need for retrials and sentence reviews. The house at 2316 Chipman Street, which became a torture chamber for the young couple, was demolished in the fall of 2008. A memorial was erected on the site in honor of Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom. In memory of Christian, a golf tournament and a Christian charity foundation were established, providing support to victims of violence. Similarly, a foundation in Newsom's name was created, holding annual memorial baseball tournaments at Halls Park and awarding a scholarship named after the deceased student and former baseball player. It's important to note that, despite the public outcry and widespread attention, the media initially misrepresented details of the case, either accidentally or intentionally. Many believed that the variations in reporting and delayed coverage were influenced by racial motives, as the victims were white and the perpetrators were African American. However, the head of the Association of Criminal Writers and Editors noted, "I can't confidently say that this case would have received more attention if 5 white criminals had been accused of committing similar atrocities against 2 black individuals." Additionally, the Knoxville police chief stated that there was no evidence to suggest these crimes were committed based on racial animosity. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life, because there is only one life.